Chapter 1. 2 years ago. The outskirts of Newark, New Jersey. Ethan. I stood at the edge of the driveway, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the gravel. My shoulders slouched under the weight of everything that had gone wrong. I watched as the familiar car pulled up, the sound of tires crunching against the gravel making my stomach twist. Sarah, my ex-wife, was behind the wheel, as always, looking like nothing in the world could touch her. The car door swung open, and Lily, my youngest daughter who was 9 years old, jumped out, her backpack hanging off one shoulder. She looked back at her mother, who was still sitting in the driver's seat, hidden behind those oversized sunglasses she loved so much. There was something exchanged between them, a moment too quiet for me to catch, and then Lily turned and walked toward me. She hesitated halfway, glancing back, but her mother was already engrossed in her phone. "Take care of our babies, Ethan," she said, her voice as cold as the wind that suddenly picked up. She didn't even bother looking at me, her gaze fixed instead on the rearview mirror, probably more interested in her reflection than anything else. Her new husband, a toolbag named James, the man she left me for, sat in the passenger seat, oozing arrogance. His disdain for me was palpable even from where I stood. "Hey, sweetheart, welcome home." "Your sister is in the house," I called out, keeping my voice steady. She looked up at me, and in that moment, I saw the anger she tried so hard to hide. Anger at her mother for the way she treated Maya, her older sister, and me, anger at the way she tossed our family aside. Angry that she got married right after our divorce. Lily was angry. Maya, her older sister by 9 months, was no better. She was so angry with her mother that she refused to see her. A court order would change that, but right, I didn't care. I knelt down as Lily reached me, pulling her into a hug that I needed as much as she did. I glanced back at the car, but it was already moving away, leaving nothing but dust and a hollow feeling in its wake. I stood up, my hand resting on Lily's small shoulder, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me. Just a week ago, I'd shut down the construction company I'd poured my life into, and now the mobile home complex my dad had left me was on the brink of collapse. Everything I'd worked for was slipping through my fingers, and all I had left were these 2 girls who depended on me. "Let's go inside, kiddo," I said, forcing a smile as I led Lily toward the house. The sun dipped below the horizon, and I felt a slight chill settling in, creeping into the corners of my mind where doubts had taken root. Inside, Maya was waiting, her eyes full of questions she wouldn't ask, not yet. "How was it?" Maya asked her sister. Lily smiled. "Awful. James is a tool and Mom is completely over the top. The house is nice, I guess." It was a nice house. I've seen it. That guy came for money, and that is what Sarah wanted. Maya and Lily came to me, hugged me. Then they kissed me on either side of our cheeks. Maya spoke, "His house still sucks, and do you want to know why?" I chucked. "And why is that, Maya?" She snuggled against me. As did Lily. "Because you weren't in it." I squeezed them both. I was lucky to have them. Some hours later I realized something. The house was too quiet. I hated it when it was like this. But there was little I could do to change at the moment. If you had told me a year ago that I would find out my wife was cheating, wants to leave me, and didn't want the girls to live with her, I would have told you, you were nuts. But now, at 26, I am a single parent and a betrayed spouse. It's been a rough 6 months. We all entered the kitchen. Lily and Maya moved to the kitchen table and started on their homework. We settled into a companionable silence. The only sound was the soft scratch of their pencils on paper. I leaned against the counter, watching them, pretending to read on my phone, trying to push away the growing pit in my stomach. What the hell are we going to do? I remembered when this house was full of life, before the walls had absorbed too many arguments, too many tears. Before Sarah had become a stranger, more interested in the pursuit of something better than the life we'd built together. Now, even the air felt heavy, like it was suffocating us. Maya looked up from her homework, her eyes meeting mine. She gave me a small smile, one that said she understood more than she let on. I forced myself to smile back, but I knew it didn't reach my eyes. "Dad, can we go to the park tomorrow?" Lily's voice pierced my thoughts, innocent and hopeful. I hesitated. The park was where we used to go as a family, back when things were good. But maybe that's exactly what we needed, a reminder of happier times, a glimpse of normalcy in this chaos. "Sure, sweetheart," I said, ruffling her hair. "We'll go first thing in the morning." She beamed at me, and for a moment, the heaviness lifted. I clung to that smile, to the small piece of happiness I could still give her. But as the evening wore on and the girls went to bed, the weight came crashing back down. I stood, staring at the empty fireplace, a drink in hand as my thoughts drifted to better times. Sarah had once been my world, the reason I worked so hard. We had married young. Very much in love. Even though those early days were hard, we got through it, together. We had done it together. We. Us. There was no longer a we or us. I was trying to remember those times and feelings, yet found them fleeting. Today she was just a ghost, haunting the life I was struggling to piece back together. And her new husband, God, I couldn't even bring myself to say the man's name. He had everything I didn't: money, power, Sarah. He had taken her away, leaving me with nothing but the wreckage of a life I didn't recognize anymore. But I couldn't hate her, not completely. I could still remember the good times, the laughter, the love we once had. That's what made it hurt so much. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I needed to move on, but I didn't know how. All I knew was that I had to keep going, for Lily and Maya. They were all that mattered now. As I settled the girls in for the night, my phone buzzed on the counter. I glanced at it, expecting a message from a friend offering condolences or maybe a reminder for some bill I'd forgotten to pay. But when I saw the name on screen, my heart sank. Sarah. Reluctantly, I swiped the screen open and saw the message, "Ethan, I noticed you staring at James today. It makes him uncomfortable. Please keep your distance next time. You don't need to intimidate him." I clenched my jaw, feeling the tension spread through my body. Intimidate him? I hadn't even said a word. I wasn't the one who left, wasn't the one who tore apart our family, but here she was, accusing me of making her new husband uncomfortable. I stared at the words, my mind spinning. The audacity of it. She thought I was the problem, that I was the one causing discomfort. Meanwhile, she paraded this man in front of our daughters, the same man who had everything I used to have. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm. There was no point in responding. I couldn't win, no matter what I said. I could already hear her voice, that cold, dismissive tone she'd perfected over the years, telling me to grow up and move on. But how could I, when every time I looked at Lily and Maya, I saw the life we were meant to have? And now, she expected me to just stand by, silently watching while her new husband, the one she left me for, took over? I typed out a quick response, trying to keep my words neutral, just focused on Lily and Maya, Sarah. Let's keep it about them. We don't need to talk otherwise. Then I set the phone down, feeling the frustration and anger bubbling just beneath the surface. I wanted to scream, break something, but I couldn't. Not with the girls in the next room. They didn't need to see me like this. Instead, I walked to the kitchen and grabbed another beer from the fridge, twisting off the cap and taking a long drink. The bitterness of the brew matched the taste in my mouth. I leaned against the counter, staring at nothing in particular, just trying to calm the storm inside. Sarah had moved on so easily, slipping into her new life like it was made for her, while I was left here, struggling to keep my head above water. And now she had the nerve to tell me how to act, to protect her precious James from the big, bad ex-husband. I let out a bitter laugh, shaking my head. She could have him. Let her deal with his discomfort, his insecurities. I wasn't about to play their little game. My focus was on Lily and Maya, on trying to give them some semblance of stability in this mess. The phone buzzed again, and I didn't even want to look. But I knew I had to. When Sarah started, she never stopped until she had the last word. Reluctantly, I swiped the screen. Ethan, I know this isn't easy for you. I get it. But you need to move on. Your dream girl has moved on, and so should you. James is my husband now, and he doesn't need to feel threatened by you every time he comes around. It's not fair to him, or to me. My grip on the phone tightened as I read her words. Dream girl? Fair? Was she joking? She didn't get it. She never would. This wasn't about clinging to the past, or holding onto some fantasy that had died the day she walked out. It was about respect, about the life we built together that she tossed aside like it meant nothing. It was about the family she left without a second thought. And now, she had the nerve to call herself my dream girl, as if that was all I had left. As if she hadn't crushed those dreams under the heel of her designer shoes the moment she decided I wasn't enough for her anymore. I stared at the screen, feeling the heat rise in my chest, a mix of anger and something close to despair. I wanted to fire back, to tell her exactly what I thought of her moving on, but what good would it do? She wouldn't listen. She never did. Instead, I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm. I typed out a short reply, my fingers shaking with the effort to keep it civil. I'm focused on Lily and Maya, Sarah. That's all that matters to me. Not you or your jackass husband. You don't need to worry about anything else. Mind your business. I hit send and tossed the phone onto the counter, not wanting to see her response. I knew it would come, probably laced with more of her condescending advice about how to handle my feelings, but I couldn't deal with it right now. All I could do was try to push the anger down, bury it deep where it wouldn't spill out in front of the girls. They didn't deserve to see this side of things. For now, I just needed to focus on them, on getting through another day, another night, and another drop-off where I'd have to plaster on a fake smile and pretend that everything was fine, even as the ground crumbled beneath my feet. I laid down trying to fall asleep. It took me a long time. I woke up early and thought about Sarah's text. I knew I couldn't stay in bed. The frustration was eating at me, gnawing at my insides. I needed to do something to get my mind off of her and that smug husband of hers. The kitchen had always been my refuge, a place where I could lose myself in the rhythm of chopping, slicing, and sautéing. It was where I could create something good, something that made sense. I pulled myself up, feeling the familiar ache in my back as I stretched. The house was quiet, Lily and Maya were asleep, and the only sound was the hum of the refrigerator. I opened it, scanning the contents. Fresh ingredients always called to me. There was a carton of eggs, some fresh herbs, a block of Gruyere, and a few other odds and ends. It was enough to get started. I grabbed what I needed and began moving around the kitchen, letting my instincts take over. Cooking came naturally to me. I cracked the eggs into a bowl, whisking them with a dash of cream and a sprinkle of salt. The knife felt good in my hand as I finally chopped the chives, the rhythm of the blade against the cutting board soothing me. Next came the Gruyere, which I grated into fluffy, fragrant piles. I could already imagine how it would melt into the eggs, creating something rich and satisfying. The stove clicked on, and I heated a pan, swirling a bit of butter until it sizzled and foamed. I poured the eggs in, watching them start to set around the edges, before gently stirring them, coaxing them into a creamy, soft scramble. I added the cheese and herbs, folding them carefully. The smell filled the kitchen, warm and comforting, like a hug I desperately needed. I plated the eggs, topping them with a few more fresh chives, and stood back to admire my work. It wasn't fancy, but it was good. It was something I had made, something that wasn't falling apart. Sitting at the table, I took a bite. The flavors were perfect, balanced in a way that made me forget, even if just for a moment, all the things that were wrong in my life. This was what I loved, what I was good at. Cooking was my escape, my solace. I'd always wanted to be a chef, to open my own restaurant, but life had taken me in a different direction. Everything had come with some dumb choices and a sense of responsibility, including babies, military, and criminal conduct. I had married young, had children even younger, and decided to join the military to better our situation. Looking back, it's hard to know if that decision had been a good one. Had I stayed, had I tried to be something else or someone else, maybe I would not be in the place that I am. But we will never know that. I took another bite of my eggs. Cooking. A restaurant? A food truck? The idea began to take root. I wasn't sure how or when, but I knew one thing: I couldn't keep going on like this. Something had to change. I continued eating my scrambled eggs, letting the warmth and richness settle into me. Just as I was about to get lost in my thoughts again, I heard the soft creak of the floorboards behind me. I turned around to see Lily, rubbing her eyes and yawning, her messy hair sticking out in every direction. Maya wasn't far behind her, looking a bit more awake but still groggy, with that sleepy confusion kids have when they first wake up. "Dad, what are you doing so early?" Lily mumbled, blinking at the plate of eggs in front of me. "Couldn't sleep," I said, pushing the plate toward her. "Want some?" "It's fresh." Lily eyed the plate, and then Maya, who was already sniffing the air. "Is that cheese I smell?" Maya asked, her eyes lighting up. "Did you make your famous cheesy eggs?" "Sure did." "Help yourselves," I said, standing to grab a couple more plates from the cupboard. Maya grabbed a fork and took a big bite, letting out a dramatic sigh. So good." "Daddy, you should seriously be a chef." "Yeah, you could open a restaurant and make us cheesy eggs all the time," Lily added, her voice still thick with sleep, but there was a hint of excitement in it too. "Oh yeah? And what would we call this restaurant?" I asked, playing along, my mood lifting just a little. Lily scrunched her nose, thinking hard. "How about Ethan's Eats?" "No, wait, that sounds like a food truck." "How about Lily's Bistro?" "But you do all the work." Maya rolled her eyes. "Please, Maya's Cafe sounds way better. Plus, I'd be the one making all the decisions since I'm clearly the better business mind here." I chuckled, shaking my head. "Oh, is that so? And what makes you a better business mind?" Maya grinned. "Because I'm older and wiser, obviously." By 11 months, Lily shot back, crossing her arms. "Besides, I have better taste buds. You eat plain cheese pizza, for crying out loud." "Who does that?" "Pineapple and ham for the win." "Plain cheese pizza is classic," Maya defended herself. "Simple, elegant, and you can't go wrong. Just like Dad's cheesy eggs." Lily rolled her eyes in a perfect imitation of Maya's earlier one. "Whatever. Just don't expect me to work at your boring cafe when I'm a famous artist." "Fine, but don't come crying to me when you're starving because all you have to eat are your art supplies." "Oh, I'd find something," Lily said, grabbing a piece of toast from the counter. "And it wouldn't be plain cheese pizza, that's for sure." I laughed at their back and forth. Being so close in age, the girls had a special bond. They fought like cats and dogs, but loved just as hard. It was endearing. "You know," I said, wiping my hands on a dish towel, "if I ever did open a restaurant, I'd need 2 very reliable taste testers. Think you two would be up for the job?" Maya and Lily exchanged a look, their competitive streaks momentarily forgotten. They both nodded enthusiastically, their earlier sleepiness replaced with excitement. "We're in," Maya declared, puffing out her chest a little. "But only if I get to decide the dessert menu." "Deal," I said, feeling a smile tugging at my lips. "And Lily, you can help design the place. Make it as artsy as you want." Lily's eyes lit up. "Really? Can I draw on the walls?" "Sure, why not? You can paint a mural right in the dining area." "Awesome," Lily said, her mood brightening as she started imagining all the designs she could create. We spent the next hour together, finishing off the eggs and toasting more bread, talking and joking. It was nice, normal, and something that had been missing lately. It was a Saturday, so the girls went out to do what 9- and 10-year-old girls do in their free time. We planned to go to the park later, but for now, they wanted to do their own thing. I walked through the dimly lit hallway and thought about all the things that had brought me to this point. Just as I settled into the worn armchair in the living room, my phone buzzed on the coffee table. It was a call from my mother. I picked up the phone, already knowing what she was going to say. "Hi, Mom. Ethan, sweetheart. How are you doing?" Her voice was warm but carried that familiar undertone of concern. "I'm managing," I replied, though the word felt heavy on my tongue. "Lily is back. She didn't even take Maya this time because of the fit she threw during their last visit. They are out playing around now." My mother let out a stream of swear words. My mom could cuss with the best of them. After a full minute of profanity, she paused to catch her breath. That dirty tramp, she'd better not let me get my hands on her. I laughed. I couldn't help it. "Mom, no one uses the word tramp anymore. I think the proper term is 403. There was a pause on the other end before she spoke again. "Tramp is classic and will never go out of style, son. But forget your hoe bag ex-wife. If you remember that you don't have to do all this alone. I know what you did. I know I haven't always been there for you. Ever since your father passed, it's been difficult. Your brothers made it worse. But I am done with all that. I am here for you." I was a bit shocked at what my mother said. I knew she had been making progress with her own demons. If what she was saying was true then. "I love you, Mom. I will always step up for you and my sisters. I did it then and I will do it now. This time for my girls." "You're right," she agreed softly. "But that doesn't mean you have to do it all alone now. You've done so much. Dealt with so much. It's okay to let others in. I also know that I've let you down in the past. That won't happen again. I am here for you and my grandbabies. I need you to get back out there and live the life that you deserve." I sighed, running a hand through my hair. It's not that simple. I have the girls to think about. I don't want them to go through any more upheaval than they already have. They need to see their father living, not just surviving, she gently urged. They need to know that it's okay to move forward, even after all the hurt. "I know, Mom," I said, leaning back in the chair. "But it's hard. After losing Dad so young, then having May and Lily when I was just a kid and losing Sam. I had to grow up fast. Too fast. And now." "You're still growing, Ethan," she interrupted. "You've been carrying this family on your back for so long that you forgot there are others that can hold you up." "Thanks, Mom. I know you're right. It's just hard. Take your time, sweetheart. But promise me you won't shut yourself off from the world. You've still got so much to offer, and those girls need to see that their dad is still the man who once dreamed of being a chef, who has passions and dreams beyond just making it through the day." I smiled at that. "Yeah. Yes. You're right. I won't give up. Perhaps one day we will see a restaurant with my name on it." "Good. You were always so talented in the kitchen. Don't let that part of you slip away." "I won't, Mom. I'll try. That's all I ask, Ethan. That's all anyone can ask." We talked some more, catching up on the mundane details of life. But after we hung up, her words lingered in my mind. I sat there in the quiet, thinking about my father, my brother, my sisters, and the weight of my fractured family. My mother was right. I needed to show my girls that life should be lived, that it was okay to move forward. I glanced at the kitchen door, and the memory of morning's cooking session with Lily and Maya brought a small smile to my face. Time always brings about change. It is important to be able to change with it. After the call with my mom, I sat in the armchair for a while, the silence of the house wrapping around me like a blanket. The weight of her words pressed on my chest, but there was a strange comfort in them, too. But before I could start thinking too much, I knew I needed to clear my head. I had plenty of restless energy, so I got up and headed for the back door. The warm air hit my face as I stepped outside, and I breathed it in deeply, feeling a bit of the tension in my shoulders ease. In the corner of the yard, hanging from an old oak tree, was the punching bag I'd set up years ago. It had seen better days, worn and weathered from countless hours of use, but it was still solid, still there when I needed it. Like tonight. I approached the bag, the familiar creak of the chain overhead bringing back memories of when I first started training. It had been a way to cope with the anger, the frustration, the sense of helplessness that had come after my father and brother's death and more recently Sarah leaving. It has also helped in my rehab after my tour of duty and injury on a distant battlefield on the other side of the war. Without thinking, I began to wrap my hands, a ritual that had become second nature. The simple act of preparing to hit the bag was enough to help me focus, to channel all the noise in my head into something tangible. I squared up to the bag, my muscles tense, my breath steadying. For a moment, I just stood there, fists raised, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. And I threw the first punch. The impact jolted through my arm, familiar and grounding. I followed it up with a series of quick jabs, each hit harder than the last. The sound of my fists connecting with the bag echoed in the yard, a steady rhythm that matched the pounding of my heart. But it wasn't just about the punches. I shifted my stance and threw a solid elbow, feeling the powerful thud as it connected with the bag. The movement was fluid, a natural extension of my training, and it felt damn good. I followed up with another elbow strike, then spun into a kick, my leg cutting through the air and landing with a satisfying thwack against the bag. The bag swung with the force of my kick, but I didn't let up. I pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, elbows, and kicks, my body moving instinctively. The combination of strikes was a release, a way to channel all the pent-up energy into something constructive. The bag bore the brunt of everything I'd been holding back: anger, sadness, frustration. I alternated between punches and kicks, the sound of my bare feet striking the heavy bag echoing in the stillness of the night. My muscles burned with the effort, but it was a good burn, one that reminded me I was still alive, still fighting. As I threw another kick, the bag swung wide, and I followed up with a powerful roundhouse, feeling the satisfying impact reverberate through my body. Sweat dripped down my face, but I didn't stop. I moved in close, landing a series of rapid elbow strikes, each one releasing a bit more of the tension that had built up inside me. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stepped back, panting, hands on my knees as I tried to catch my breath. The bag swung gently in front of me. I wiped the sweat from my brow, feeling a strange sense of relief, of calm. I unwrapped my hands slowly, flexing my fingers to ease the stiffness. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a tiredness that I welcomed. I looked up at the sky, the stars barely visible through the light pollution, and took a deep breath. I looked at my phone's clock. I realized I had been out here longer than I realized or anticipated. I stepped back into the house and made my way to the office. It was a modest space packed with boxes from our move out of the family home Sarah and I shared. I had always had a home office even when I joined the Marines, and there wasn't much for me to do there. It was a bit of a refuge. When Sam and I had started our construction company, we had done so in that office in our old home. Then that office became functional and we celebrated our success in that office. Now I was in a new office in a rundown trailer park, where I would try to pick up the pieces of my and my daughter's life. Did I really need an office? I looked at the pictures on the wall. There were many, but one in particular I was searching for at that moment. There was a picture of me and my squad members outside a hot zone in Afghanistan. Many of the men in that photo were no longer here, and whenever I feel troubled or tense, I find looking at that photo gives me comfort. It has been so for years. My phone buzzed again. It was Dean, of the few guys from that squad picture that I had regular contact with. "Hey Dean." "Ethan." "How you doing, son?" "Dude, don't call me that. I am older than you remember?" I heard a chuckle. "Semantics. What are you doing?" "Oh, you know, same old." "You're not moping, are you?" I snorted. "I don't mop." "What do you want, dude?" I've got tickets for a fight on Friday. You're coming with me. I paused. I can't, man. I've got the girls. Sherry is going to come and keep an eye on Maya and Lily. You need to get out and interact with adults who are not your bitch of an ex-wife. I laughed. It felt good. Laughter doesn't happen often these days. Sherry was Dean's wife. She was a hell of a woman. Sarah had been all polish and gloss. Sherry was the exact opposite. Short, stout, and hilarious. I wasn't even sure she owed makeup. All right. I am in. But only for a few hours. The smile on Dean's face could be heard over the phone. Awesome. Bring a gym bag, running shorts, and petroleum jelly. I will be at your place at 7. Dean hung up. I looked at the phone. What the hell?
Chapter 2. Samantha. The grand ballroom buzzed with laughter, the clinking of glasses, and the soft notes of a string quartet playing in the background. I glided through the crowd, feeling the eyes of the guests on me as my custom-made evening gown shimmered with every step. My long hair, looking darker than usual, cascaded over my shoulders in loose waves, and my makeup was flawlessly understated, accentuating what I've been told is my natural beauty. I smiled graciously, greeting guests with practiced ease, my presence commanding attention without even trying. This was my world, the glitz, the glamour, the endless parade of high society events. I was used to it, perhaps too used to it. The charity gala tonight was no different from the dozens I had attended, or even hosted, over the years. Once I had lived for this type of event. Now, it all made me want to barf. I paused at a small gathering of guests, effortlessly making conversation as they fawned over the success of the evening. It was true, the event was a triumph. The ballroom was stunningly decorated, the guest list included some of the most influential people in the city, and donations were pouring in for the children's hospital we were supporting. But as I listened to the compliments and praise, I felt a pang of emptiness. I had to admit to myself that they no longer brought me joy. As I moved on from the group, I caught sight of a familiar face across the room. Stephen, a wealthy entrepreneur, was making his way toward me. His tailored suit and confident stride reminded me of the many suitors who had tried to win me over throughout the years. Once, I might have been intrigued by a man like him, successful, charming, and eager to impress. But now, as he approached, all I felt was a dull sense of predictability. Plus, he reminded me of Roger. My jackass ex. Samantha, Stephen said, his smile a little too polished. You look stunning tonight, as always. Thank you, Stephen, I replied, my tone polite but distant. I hope you're enjoying the evening. How could I not? You've outdone yourself with this gala. The whole city's talking about it. I smiled, but it didn't reach my eyes. I'm glad to hear that. Stephen stepped closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. You know, I was hoping we could talk later. Maybe after the event? I have some ideas for a partnership that I think you'll find very interesting. I tried not to sigh. I knew where this was going. I had heard similar pitches before, attempts to get closer to me thinly veiled as business propositions. It was a common dance, but tonight, I wasn't in the mood for games. That sounds interesting, Stephen, I said, keeping my voice cool. But I'm afraid my schedule is quite full at the moment. I am leaving for the Smoky Mountains tonight with Lady Harrington for some family time. I will not be back for a while. Perhaps another time. Stephen's smile faltered for just a second, but he recovered quickly. To her chateau outside of Silver Ridge. I am jealous, I've not had the privilege yet. Oddly enough, I will be in Silver Ridge later this week. I would love to talk business then. I smiled. Unfortunately, there will be no business talk. The lady's orders. Call my assistant and see if we cannot set something up next month. Stephen's smile remained but turned stony. I will do that, Samantha, maybe I will see you in Silver Ridge. I nodded and moved on, my thoughts already drifting elsewhere. As I passed through the ballroom, I caught sight of a set of French doors leading out to a balcony. Without hesitation, I slipped outside, craving a moment of solitude. The cool evening air was a welcome relief from the warmth of the crowded ballroom. I leaned against the railing, gazing at the city's skyline. The lights of New York stretched out before me, a reminder of the world I had built for myself, a world that now felt more like a gilded cage. A soft voice interrupted my thoughts. "You look like you need a break." I turned to see my aunt, Lady Victoria Harrington, standing nearby. At 48, she was still a strikingly beautiful woman, with an air of grace and wisdom that commanded respect. She was my father's youngest sister, and since the moment I met her we had been close. She always wanted a daughter but had to settle for me. I smiled. "I did. It's a bit overwhelming in there." Victoria moved closer, joining me at the railing. "It's understandable. Since Henry died I have found myself enjoying these get-togethers less and less. They are simply exhausting." I sighed, my gaze drifting back to the city lights. "I hear you there. I miss Uncle Henry too. But it's not just the event, Aunt Victoria. It's everything. I feel like I'm just going through the motions, but nothing really excites me anymore." Victoria studied me for a moment before speaking. "You've accomplished so much, Samantha. Accomplishment can come with disappointment when you feel like your goals are lacking." I nodded, grateful for her perceptiveness. "I don't even know what that is anymore. I've spent so much time in the pursuit of, I don't know, purpose. But it's all starting to feel hollow." Victoria's expression softened with understanding. "Perhaps what you're looking for isn't something you'll find here." I looked at her, curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Victoria smiled gently. "There's more to life than these glittering events and wealthy circles. It may be time to think outside your box a bit. Shake things up." I considered her words but didn't really know what that meant. How does someone in my position shake things up? Join a convent? Become a traveling circus performer? Spin on a pole as an exotic dancer? I snorted. Roger would love to see that. The jerk. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of laughter drifting from inside the ballroom. I turned slightly, catching a glimpse of a small group of men gathered near the entrance to the balcony. Their eyes frequently darted toward me and Lady Victoria, a sight that was all too familiar, men of various ages, all attempting to charm their way into my or Victoria's good graces. Victoria was, after all, a widow with substantial wealth and influence. With the tragic loss of Lord Harrington, she had never lacked for suitors. "Looks like you have some admirers," I said, nodding toward the group. Victoria chuckled softly. "As do you, my dear. Atlas, are these admirers, or opportunists? It's hard to tell these days." I smiled, but my heart wasn't in it. "I don't know how you do it, Aunt Victoria. The way you handle all of this, the attention, the expectations. It's exhausting. I thought dealing with modeling photographers and fans was difficult. But high society, it's like the worst." Victoria's gaze softened as she looked at me. "It wasn't always easy, Samantha. But I learned a long time ago that true contentment doesn't come from the adoration of others. It comes from within." "You sound like a Hallmark special." She chuckled. "Doesn't make it any less true." I nodded, though I still felt a twinge of envy at her composure. Victoria had always seemed so at peace with herself, so unaffected by the trappings of wealth and power. I, on the other hand, felt increasingly disconnected from the life I had built, a life that seemed so glamorous on the outside but was slowly suffocating me on the inside. As if sensing my thoughts, Victoria reached out and gently touched my hand. "The world is full of possibilities. You simply have to look for them and take a chance." Before I could respond, the doors to the balcony swung open, and a man in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair and an air of self-assuredness, approached us with a confident stride. "Lady Harrington, Samantha," he greeted us with a charming smile, bowing slightly as he took Victoria's hand and kissed it. "You both look radiant this evening." "Thank you, Charles," Victoria replied, her tone polite. "I trust you're enjoying the gala." Absolutely, Charles said, his eyes lingering on Victoria. Though the real highlight of the evening is being in the presence of such captivating women. Victoria smiled curtly but didn't engage further, making it clear that the conversation wouldn't go much deeper. Charles, undeterred, turned his attention to me. And you, Samantha, he said, his tone slightly more playful. I heard you're involved in another charitable project. What is it this time? Building schools in underprivileged areas? Or perhaps saving endangered species? I forced a smile. Actually, it's a mentorship program for young women in the fashion industry. Helping them navigate the pressures and pitfalls of the business. Charles nodded appreciatively, though I could tell his interest was more about flattering me than any genuine curiosity. A noble cause, indeed. Perhaps we could discuss it further sometime over dinner, perhaps? Thank you, Charles, I replied, keeping my tone neutral. But my schedule is quite full these days. Maybe another time. Charles's smile faltered slightly, but he recovered quickly, offering a small bow before excusing himself. As he walked away, I let out a small sigh of relief. Victoria chuckled softly. You see? It never ends. I shook my head, a hint of amusement in my voice. It's like they're all reading from the same script. They often are. Remember, this is all about polite society, Victoria said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. But don't let them get to you. They're just part of the scenery. As the night wore on, several more men approached us, each with their own attempts at charm and wit. There was Arthur, a silver-haired gentleman in his 60s who tried to impress Victoria with tales of his yacht and his recent travels. Then there was Devon, a younger man in his 30s, whose nervousness was masked by a practiced confidence as he complimented Victoria's poise and my elegance. And finally, there was Daniel, a dashing man in his 40s, who seemed more interested in his own reflection in the glass doors than in the conversation he was attempting to have with Victoria. Through it all, Victoria remained composed, politely engaging with each suitor while maintaining a distance that made it clear she wasn't interested in anything more than light conversation. Finally, after hearing from another Ivy League college senior about how he is joining the markets on Wall Street, I excused myself from the balcony, leaving my aunt to fend for herself. Victoria waved me off with a knowing smile. I navigated my way through the opulent ballroom, my heels clicking softly against the marble floors. The gala was in full swing, with guests laughing and chatting, their glasses clinking in celebration. To me, it all felt like a blur, the same faces, the same conversations, the same hollow compliments. I needed distance, something real to break through the superficiality that surrounded me. Spotting a side door leading the gardens, I made a quick decision and slipped outside. More cool night air was a welcome relief as I stepped into the garden. The sounds of the party faded into the background, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of crickets. The garden was beautifully lit, with soft, golden lights highlighting the pathways and casting a warm glow on the manicured bushes and flowers. I walked slowly, taking in the tranquility of the space. I came to a stop at a stone bench beneath a large oak tree, where I sat down and leaned back, closing my eyes and letting the peacefulness of the garden wash over me. For a moment, I allowed myself to forget the pressures of my life, the constant scrutiny, the expectations, the endless search for something I couldn't quite define. Here, in the stillness of the night, I could almost imagine a different life, one where I wasn't always in the spotlight, one where I could sit quietly in the moonlight not knowing what I was doing or why. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel path. I opened my eyes to see a young man approaching, his expression a mixture of hesitation and determination. He was probably in his early 20s, with tousled brown hair and an air of nervous energy. No, he couldn't be more than 20. Ballsy, I will give him that. Mind if I join you? He asked, his voice tentative. I smiled politely and gestured to the bench. Go ahead. He sat down, keeping a respectful distance. He fidgeted with his hands, clearly unsure of how to start the conversation. I hope I'm not bothering you, he began, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I've been trying to find the right moment to talk to you all night. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite myself. Oh, and who might you be? I'm Alan, and you don't have to be embarrassed or pretend to remember me. We've met before, but that was a long time ago and I was quite young. Unfortunately, not all of us can be as memorable as you are. I was taken aback. That was smooth but sounded sincere. It might not have been, but my BS detector is pretty good. Interesting. I can accept that. Nice to meet you again, Alan. I am Samantha Harrington. Yes, it is Samantha. The pleasure is all mine. I settled back. So Alan, you've been waiting to talk to me all night. You have me. What do you want to talk about? He looked down at his hands for a moment before meeting my gaze. I know this might sound strange, but are you okay? For someone who pulled off the party of the year, you seem sad. Again, I was taken aback. And why do you say that, Alan? He shook his head. Honestly, I am not entirely sure. You are radiant. Tonight you just seem kind of off. Damn. This guy is good. I am not even sure how to answer. He smiled, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. I eyed him. Okay, Alan, let's pretend for a second that I am sad. Why would I share with you? He shrugged. I am not necessarily expecting you to. I just wanted you to know that someone noticed. Talking about it can be helpful. Trust me, I know. I turned away from him and took into the view of the Newark skyline. New Jersey gets a bad rap, but I actually enjoy this view even more than in New York. We sat in silence for a moment. I've always wanted to do something meaningful. I start talking without realizing it. I have plenty of the things that people aspire to. I've got a great family. I've had good career and educational success. My relationships have been a disaster, but I'd like to think that my Prince Charming is out there for me. I got into the charity game to make a difference, to find out something, a cause I can work towards. So when my looks fade and I am an old woman on a rocking chair, I can look back and say I gave more than I took. I hopefully made the world a bit better place. I paused again to gather my thoughts. Alan didn't say anything either. I guess you could say I am sad because I am not sure what I am doing is the way to make the world a better place. He looked at me with a mixture of hope and curiosity. Do you really believe that? Honestly, I don't know what to believe, I replied, my voice firm. I come to parties, I get rich people to pay money towards a cause. I am praised, I am asked out on dates. I am given awards. I've collected millions of dollars. But I don't really see any change in the world. And it super bugs when CEOs of charities are driving around in $80,000 BMWs. I don't know. Maybe I need to go teach at an inner-city school or something. You know, like Michelle Pfeiffer did in Dangerous Minds. Alan laughed. That's a really old movie, Samantha. I shrugged. An oldie but goodie. Alan turned to look at me. You're searching for something that gives your life purpose. I know the feeling. I think most people do. I don't know the answer. All I can say is don't let self-doubt hold you back from looking. Go outside of your comfort zone. See something new. Try something new. Be something new. Then start small, find your niche, and build from there. My expression turned quizzical. Alan, has anyone ever told you you are incredibly wise for your age? He grinned. And how old do you think I am? I shrugged again. I told 19 or 20. I am 43 years old. We looked at each other and laughed. As we laughed, a group of guests appeared at the entrance to the garden, their laughter cutting through the quiet. Alan glanced over his shoulder, his expression turning sheepish. I should probably get back inside. But thank you for talking with me. And you look absolutely stunning tonight. As the young man walked away, I impulsively reached into my clutch and pulled out my phone. Without giving it much thought, I snapped a quick picture of him from behind, his tousled brown hair and nervous energy still evident even as he retreated back into the gala. I opened a messaging app and scrolled through my contacts until I found the group chat labeled Harpies. The name always made me smile, a little inside joke between me and my 3 closest friends. We had all been models once, the kind of women who turned heads wherever we went, but now we were more like sisters. With a smirk, I attached the picture to a new message. Samantha, look what I found lurking in the garden. His name is Alan. Who wants to bet he's a poet or an aspiring artist? I hit send, imagining the reactions I'd get. The harpies were always good for a laugh, and I could already hear the teasing replies forming in my head. I didn't have to wait long to contemplate. Liv. Oh. A garden poet? How romantic. Did he recite sonnets or just give you puppy dog eyes? Grace, he's probably one of those guys who does yoga at sunrise. Maybe you should ask him to join me for a workout session. Natalie, interesting. Be weary. There are wolves in sheep's clothing. I laughed. My friends. Those responses were so them. I laughed out loud before putting my phone away. With a sigh, I re-entered the ballroom, the warmth of the garden fading as the buzz of the gala surrounded me once more. The picture had already slipped to the back of my mind, replaced by the familiar whirl of social obligations and expectations. But somewhere, in the recesses of my thoughts, a small voice reminded me that perhaps I shouldn't be so quick to dismiss moments like the one I'd just had. Grace, so did Alan tell you about himself or was it all just mysterious garden vibes? I glanced at the message, a small chuckle escaping my lips as I realized I should have asked Alan more about himself. I had been too caught up in the sincerity of the moment, or perhaps I had subconsciously enjoyed the brief escape from the superficial formalities that usually dominated my interactions. I quickly typed out a reply as I approached Victoria. Samantha, not really. Just came at me like a sage, told me I was gorgeous and gave me some advice. It was cute. Liv blurted out the first thing that came to her mind. Liv, oh, and he left without giving you his contact information. How romantic. I love it. This could be fun. Grace followed up, equally amused. Grace, I'm telling you, he's definitely a yogi. Probably does meditation too. Maybe he's your Zen guru in disguise. Natalie, true to form, was more contemplative. Natalie, people enter our lives for a reason, a season or lifetime, and we are constantly updating that list. Liv, wow. Nat, that was deep. I put my phone away as I reached Victoria, her smile warm and welcoming as always. She noticed the faint amusement in my expression and raised an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Something funny, she asked, a knowing glint in her eye. Just the harpies being themselves, I replied, waving it off with a smile. You know how they are. Victoria chuckled softly. Yes, I do, they are good girls. I nodded, appreciating the truth in her words. My friends have always been a source of laughter and support, helping me navigate the complexities of our world with a bit more levity. As we stood together, the conversation around us flowed naturally, but my mind kept drifting back to that moment in the garden. The young man's earnestness, his genuine admiration, it had been refreshing, a stark contrast to the usual interactions I was used to. Victoria must have sensed my distraction because she leaned in slightly and spoke in a quieter tone. How was your break? I hesitated, unsure of how to put my thoughts into words. Great, and I realized something. What's that, my dear? I realized how much I appreciate those moments when I can just be myself. No pretense, no expectations. Victoria studied me for a moment. Those moments are rare in our world, but they're important. Don't lose sight of them. I nodded, no further comment needed. I agreed. The night wore on, the gala continuing in full swing around us. I re-engaged with the guests, fulfilling my duties with the usual charm and grace, but my mind was elsewhere. As the final guests began to trickle out and the ballroom started to empty, I felt a strange mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. I had done what was expected of me, played my role to perfection, but something had shifted. The night had solidified something within me. I wanted to look for something more, something I couldn't explain or even outline. I needed to do something crazy. I just needed to figure out what that is. Harpy's group chat, I typed out a final message before heading home for the night. Samantha, tonight was different. Maybe it's time to shake things up a bit. Liv was quick to respond, ever the cheerleader. Liv, that's the spirit. Let's start with a girls' trip. Somewhere fun, somewhere new. We can all use a little adventure. Grace added her own enthusiasm. Grace, and don't worry, I'll make sure we stay active while we're at it. Adventure and fitness, the perfect combo. Natalie, as always, offered her quiet encouragement. Natalie, change is good, Samantha. Follow that feeling. We're with you, no matter what. I smiled as I read their replies.
Ethan, my dear boy. You are so kind to this old lady. I wiped my hands as I closed the hood of Mrs. Anderson's 1959 Chevy. It is a beast of a car. It had been her husband's, and they used to take it to car shows. She's getting up there in age, but wanted to get it to one last show. I offered to give a tune-up and make sure it was running well. Mrs. Anderson is good people, as was her husband. I like to help good people. You're very welcome, Mrs. Anderson. I wish I could upload it and travel with you. Mrs. Anderson smiled. My dear boy. You are so precious helping out this old lady. You're like the son I never had. Geez, Mom, I am right here. Just then Mrs. Anderson's son, Tyler, walked into the open garage. Tyler was in his 40s. Goofy and successful. Some sort of IT job. Smart, but not particularly handy. Hey, Ethan. Good to see you. You're too, Tyler. My phone buzzed. Sorry, Tyler, Mrs. Anderson, I need to go back. Need to finish packing. Be safe, Ethan. You too, Mrs. Anderson. I packed the last of the coolers into the bed of my new truck, the one I'd splurged on just last year. It was a beauty, sleek, powerful, and able to handle anything the woods could throw at it. I'd saved up for it, and there was something satisfying about owning a truck that felt as tough and capable as I'd become over the past couple of years. This one was extra special because it had 3 rows of seats. It was damn near SUV. But I digress. Maya and Lily were chatting outside, and I could hear the excitement in their voices, talking about our coming week-long camping trip. It was going to be wet as it springs on the East Coast, but that was to be expected. We were prepared, and they needed this time away, and frankly, so did I. The sound of tires on gravel pulled my attention, and I turned to see Sarah's car, brand new and polished to a shine, with her sitting inside looking like she'd just stepped out of a fashion magazine. Mom's here, Lily muttered under her breath, a mix of frustration and unease in her tone. Maya just rolled her eyes. Sarah stepped out of the car, her stilettos crunching on the gravel as she made her way over, eyes narrowing as she took in the sight of my truck, and then me. I saw the flicker of surprise before she masked it with her usual air of superiority. She noticed the changes, how could she not? I'd spent the last couple of years working on myself, not just physically, but in ways she couldn't even begin to comprehend. The last 6 months in particular were focused on strength training. It was noticeable now. So what is that you wanted to talk to me about? She said, her voice edged with something I couldn't quite place. She scanned me up and down, lingering on the definition in my arms, the way I filled out the flannel shirt I'd thrown on this morning. I never said I wanted to talk. I simply told you that we were leaving for the week. And won't be back until right before school starts up again. So you think you can just leave without consulting me? Actually, yes, I said, narrowing my eyes. That's what full custody means, Sarah. So you're going to where, the woods again? Yep, I replied, keeping it short. No need to get into details with Sarah. I don't have to give them to her, so I won't. Maya and Lily quickly joined us, sensing the cold that had settled between their mother and me. They positioned themselves close to me, almost like a barrier, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. My girls were loyal, and they saw through Sarah's facade just as clearly as I did. Girls, Sarah said, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I just wanted to remind you both to be good for your dad and to let me know if you want me to come and get you. Don't worry, we will be, Maya shot back, not bothering to hide the sarcasm. And make sure you wear your jackets. It looks like it might rain, Sarah added, more out of obligation than concern. Lily didn't even respond, just gave a stiff nod before turning her back on her mother. Sarah's gaze lingered on me again, her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't say anything more, but the way she looked at me, it was like she was trying to figure out what had changed, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. See you next week, I said, my voice even. She nodded, finally turning away and heading back to her car, her heels clicking sharply as she walked. As she drove off, Maya looked up at me, a smirk on her face. She totally noticed, didn't she? Noticed what? I asked, playing dumb. Dad, Lily chimed in, she couldn't stop staring at you. She knows you've been working out, and it's driving her crazy. Maybe, I said, a slight grin tugging at my lips. But that's her problem, not ours. We piled into the truck, the mood instantly lifting as we pulled out onto the road, leaving Sarah and all the baggage that came with her behind. The girls started joking about how much of a creep Sarah's husband, James, was, and I just let them talk. They were right, of course. James had always rubbed me the wrong way, even before all the affair drama with Sarah. I met him a couple of times before a whole affair thing. It was cliché as they come. The executive assistant and the boss. So unoriginal. These days I rarely dwell on it. I had more important things to focus on, like getting us to the campsite and enjoying the week with my girls. The rest, well, that could wait. So, what's the plan, Dad? Maya asked from the back seat, leaning forward between the front seats. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Well, I began, navigating onto the highway that would take us up into the mountains. We're heading up to our usual spot near the lake. We'll set up camp there, do some fishing, maybe a little hunting. I brought the bows, so we can practice our archery too. Yes. Lily pumped her fist in the air. I've been practicing my aim, and I'm totally going to outshoot you this time, Maya. In your dreams, Lil, Maya shot back with a grin. I've been training, too. I'm like Robin Hood up in this bitch. Maya Miller. Sorry, Dad. Bitch. I chuckled. Maya, that isn't any better. I saw Maya shrugged in my mirror. It's totally better. Oh, Lily said. Dad thinks you're dumb. Right. Everyone knows I am the smart one. Lily snorted. What's that make me? You're the pretty one. Oh, I can live with that. I chimed in at this point. I am not sure what you two are arguing about. You're both smart. You're both pretty. But let's face your bow sucky with a bow. Dad, they said in unison. 1 point, Dad. Daughter, 0 points. Not a bad start. We aren't even to the highway. You are only better than us, Dad, because you totally cheat, Maya said, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. What about fishing? Did you bring the rods? Of course, I replied, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. I made sure we've got everything. Rods, tackle box, and even the little cooler for the bait. We'll have to catch our own dinner a few nights, so I hope you two are up for the challenge. Totally. Lily exclaimed. And what about the canoe? Did you bring that, too? I packed the inflatable one, I said. It's lighter and easier to carry, plus it's perfect for the lake. We'll set it up once we get there, and you two can paddle around while I get the campsite ready. Maya nodded, clearly impressed. And what about food? Besides fish, I mean. I tapped the dashboard, indicating the bed of the truck behind us. I packed a couple of coolers with some basics: bread, eggs, bacon, and a few other things. But we'll need to be resourceful. There are plenty of wild berries up there this time of year, and I thought we could forage a bit. Ooh, wild berry pancakes, Lily said, practically bouncing in her seat. I called dibs on picking the berries. And I'll make sure they're not poisonous, Maya added with a smirk, earning a playful shove from her sister. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you both, I said, smiling at their enthusiasm. And I brought the camp stove, so we'll have pancakes, bacon, and eggs in the mornings, just like always. The girls settled back, their excitement palpable as we left Newark behind and began our trek into the Smoky Mountains. After about 2 hours, we left the highway. The road wound through thick forests, the tall pines towering over us like silent guardians. The air grew cooler as we climbed higher, and the first hints of a storm started to roll in dark clouds gathering on the horizon. We're supposed to be up there for the whole week, I said, glancing at the sky. So I hope you packed your rain gear. Looks like we might get a little wet. Bring it on, Maya said confidently. We can handle a little rain. Lily nodded in agreement. Yeah, it'll just make it more of an adventure. That's the spirit, I said, though I kept a wary eye on the clouds. A little rain was one thing, but I didn't want us getting caught in anything too serious. Still, I'd been through worse, and I knew we were well prepared. The girls exchanged a look, and then Maya leaned forward again. Dad, I just remember something of critical life and death importance. I lifted an eyebrow. I was pretty sure I knew the answer, but I didn't want to make light of it if I was wrong. What about s'mores? I didn't ever see you make the marshmallows. I made plenty of chocolate and marshmallows, I confirmed. But we'll have to find our own sticks for roasting. That's easy, Lily said confidently. We'll find the perfect ones. We continued our journey and the conversation flowed naturally, talking about what we'd do each day, what trails we'd explore, and how they were going to beat me in our archery contests. It felt good, being out here with my girls, leaving the worries of the world behind, if only for a while. Then it started to rain. Hard. The further we drove into the mountains, the more intense the storm became. The sky had turned an ominous shade of gray, almost black, and the wind roared through the trees, making them bend and creak in protest. I kept my eyes on the road, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter as the rain began to pour down in heavy sheets. The sound of it pounding on the roof of the truck was deafening, drowning out all but the loudest peals of thunder. The temperature also dropped very noticeable. I hoped no one was caught in this storm. Flash floors and cold weather was not a good thing. Dad, this storm is getting really bad, Maya said, her voice wavering slightly. She was leaning forward between the front seats, her eyes wide as she watched the rain pelt the windshield. I know, sweetheart, I replied, trying to keep my tone calm. But we're okay. The truck can handle this. We just need to keep moving and find a safe spot to pull over. Lily, who had been unusually quiet in the back seat, finally spoke up. What if we can't find a spot? It's getting really hard to see. She was right. The rain was coming down so hard it felt like driving through a waterfall, and the wind was battering the truck with a force that made it shudder. The wipers were struggling to keep up, barely able to clear the water from the windshield before it was covered again. Visibility was quickly deteriorating, and I could feel the tension in the truck rising. Don't worry, Lil, I said, trying to reassure her even as my own nerves were starting to fray. We'll find a place. Just hang in there a little longer. The road ahead was a blur of water and darkness, and I slowed the truck down, squinting through the rain to try and spot anything that looked like a safe place to stop. But the mountains were unforgiving, with steep drops on one side and dense forests on the other, leaving us with few options. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and for a brief moment I could see the road clearly. That's when I noticed the water streams of it rushing down the mountainsides, turning the road into a slick, treacherous mess. The truck's tires struggled for traction as we continued forward, and I knew we were in a race against time. If the storm got any worse, we could be in serious trouble. Dad, are we going to be okay? Maya asked again, her voice more urgent this time. We're going to be fine, I said, though my mind was already racing with possible scenarios. But we need to find a place to wait this out. Just as I said it, another flash of lightning lit up the road ahead, and that's when I saw it, a dark shape lying across the road in a ditch, half submerged in the rushing water. There was trees and other debris on the road. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the slick pavement as we came to a stop. "What is that?" Lily asked, her voice small and frightened. I peered through the rain, trying to make out what we were seeing. It looked like a vehicle, but it wasn't until the next bolt of lightning illuminated the scene that I realized what it was. "It's a limo," I muttered, more to myself than to the girls. The long, sleek vehicle was lying on its side, half buried in the muddy water of the creek running parallel to the road. The windshield was shattered, and the back end of the limo was crumpled like it had been in a serious accident. The headlights were still on, casting eerie beams of light through the storm, but there was no movement inside. That wasn't even the biggest problem. The water around it was rising fast. This was not good. I checked my phone. Of course there was service. Not that calling the police or ambulance in this weather was likely to get us anywhere. Damn it. I put my phone back in my pocket. Maya and Lily both gasped as they realized what they were looking at. "Dad, is someone in there?" Maya asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, my heart pounding in my chest. "But we need to find out." I unbuckled my seatbelt and turned to face the girls. "Stay in the truck. Lock the doors and don't move until I get back, okay?" "But Dad," Lily started, her voice full of fear. "No buts," I said firmly. "I need to check this out, but I'll be right back. Just stay here." They both nodded, their eyes wide with fear, but they didn't argue. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out into the storm, the wind and rain hitting me like a wall as soon as I opened the door. I took a deep breath, bracing myself against the onslaught, and made my way toward the downed limo. The water from the overflowing creek rushed around my feet, nearly up to my ankles. It shocked me how cold it was. This was not good. The wind howled through the trees, whipping the branches around like they were made of paper. I kept my head down, pushing against the wind as I approached the limo. My heart was in my throat as I got closer, the reality of what I might find starting to sink in. When I reached the limo, I shone the flashlight through the shattered windshield, trying to see inside. The interior was dark, the leather seats soaked and torn, and there was no sign of movement. I saw an older gentleman. Probably in his late 50s or early 60s. He was bleeding and unconscious. Or he could be dead. I couldn't tell from here. Man, I hoped he wasn't dead. Seen enough of that in the military. I moved to the side. The vehicle was on an embankment at a pretty steep angle, the back half of it submerged in water. I moved cautiously as the water continued to rise. It was difficult, but I managed to look inside with my light. Most of the windows were cracked, if not broken. That's when I saw them two women, slumped over in the back seat, one older and one younger. I wondered for a moment if they were related. I looked them over looking for obvious wounds or injuries. I made a mental note that they were wearing cocktail dresses. Geez, they must be freezing. Or would be if they were awake. I needed to get them out. It was cold enough with the sun down, the wind and the water, that it could be dangerous. I also need to check on the driver. I saw the elder woman's eyes flutter, and we made eye contact momentarily. She closed them again, obviously disoriented. "Shit," I muttered, my stomach twisting. "Okay, time to go to work." I reached through the window, carefully checking for a pulse on the younger woman. I felt a weak but steady beat under my fingers, and relief flooded through me. She was alive and didn't seem to be in immediate danger. They were both hurt, but it didn't appear as though their injuries were too severe, given the circumstances. "Hey!" I shouted, trying to make my voice heard over the storm. "Can you hear me?" There was no response, but I could see the younger woman's chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. If they don't wake up, getting them out when this storm was raging so fiercely was going to be a challenge. I turned back to the truck, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the rain as I hurried back to Maya and Lily. They were watching me, their faces pale with fear. I could see the questions in their eyes, but there was no time to explain. I yanked open the door and jumped back inside, slamming it shut against the wind and rain. "Dad, what's going on?" Maya asked, her voice shaking. "There is a man, he is the driver, and 2 women in the limo. They are all alive, I think, but hurt though how bad is hard to say," I said, keeping my voice as steady as I could. "We need to get them out of there and into the truck. If not, they are all going to drown." But the storm-dashed Lily began, her voice trembling. "I know, sweetheart," I said, cutting her off gently. "But we don't have a choice. We can't leave them here." Maya and Lily exchanged a glance, fear etched on their faces, but they nodded. I knew they were scared, but I also knew they understood the urgency of the situation. "I want you to get blanks, the emergency heating pouches and water," I said, opening the door again. "I'm going to get them out. We also need to make room for them and lay down a tarp. I might have to patch up the driver." I got into the back of the trailer I was pulling and retrieved some of my rain gear. I was already wet, but it might keep me warm enough that I could get them out without getting hypothermia. I didn't know how likely that was. It was spring after all, but I was already cold, and who knows how long they have been like that. Better not to take changes. I stepped back out into the storm and made my way back to the limo. The wind whipped around me, making it hard to keep my footing, but I pushed forward, determined to help those people in the limo. When I reached the limo again, I carefully climbed onto the side of the vehicle, trying to find the best way to get them out and to determine if I could move them. The door was jammed, but the shattered window offered a way in. I climbed inside and tried to push open the door. It wouldn't budge. So I made sure it was unlocked and not latched. I lined myself up with the door and kicked it. The door groaned and popped open. First, I checked the driver through the small window of the driver's cab. Luckily, it was open. He was out of it, but his pulse was strong. He was bleeding. I need to get the women out first. I don't know how long this car is going to stay put, and water was filling the damn thing. Next, I gently tried to pull the younger woman out, careful not to jostle her too much. Up close, she was a delicate little thing in both appearance and weight. Tall though the angle made it difficult to move her. With a lot of effort, I managed to lift her out through the door I kicked and carried her back to the truck. The wind was so strong that it nearly knocked me off balance, but I held on, my grip on her tightening as I made my way back. When I reached the truck, I opened the back door and gently laid her down on the seat. "Maya, keep her neck and head still and try to get her warm. Get the warm packs and blankets," I instructed, my voice firm despite the chaos around us. Maya nodded, quickly following my instructions as I turned back to the limo. The older woman was next, then the driver. The storm was merciless, the wind howling like a wild beast as I struggled to keep my footing. Rain lashed at me, cold and unyielding, but I couldn't afford to lose focus. I heard the groan of metal, and the water movement of the creek seemed to intensify. That was not good. The limo lay at a high angle, the back half submerged in water that was rising fast. Time was running out, and I knew I had to move quickly if I was going to get them both to safety. When I reached the limo again, I carefully climbed onto the side of the vehicle. I stepped cautiously and steadied myself. The older woman was still inside, her eyes half open. "Help me." Her voice sounded hoarse and deathly afraid. "I've got you. You're safe with me." I reached in, my hands gripping her firmly. She was lighter than I expected, but the awkward angle made it difficult to maneuver her out. As I pulled her from the wreckage, the wind seemed to increase in intensity, nearly knocking both of us off our feet. But I held on tight, determined not to let her slip. I guided her toward the truck, my arm around her to keep her steady. She tried to walk. After a few paces, I scooped her up in a bridal carry and walked her the rest of the way. Her trembling seemed to intensify, whether from the cold or the shock, I couldn't tell. But I knew she was scared, and I needed to get her to safety as quickly as possible. When we finally reached the truck, I opened the front door and set her down. The warmth of the interior was a stark contrast to the freezing rain outside, and she collapsed onto the seat, her body shaking from the ordeal. I quickly shut the door behind her, blocking out the storm's fury. I glanced into the back seat, where the younger woman I had rescued earlier was lying still, covered in blanks, thanks to Maya. My daughter was doing her best to keep her warm, talking softly to her, even though the woman was barely conscious. I turned back to the older woman, who was still trying to catch her breath. Her eyes met mine, wide with a mixture of fear and relief. Gratitude blossomed in her gaze, but also the lingering confusion. She didn't know who I was or why I had been there, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was that she was safe now. "You're safe now," I said, my voice firm yet gentle, hoping to reassure her. "We're going to get you both through this." She nodded, the tension in her body easing slightly, though I could tell she was still in shock. I could only imagine what they had gone through before we found them, and I knew we weren't out of the woods yet. The storm was still raging, and we had to get out of here before things got even worse. It took me another 15 minutes to get the driver out of the car. Eventually I did. I had to carry him to the truck and placed him the third row of seating. Thank goddess I opted for his special model. I was going to need to thank Dean. I checked him for bleeding. The cuts were not bad and were already slowing down. I laid him on the tarp and tended to his wounds the best I could in the wild storm. It would have to do. "Lily. Maya. Cover him, please." I glanced back at the road, then at the rising water around us. There was no time to lose. I turned my attention to the task at hand, my mind already racing with what needed to be done next. These women needed to be somewhere safe, somewhere dry. And I was going to make sure they got there, no matter what. The best-case scenario was a hospital, but the nearest one was about 150 miles away and over some really tremendous ground. I could come back the way we came towards Newark, but that was probably several hours, and we could easily get into another accident. Unsure what to do, I climbed into the driver's seat, starting the engine. The truck roared to life, a comforting sound in the midst of the chaos outside. As I put the vehicle in gear, I felt determination settle into my chest. I wasn't going to let anything happen to them. Not on my watch. Maybe there was somewhere else that we could stop. Give us some direction. I went to grab my phone from my pocket and realized my phone was gone. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The hits keep coming. Okay. Plan B. We drove slowly at first, carefully navigating the treacherous road ahead. The storm still battered us from all sides. I continued to drive, hoping the answer would manifest itself to me.
Chapter 4. Victoria. It's been a year since I lost my dear husband, and though the grief still clings to me like a heavy fog, life insists on moving forward. I navigate these days with a practiced grace, but inside, my heart is often somewhere far from the polished halls and manicured gardens of the Harrington estate. I find myself daydreaming more often than I care to admit, imagining a life that feels so distant from the one I've known, a life filled with adventure, rugged landscapes, and a man who doesn't see me as Lady Harrington, but as Victoria, a woman with her own desires and dreams. Men approach me constantly, of course. They always have, but their attentions feel different now, more persistent, as if my status as a widow has suddenly made me more desirable. I see the way they look at me, some with sympathy, others with something far less noble. I've learned to smile politely, to deflect their advances with a light laugh or a subtle change of subject. But it's exhausting. I wish they could see beyond my title and my face, to understand that I'm still mourning, still trying to find my footing in this world without Henry. But there's one person who makes it all a bit easier, my niece, Samantha. Oh, how I adore her. She's the daughter I never had, and when I look at her, I feel both pride and a bittersweet ache. I've always wanted a daughter, but it wasn't meant to be. I love my 2 idiot sons, but they were well. Don't think about that, Victoria, it will only cause you pain. I sigh inwardly while maintaining my expression. Sometimes I wonder if my life of privilege has cost me more than I realized. I look at my niece. It makes me smile. She is beautiful, so full of life. Samantha has so much in front of her, so many choices that I never had. I want her to find true happiness, the kind that isn't tied to status or wealth, but to love, affection and fulfillment. Though I am not sure that is possible for people in our position. Yet, as much as I want to support her, I can't help but feel the weight of my own desires. I've always harbored a secret fantasy, a wild one, where I'm not Lady Victoria Harrington, but just Victoria, or even Vicky, swept off my feet by a man who is strong, a bit rough around the edges, but wild with passion and ambition. But not ambition for money or power, but for love and freedom. I imagine us in the American West, far from the prying eyes and expectations of society. It's silly, I know. I'm far too proper, too English for such things, but the thought lingers all the same. Today, I'll face another day of charitable events, pointless conversations, and fending off more suitors who can't seem to take a hint. I'll smile, I'll be gracious, but I'll also wonder what if? What if there's more out there for me than this carefully curated life? For now, all I can do is keep moving forward, even if it's with one foot in reality and the other in my dreams. That thought would be poetic if it wasn't a bit depressing. The night was winding down, and I could feel the energy of the party beginning to wane. The guests, once lively and full of conversation, were now more subdued, sipping on their drinks and exchanging quieter words as the hour grew late. I stood beside Samantha by the large windows that overlooked the city, my gaze drawn to the dark clouds gathering ominously on the horizon. I had noticed the storm brewing earlier, but now it seemed to be closing in with a sense of urgency that I couldn't ignore. The night had taken on an ominous tone as we left the party, the storm brewing on the horizon now fully upon us. The limo's engine hummed softly as we wound our way through the mountains, the rhythmic sound of the windshield wipers struggling to keep up with the torrential downpour. I sat beside Samantha, trying to maintain my usual calm demeanor, but the ferocity of the storm outside was impossible to ignore. The rain pounded against the windows, and the wind howled through the trees, making them bend dangerously close to the road. I could feel the tension in the air, a sense of impending danger that I couldn't quite shake. Samantha sat quietly beside me, her eyes reflecting the unease that had been growing within her all evening. "We'll be home soon," I said, more to reassure myself than her. But even as I spoke the words, the limo lurched suddenly, the tires slipping on the slick road. My breath caught in my throat as the vehicle began to skid, the driver fighting to regain control. "Hold on," I shouted, instinctively reaching for Samantha as the car spun out of control. The world outside became a blur of darkness and rain, and I felt the back end of the limo slide out from under us. The driver did his best to steady the vehicle, but the storm was relentless, and we were at its mercy. The limo slammed into something solid with a sickening crunch, and I was thrown against the side of the vehicle as it tipped heavily to one side. The impact knocked the breath out of my lungs. I felt something wet wash over me, and then everything went dark. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was the cold rain and river water was pouring in through the shattered windows, soaking me to the bone. I was disoriented, my head throbbing with pain, and it took me a moment to realize that we were no longer moving. The limo was lying almost on its side, half submerged in the creek which paralleled the road. I tried to move, but my body protested, waves of dizziness washing over me. My vision was blurred, but I could make out the shape of Samantha beside me. She was slumped over, her body limp and motionless. Panic surged through me, but before I could reach for her, I saw movement outside the broken window. Through the rain and the darkness, a figure appeared, a man, tall and strong, his clothes drenched and clinging to his frame. He looked familiar. He moved with purpose, his expression focused and intense as he climbed into the limo. I watched in wonder as the man kicked the doors nearly off its hinges. "He's strong. So strong." He checked my driver, James. Relief flooded his face. He went to Samantha, whose appearance was less than ladylike. The outfit that Samantha was wearing was somewhat sheer, and with the rain and water left little to imagine. Did he just blush? My heart pounded in my chest as I watched him carefully lift Samantha out of the wreckage. Up close, his determination was evident in the way he cradled her as if she were the most precious thing in the world. Who was he? And where had he come from? My mind was a jumble of confusion and fear, but one thing was clear, we were in a bad situation, and this man, whoever he was trying to help. I tried to call out to him, to ask him what was happening, but the words wouldn't come. My voice felt trapped in my throat, overwhelmed by the shock of it all. As I watched him carry Samantha away, I realized how serious our predicament was. The storm was raging, the water rising rapidly around the limo, and I was still trapped inside. The man returned, his expression resolute as he approached me. I saw the urgency in his eyes, the silent promise that he wouldn't leave me behind. He climbed onto the side of the vehicle, his movements careful and deliberate despite the storm's ferocity. I felt a rush of relief as he reached for me, his strong hands gripping me firmly. As he pulled me out of the limo, the cold wind whipped around us, nearly knocking him off balance. I tried to walk on my own but found it difficult. He picked me up light as a feather and he carried me to a massive truck. I didn't know who he was, or why he was here, but at that moment, he was my lifeline. The storm was relentless, the rain pounding down on us with unyielding force, but his determination never wavered. I barely registered the chaos around us. My thoughts were consumed with the realization that we were alive, that we had a chance, thanks to this stranger. When we reached the truck, he opened the door and helped me inside. The warmth of the interior was a stark contrast to the freezing rain, and I collapsed onto the seat, my body trembling from the cold and the shock. The man wasted no time, quickly closing the door to shield us from the storm. I noticed Samantha lying on the back seat, her head laying on a pillow as the young girl he had left her with tended to her, whispering encouragement in a low, sweet tone. The man looked back at me, his eyes meeting mine with a reassuring steadiness that helped to calm the storm within me. "You're safe now," he said, his voice firm yet gentle. "We're going to get you both through this." He looked at another girl. "Maya, help this young lady." I closed my eyes, feeling warm. Happy to be alive. "Samantha." I began to wake and felt the need to vomit. I didn't, luckily, but that feeling was as intense as any I've ever had. I struggled to get my disorientation under control. My mind felt muddled, as if I were swimming through a thick fog, struggling to find my way back to clarity. The last thing I remembered was the rain, so much rain, and the terrifying sound of tires skidding out of control. Now, there was only the soft hum of an engine, a blanket wrapped snugly around me, and the faint murmur of voices. I blinked, trying to focus on my surroundings. The world outside the car was still dark, the windows fogged up from the storm that had yet to subside. I felt the truck rocking slightly as it navigated the winding mountain roads, the rain still pelting against the windows. The sensation of motion made the nauseous surge, but I pushed it down, trying to get my bearings. As I shifted slightly, the blanket slipped off my shoulders, and that's when I noticed my Aunt Victoria sitting in the front passenger seat. Her back was straight, her posture as composed as ever. She too held the tension in her shoulders as she looked out at the road ahead. Her hair, usually perfectly styled, was wet and tousled, and there was an intensity in her eyes that I wasn't used to seeing. I was about to speak, to ask what had happened, but before I could, I heard the soft voices of two young girls. They were sitting on the floor in front of me, huddled close together, and speaking in hushed tones. Their words were barely above a whisper, but in the quiet of the truck, I could hear every word. "I think she's prettier," one of the girls said, her tone full of certainty. "But Aunt Victoria is more sophisticated," the other girl argued back, just as convinced. "No way," the first girl countered. "Samantha looks like a princess. Even after everything that happened." I listened, my mind still foggy, but their conversation made me smile slightly. They were talking about me and Victoria, comparing us as if we were some kind of fairy tale characters. Their innocent debate was oddly comforting. The truck hit a particularly rough patch of road, jolting me slightly and making the girls fall silent for a moment. The rain outside was relentless, hammering down on the roof of the truck and making it difficult to see anything beyond the windows. We were still on the move, navigating the treacherous mountain roads that led to Victoria's estate in the Smoky Mountains. I cleared my throat softly, drawing their attention. "Are you two talking about me?" I asked, my voice still a bit weak but teasing nonetheless. The girls looked up, startled to see that I was awake. Their eyes were wide, and for a moment, they seemed unsure of how to respond. Then, almost in unison, they both broke into shy smiles. "We didn't mean to wake you," one of them said, her voice small. "It's okay," I assured them, offering a small smile of my own. "It's nice to know someone thinks I look like a princess." The other girl giggled softly, her earlier shyness starting to fade. "You do, though. Even with everything that happened." I let their words wash over me, not entirely sure what to make of them. I remembered the storm, the crash, and the fear that had gripped me, but everything after that was a blur. What? What happened? I finally asked, turning my attention to Victoria. Victoria turned slightly in her seat to face me, her expression softening when she saw that I was awake. "We had an accident," she explained, her voice calm despite the situation. "The storm was worse than we expected. But we were lucky Ethan found us and got us out before things could get any worse." Ethan? The name was unfamiliar to me, and I struggled to place it in the context of everything that had happened. "He's the man driving," Victoria clarified. "He pulled us out of the limo and brought us here. We're on our way to the chateau. We'll be safe there." "I still think it makes more sense to try to get you to a hospital," Ethan said. His voice was nice. Deep but temperate. It was hard to describe but pleasant. "If we weren't still dealing with the storm, I would agree with you. But none of us seems to be in immediate danger, and I don't want to risk getting into another accident." Victoria leaned around the seat and yelled. "James, dear, how are you doing back there, love?" "Alive and kicking for the moment." "Thanks, Ethan, I would offer you my firstborn, but he's a bit of a brat." Ethan laughed. So did his girls. I was just trying to absorb the information. "And who are these two lovely ladies?" I asked, glancing at the two girls who couldn't be more than 11 or 12. "They're Ethan's daughters," Victoria said, her tone softening further. "Lily and Maya. They've been helping take care of you since we got in the truck." The girls beamed up at me, clearly pleased to have been acknowledged. "We're glad you're okay," Maya said earnestly. "Yeah, we were worried when you didn't wake up," Lily added, her voice filled with genuine concern. I felt a warmth spread through me, despite the lingering fear and confusion. These girls, who I had never met before tonight, had been worried about me, cared for me in their own way. It was a strange, comforting feeling in the midst of everything. "Thank you," I said softly, meaning it more than they probably realized. "I'm glad you're here too." The truck hit another bump, and we all jolted slightly. The roads were still treacherous, the storm showing no signs of letting up. I could see the strain on Victoria's face as she glanced out the window, clearly anxious to reach the safety of her estate. I took a deep breath, trying to center myself. "How much further?" I asked, not sure if I was ready to hear the answer. "Not far now," Victoria replied, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "We'll be there soon." I settled back against the seat, feeling a strange mix of relief and apprehension wash over me. The events of the night had unfolded so quickly, like a nightmare I couldn't quite shake off. But here I was, surrounded by strangers who had become my lifeline in the midst of chaos. The truck continued its journey through the storm-lashed mountain roads at turtle's pace. Secretly, I stole a glance at Ethan, catching only his side profile because of the angle. I noted the set of his jaw, the tight grip on the steering wheel. What kind of man stops and helps three strangers? Did he know who I was? Or who Victoria was? I guess we will find out. Chapter 5. Victoria. The storm outside continued its relentless assault as we wound our way through the Smoky Mountains, the truck's tires gripping the slick, winding roads with a tenacity that seemed to match the man driving it. I was seated in the front passenger seat, engaged in polite conversation, attempting to keep my composure. I could almost hear my mother's voice. "No matter the situation, a lady keeps her composure. You apply your superior upbringing. You do not panic. When in doubt, smile." I observed our rescuers. The girls, Lily and Maya, were sitting in the back with Samantha, who had drifted back into a fitful sleep. Ethan, the man who had saved us, was focused on the road ahead, his hand steady on the wheel despite the treacherous conditions. I had yet to fully comprehend what had happened, how we had gone from a quiet evening at a charity gala to being stranded in the middle of a storm, rescued by a stranger who now seemed like our only lifeline. I glanced at Ethan, taking in his rugged appearance. His long hair was still damp from the rain, and his beard gave him a wild, almost untamed look. But it was his eyes, blue-gray and intense, that caught my attention. There was a depth to them, a kind of quiet strength that made me feel, for the first time that night, that we might actually be safe. "I can't thank you enough," I finally said, breaking the silence. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. "If you hadn't found us." Ethan glanced at me briefly before turning his eyes back to the road. "Just happened to be in the right place at the right time," he replied, his tone gruff but not unkind. "I'm just glad I got there before things got worse." I nodded, though his modesty didn't do justice to what he had done. "Still, you saved our lives. I'm not sure how we can ever repay you." He shrugged, a small movement that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "No need for that. Just doing what anyone else would have done." Somehow, I doubted that. He had gone out of his way to help us, risking himself in the process. That kind of bravery wasn't as common as he made it out to be, especially since he appeared to have no idea who I or Samantha were. Now that was a refreshing change. We drove in silence for a few moments before I spoke again, this time with more curiosity. "Do you mind if I ask what happened?" "I remember the crash, but everything after that is a blur." Ethan took a deep breath, as if considering how much to share. "I can only assume you hit a rough patch of road, probably hydroplaned. You probably remember that part. When I found the limo, it was almost on its side, and the water was rising fast. Didn't have much time to think. Just knew I had to get you all out before it was too late." His words were straightforward, matter-of-fact. It was then I realized something. This man had acted on instinct, no hesitation, no calculation. He saw someone in need and acted without regard to himself and without thought of reward. "You, sir, are an idiot. What kind of man pulls 3 people out of a sinking car in the middle of a thunderstorm?" I said quietly, more to myself than to him. "We were so lucky you were there." Ethan didn't respond right away, and I got the sense that he wasn't used to being thanked or praised. Instead, he kept his focus on the road, the lines of his face set in concentration. A small smile did grace his lips. I turned my attention to the back seat, where Lily and Maya were whispering softly to each other. They had been so quiet during the drive that I hadn't really had a chance to speak with them, to learn more about these girls who had been so kind to us. "How are you two holding up?" I asked gently, trying to put them at ease. Lily, the older of the two, looked up at me with wide eyes. "We're okay, I think," she said, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Is Samantha going to be all right?" I smiled reassuringly. "Of course she is. We will have the doctor check her out when she gets to our house. Right now, I think she just needs some rest." "Thank you for looking after her." Maya grinned shyly. "We didn't do much, really. Dad did all the hard work." "Well, you both helped in your own way," I said warmly. "And that means a lot." The girls exchanged a glance, seeming pleased with the compliment. It was clear they adored their father, and I could see why. Despite everything, they had a kind of calm about them that I could only attribute to Ethan's influence. Not that I had had anything to compare it to. "What about you two?" I asked, hoping to keep the conversation light. "What do you like to do when you're not rescuing people from storms?" Maya giggled, and Lily smiled, the tension easing. "Art," said Lily excitedly. "I love to draw and paint. My dad even said that I could paint the walls of his restaurant if we can ever get it off the ground." "Oh," I said with a smile. "You want to be an artist and your dad wants a restaurant. I was not expecting that of you. I was thinking more like a model because you're so pretty. But if you like art, remind me to show you my gallery when we get to the house. I have lots of pictures and paintings. Some of them are quite famous. Do you have a type of art that you like?" Lily nodded. I love wet-on-wet painting styles, they are so fun, and drawing portraits, but I also love photography. Pictures printed with steel back are the best. They are super pretty. I like landscapes a lot and have even tried some myself. It is not easy. That is great, sweetheart. What about you, Maya? What are you into? Maya considered me for a moment. I love doing the outdoors stuff with Dad. We do this camping trip every year, and on it we camp, fish, and shoot archery and cook outdoors. We even forage for our own food. It's super fun. I also love volleyball. It's sort of my thing when I am not taking care of Dad and Lily. Lily snorted. Ethan just smiled. That sounds amazing, I said. I am not a camper myself, but it sounds like you have a lot of fun. Oh, we did Aunt Victoria, it's like one of my favorite. Maya, Ethan said. You shouldn't just call Ms. Harrington, Aunt, like that. Actually, I said with a mild chuckle. It's Lady Harrington, but she can call me whatever she wants. The girls continued to tell me about their lives, school, friends, and the things they enjoyed. It was delightful. When was the last time I spent so much time talking to children? Made me miss the youth of my boys and Samantha. As the girls continued to talk, their nervous energy seemed to dissipate, replaced by the innocent curiosity that only children possess. I loved this age. The girls were old enough to have genuine conversation and insight, but young enough to keep the righteous vigor of youth. It was beautiful. I found my discomfort waning just a bit. The road ahead was still treacherous, the storm showing no signs of letting up, perhaps even getting worse, but inside the truck, a new warmth was beginning to grow, one that had nothing to do with the temperature. Lily's voice interrupted my musing. It was tinged with curiosity. You have an accent, she said, looking at me with wide eyes. Where are you from? I smiled at her directness. I'm originally from England, I explained, softening my tone to match hers. I split my time there at my family estate and here. Maya leaned forward eagerly. That's why you talk all fancy, she said with a grin. It sounds really cool. I chuckled. I suppose it might sound that way. What about you, Lily, do you like it? Lily nodded enthusiastically. It's like how people talk in those old movies Dad loves so much, the ones with the castles and stuff. It makes you sound really important. Yeah, Maya agreed, her eyes lighting up. Like a queen or something. Queen Victoria? Ha! There have been a few of those in the history of the monarchy. Oh, these dear children, how utterly adorable. Well, I'm not a queen, I said with a playful wink, but I do have a title. I'm Lady Victoria Harrington, Countess of Ashbourne. It's my pleasure to make your acquaintance. Both girls' eyes widened in unison. Lady Victoria? Maya echoed, the title clearly fascinating her. What does that mean? It's nothing fancy, just noble title, I explained. In England, titles like a countess are often passed down through families, and they come with certain responsibilities and traditions. As the Lady of Ashbourne, I have to take care of my family ancestral lands and finances and be ready to defend the empire. Thorough, not much of that last one these days. So, you're really like a real-life princess? Lily asked, her voice filled with awe. I laughed softly, charmed by their fascination. Not quite a princess, but I suppose it might seem that way. The girls exchanged excited glances, clearly enthralled by the idea. That's so cool, Maya said, her voice almost reverent. We've never met anyone with a title before. It's like something out of a storybook, Lily added, her gaze now fixed on me with a kind of admiration that made me blush slightly. Their wonderment was endearing, and it reminded me of how I had once viewed the world, full of fairy tales and grand adventures. It was easy to forget, in the chaos and responsibility of adulthood, that there was still magic to be found in the simple things like the way a child's eyes could light up at the mention of something as old-fashioned as a noble title. Ethan, who had been silent during our exchange, glanced over at me with a small, almost amused smile. Looks like you've made quite an impression, he said, his voice carrying a warmth that hadn't been there before. I suppose I have, I replied, feeling a bit self-conscious under his gaze. His approval, however subtle, seemed to matter more than I expected it to. I didn't know we were in the presence of royalty, Ethan teased gently, his tone light but respectful. He turned to look at me with those deep blue great eyes. He gave me a slight bow. Just slightly because his eyes were still mostly on the road. Your Highness. I admit I felt my face heat up a bit. I grinned at his playful tone. Silly man. Well, you're pretty much a princess to us now, Maya said as if she were announcing some major breakthrough. Lily giggled beside her. The conversation flowed naturally after that, with the girls asking more questions about England, my life there, and what it was like to grow up with such traditions. For my part, I shared stories I hadn't thought of in years, tales of grand estates, formal dinners, and the strict etiquette that had shaped much of my early life. In return, Lily and Maya told me more about themselves, their favorite books, the games they played, and the adventures they dreamed of having. Their openness, their willingness to share their world with me, was a gift I hadn't expected. We hit a snag when I mentioned their mother. So girls, you are here with your dad, I said, can you tell me where your mom is? The girls exchanged sour looks. It was fast, but definitely there. Mom is probably at the country club with James. Maya said.
Yeah,
Lily continued. Probably playing bridge or other stuff rich people do. What about you? Aunt Victoria is Samantha, your only family. Wow, that dismissal wasn't exactly subdual. Note to self, don't talk about their mother at least until you know them a bit better. Yes, I have 2 sons. They are at school right now, so I don't see them much. Maybe the girls heard the sadness in my voice, but we switched to lighter topics and the laughter returned. As the conversation continued, the girls' enthusiasm for all things related to nobility and titles evolved to questions about castles and then somehow to Loch Ness, then back to being a lady. Their curiosity was infectious, and I found myself relaxing more with each passing minute, allowing the storm outside to fade into the background, if only for a while. I have to ask, is it fun to be a lady? Lily asked, her eyes wide with wonder. You get to do all those fancy things and live in a castle, right? I smiled at her innocence, appreciating her excitement. It does sound glamorous, doesn't it? I replied, thinking back to the grand estates and the formal gatherings that had once been a regular part of my life. But the truth is, it can be rather dull at times. Dull? Maya echoed, clearly surprised. How can it be dull when you are, like, a real-life princess? Well, I began, choosing my words carefully. When you're raised with certain expectations, you're often required to follow a lot of rules. There are always events to attend, people to impress, and appearances to maintain. It can be exhausting, and sometimes it feels like you're living your life more for others than for yourself. The girls listened intently, their wide eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and empathy. That sounds hard, Lily said quietly. It can be, I admitted, nodding slightly. But it's also given me the chance to meet wonderful people and experience things I wouldn't have otherwise. It's just that, sometimes, the titles and the traditions can make life feel a bit, well, scripted. Maya looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking up again. So, if being a lady is kind of boring, what would make it more fun? I couldn't help but laugh softly at her question, charmed by her earnestness. I suppose what would make it more fun is a little adventure, something unexpected to shake things up. I glanced over at Ethan, who was still focused on the road, his expression calm but attentive. In that moment, I realized how much of an adventure this night had turned into an adventure I never would have anticipated. And maybe, I added with a smile, having someone around who isn't afraid to step in when things get difficult. Someone like a knight in shining armor, perhaps. The girls immediately perked up at that, their eyes darting toward Ethan, who seemed to sense the shift in attention. He glanced over at me, his blue-gray eyes meeting mine with a mixture of surprise and amusement. A knight in shining armor, huh, he said, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. I don't know about that. Like I said, just there at the right place at the right time. To me, that's exactly what a knight in shining armor is, I replied softly. You've protected us, taken care of us, and made sure we're safe. That's more than enough to earn the title in my book. Ethan's expression softened, and for a moment, I saw something in his eyes, a flicker of vulnerability, perhaps, or maybe just a recognition of the compliment. He looked away, focusing on the road again, but I could see the corners of his mouth lifting into a modest smile. Well, if I'm your knight, then I guess that makes you my princess, he said, his tone light but sincere. But I'm not sure how well the armor fits. I chuckled, noting the attempt to deflect the praise. Maybe not, but you wear it well enough. Lily and Maya were clearly delighted by this exchange, their earlier nerves now fully replaced by excitement. Dad's totally a knight, Maya exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. Yes. He's your knight, Lily added, looking at me with the same wide-eyed admiration as before. Wait, Maya said, her tone going serious. If Aunt Victoria is a princess and Daddy is a knight, should there be some kissing? I paused. Wait. What? Lily picked that thought up. Yes. Oh my, I cannot believe we didn't see it. Daddy and Aunt Victoria are totally going to have to kiss now. Lily leaned up between the council. Sorry, Dad. Those are the rules. For the second time that evening I felt my face heat up. What was happening, right? Chapter 6. Ethan. Lily leaned up between the council. Sorry, Dad. Those are the rules. I just snorted. Thanks, Lily. I think you should let me and Lady Harrington worry about those particular rules. I heard a "ah" from the back and just chuckled. Now put your seatbelt on. We continued to drive for about an hour. The storm was a total nightmare. I was suddenly very thankful that me and the girls were not outside in it. The thunder and lightning seemed to be getting worse. I hoped we would arrive soon at Victoria's estate. I kept my focus on the path ahead, knowing that the last leg of the journey would be the trickiest and retreated deeper in the smoking mountains. The rain was still coming down hard, turning the road into a slick ribbon that twisted and climbed toward Victoria's estate. I was glad that Victoria was awake and sharp because there was no way I was going to find this palace in the dark and without service. When we finally rounded the last curve, the villa came into view, and even in the darkness, its grandeur was unmistakable. The damn thing was a straight-up castle, or at least a modern interpretation of one. The massive stone structure loomed ahead, illuminated by soft, ambient lights that spilled out into the rain-soaked night. The villa was a true masterpiece, blending into the natural beauty of the mountains while standing as a testament to luxury and elegance. I maneuvered the truck up the driveway, passing by the main entrance and heading for one of the many buildings. Victoria directed me to a 3-bay garage attached to the side of the villa, and I pulled in carefully, grateful to be out of the storm at last. The boom of the thunder startled everyone. It was so loud. The garage was as impressive, with high ceilings, polished floors, and enough space to house several vehicles. There were tools and workbenches and all sorts of equipment. It was fully stocked. I parked the truck and turned off the engine, letting the silence settle over us for a moment. The girls were already unbuckling their seatbelts, eager to get inside and out of the car. I glanced back at Victoria, whose relief and weariness was palpable. She met my gaze, her eyes softening as she nodded toward the back seat. It almost feels strange being here. I bet, I said simply. Listen. Are you okay? Really? She shook her head. Not really. But I will be. Thanks for being there. With that, we got to work. I stepped out of the truck, moving quickly to the back door to help Victoria and the girls out. Lily and Maya scrambled around eagerly, stretching their legs after the long drive. Victoria was more composed, but the exhaustion in her posture as she stepped down from the truck was noticeable. Let's get you all inside, I said, opening the door to the truck's back seat where Samantha lay. She had fallen back to sleep. I would need to carry her inside. Victoria moved to help, but I shook my head gently. I've got her, I said, leaning in to carefully lift Samantha out of the truck. Her body was light in my arms, but the angle made it awkward. Still, I managed to carry her without too much difficulty, and I could feel her starting to stir as I did. Samantha's eyes fluttered open just as we were stepping into the villa. She looked up at me, her gaze still hazy from sleep and confusion. For a moment, she seemed disoriented, then her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized the state she was in, cradled in my arms, her hair tangled and her clothes rumpled. "I'm sorry," she murmured, trying to smooth down her hair. "I must look awful." "You look fine," I replied, keeping my voice gentle. "But let's get you somewhere more comfortable." Victoria led the way through the chateau, which was even more impressive from the inside. The ceiling soared above us, and the stone fireplace in the great room cast a warm, inviting glow that immediately took the chill out of the air. Everything from the decor to the artwork screamed taste, class, and most of all money. And a lot of it. We passed through the great room, where the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a glimpse of the storm still raging outside. Despite the weather, the chateau felt like a sanctuary, a place where the chaos of the world couldn't reach us. Victoria guided us toward a hallway that led to a set of stairs, and we ascended to the upper level where the bedrooms were located. Victoria opened the door to one of the rooms that felt lived in. I assume this was Samantha's actual room in the chateau. I stepped in and carefully laid Samantha down on the large, four-poster bed. The room was as elegant as the rest of the villa, with deep, warm colors and a view that would have been breathtaking if not for the storm. "Thank you, Mr. Knight," Samantha said softly, her voice still tinged with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to be such a burden."
Ah.
"I wondered how much you were actually sleeping," I said with a grin. I stepped back as Victoria moved to adjust the blankets around her. "You're not a burden. You've been through a lot. Just rest." As I stepped out of the room, Victoria followed me into the hallway, closing the door behind us. "I will call the doctor from town," she said, her voice low. "I know you wanted to go to a hospital. This is the next best thing to make sure Samantha and James are all right." "That's a good idea. Even if it isn't ideal. Man, I wish we could get them to a hospital." "You call, I will get your man to a room. Can you show me where you want him?" "I will get him situated." Victoria nodded. "I will show you. Don't worry about getting him situated. I have people for that. I will ask some of my maids to help. His room is down this way." Maids. Multiple. How rich was this woman? I looked at my surroundings. Very rich, obviously. Dumb question. Victoria showed me where to set the driver. Did she tell me his name? I cannot remember, and then pointed out a sitting room where she would be making her call. I left her to it and was relieved that I only got lost once on my way back to the garage. I was further encouraged as I got to my truck and saw the man had awakened and was trying to get out on his own power. "Oh hey, there my friend," I said, grabbing him and holding him upright. "You've been down for several hours. But we are at Ms. Harrington's villa." "It's a chateau, lad," James said with a strong British accent. "And it's Lady Harrington, yeah, Yankee." I paused. For a moment I thought he was serious, then I saw the huge smile on his face. The sudden humor after such a serious night was surprising. I laughed. I can tell I was going to like this guy. "All right, you red coat. Let me get you to a room." The man didn't say much. When we got to the room, several hands reached for him. I smiled at the two young women and left. I walked back toward the sitting room and I felt a heavy sigh escape my chest. I suddenly felt drained. The adrenaline that had carried me through the storm, through the rescue, and through the night was beginning to fade, leaving me exhausted. I leaned against the wall in the hallway for a moment, letting my thoughts catch up with me. Lily and Maya, I needed to find them. Now that the excitement was past, I knew they had to be just as wiped out as I was and maybe a little scared. This grand villa, oh sorry chateau, with all its comforts, was a far cry from the campsite we had been planning to reach. The idea of dragging them back out into the storm to set up camp in the mountains seemed ridiculous now. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to shake off the surreal feeling of the last few hours. This wasn't the time to get caught up in everything that had happened. There were practical matters to attend to. The girls needed a safe place to stay, somewhere we could all get some proper rest and regroup. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense to head into town and find a hotel or an inn. It might not be what we had planned, but it was the safest and smartest option. Plus, if the town was close enough for a doctor to get here, I was confident I could get us there without much incident. Decision made, I pushed off from the wall and made my way back toward the sitting room where Victoria was. As I walked, I noticed more of the villa's details: the polished wood floors, the elegant art pieces, and even more gaudy ones like stuffed animals and massive tapestries. All in all, it was hard not to be impressed by such opulence. When I re-entered the sitting room, Victoria stood by a large fireplace. Geez, how many fireplaces did this place have? The firelight cast a warm glow over her, and for a brief moment, I hesitated, not wanting to interrupt the peace of the scene. But practicality won out, and I cleared my throat softly to get Victoria's attention. She turned to me, her expression calm but expectant. "Victoria," I began, trying to keep my voice steady, "I've been thinking. It's probably not a good idea for me to try and get the girls back to our campsite tonight. The storm's still rough, and the roads aren't great. I was thinking it might be better if we head into town and find somewhere to stay." I was surprised by how quickly Victoria shook her head, a determined look settling on her face. "No, absolutely not," she said firmly, her tone brooking no argument. "I won't hear of you taking the girls back out into that storm. You've all been through enough tonight, and like you said, the roads are still dangerous." I opened my mouth to argue, but the words died in my throat as I took in the resolve in her expression. She was serious in a way that made it clear this wasn't up for debate. "Victoria, I don't want to impose," I began, trying to find a way to explain without offending her. "The last thing I want is to cause more trouble. The girls and I can manage dash." But she cut me off with a gentle wave of her hand, her eyes softening slightly. "Ethan, you're not imposing. You saved our lives tonight. The least I can do is offer you and your girls a safe place to stay. This villa has more than enough space, and I won't hear another word about it." I smiled. "It's a chateau, Lady Harrington." Victoria rolled her eyes, but tried not to grin. It was quite cute. "You've obviously been talking to James." Her expression shifted back to something more serious. "Ethan, please stay. I would feel bad if you and the girls left." I hesitated, not because I didn't appreciate the offer, because I did, but because it felt strange to accept such kindness after everything. I wasn't used to being on the receiving end of any sort of generosity, especially from people like Victoria and Samantha, who seemed worlds apart from the life I knew. "She's right, Ethan. There's no need for you to go back out there tonight. Please, stay. The girls can have their own room, and there's plenty of space for everyone." I turned to see who entered. I had to fight to not have my jaw drop. Samantha? Wow. Just wow. Samantha was a total knockout. She had cleaned up and changed. It wasn't even fancy, just simple shorts and a tank top. But damn, just damn. Samantha Harrington was a tall woman, 5 feet 10 inches, maybe 11. Her hair was a dirty blonde and slightly tousled from earlier, though it appeared she tried to do something with it. Still, tousled or not, it framed her face perfectly, and her skin seemed to glow under the soft lighting. Her eyes were sharp and intelligent, and also quite striking, with a quiet confidence. Obviously, I didn't notice it before because of the urgency of the situation. Maybe I had just been too distracted or too blind to notice. Either way, I was seeing it now, and it hit me like a punch to the gut. "Is everything okay?" Samantha asked, her voice pulling me out of my thoughts. I blinked, trying to pull myself back together.
"Yeah,"
I mumbled, feeling a bit off kilter. "Everything's fine." But everything wasn't fine. Not by a long shot. Because the more I looked, the more I realized that this woman was single-handedly one of the most beautiful creatures I had ever seen, and here I am staring at her like an idiot. "Snap out of, Ethan." I screamed in my own head. It took me a moment, but I did. "I really cannot impose on you two. It wouldn't be appropriate. I am a man you barely know." Poppycock. Victoria said. If you're worried about your virtue, Ethan, you can simply lock your door. Ethan, you're not going to leave two damsels in distress, are you? Said Samantha. Your concerns for our comfort are appreciated. We've taken your measure. So please, let me say it again. We want you to stay. Her words were genuine, and I could see the sincerity in her eyes. This wasn't pity, this was genuine concern, something that I wasn't entirely used to from people outside my immediate circle. Victoria stepped forward, placing a hand on my arm, her touch light but grounding. The touch felt like someone zapped me. It was electric. You've done so much for us, she said, her voice warm and firm at the same time. Let us take care of you and your wonderful daughters. It's the least we can do. I looked between the two women, both of them so determined, so insistent that we stay. It was clear that they weren't going to let me leave, and truthfully, the idea of staying here, in this warm, safe place, was more appealing than I wanted to admit. Finally, I let out a sigh, nodding in agreement. All right, I said, the tension easing out of my shoulders. We'll stay. But only if you're sure. Victoria smiled, a mix of relief and satisfaction in her expression. We're sure, she said. Now, let's get you and the girls settled. Samantha offered me a small, grateful smile. Thank you, Ethan, she said again, but this time it wasn't just for what I had done, it was for staying, for accepting their help. I returned the smile, feeling a bit of the earlier tension lift. You're welcome, I replied simply, not wanting to get too caught up in the gratitude. Victoria turned to lead the way, her presence commanding yet comforting. Come with me, she said, gesturing for me to follow. There are so many rooms in this place, it's damn near a hotel. The girls can have one of their own, and there's a room for you as well. I followed her down the hallway as the storm still raged outside. We reached the guest wing, where Victoria opened the door to a spacious room with two queen four-poster beds, already made up with soft, inviting linens. This should be perfect for Lily and Maya, she said, glancing back at me to gauge my reaction. I nodded, impressed by the thoughtfulness. This is great. They'll love it. But where did they go? Victoria looked a bit sheepish when she answered. I hope it's okay. I had some of my ladies help to find them a bath before bed and to make sure they ate something. Wow, Victoria was on it. Next, she led me to a room just down the hall, which was even more luxurious, with a large bed, the biggest I have ever seen, a private bathroom, and a view of the storm-tossed mountains through the floor-to-ceiling windows, plus another one of those damn fireplaces. It was basically an apartment. This will be your room, Victoria said, her voice warm. Please, make yourself at home. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I am just next down the hall, said Samantha. Did I imagine it, or are her cheeks a bit flushed? If I can help, let me know. I nodded, grateful but still feeling a bit awkward about the whole situation. Thank you, Victoria, you too, Samantha, I said, I really appreciate this. Victoria smiled, the kind of smile that made you feel like everything was going to be all right. You're welcome, Ethan. Now, get some rest. You've earned it. With that, they left me to settle in, closing the door. I stood there for a moment, taking in the quiet of the room, the soft glow of the lamps, and the distant sound of the storm outside. It had been a wild night. I undressed and fell into my bed. I was tired and hungry, but food would have to wait until tomorrow. Outside, the thunder and lightning raged. There was a knock on the door. I was in my boxers and undershirt but already in the bed. It was glorious. Mr. Ethan, a sweet voice said. A woman small and mousy walked in. She brought me a plate with a club sandwich, a glass of water, some pain pills and chips. Victoria told you to feed me. I said. The woman, cute as a button, nodded and curtsied. She placed the tray next to the bed and then curtsied again. The phone connects to the staff. If you need anything, just call. You can reach by pushing 0. Shoot. It really is like a hotel. That's nuts. And what should I call you? I asked. The woman curtsied one more time. My name is Gina. Go night, Mr. Ethan. She left without another word. The food was great. I took the pain pills and settled back. The last thought I had was I hope the doctor gets here safe.
After 6, Ethan Lily leaned up between the counsel. Sorry, Dad. Those are the rules. I just snorted. Thanks, Lily. I think you should let me and Lady Harrington worry about those particular rules. I heard off from the back and just chuckled. Now put your seatbelt on. We continued to drive for about an hour. The storm was a total nightmare. I was suddenly very thankful that me and the girls were not outside in it. The thunder and lightning seemed to be getting worse. I hoped we would arrive soon at Victoria's estate. I kept my focus on the path ahead, knowing that the last leg of the journey would be the trickiest, and retreated deeper in the smoking mountains. The rain was still coming down hard, turning the road into a slick ribbon that twisted and climbed toward Victoria's estate. I was glad that Victoria was awake and sharp, because there was no way I was going to find this palace in the dark and without service. When we finally rounded the last curve, the villa came into view, and even in the darkness, its grandeur was unmistakable. The damn thing was a straight-up castle, or at least a modern interpretation of one. The massive stone structure loomed ahead, illuminated by soft, ambient lights that spilled out into the rain-soaked night. The villa was a true masterpiece, blending into the natural beauty of the mountains while standing as a testament to luxury and elegance. I maneuvered the truck up the driveway, passing by the main entrance and heading for one of the many buildings. Victoria directed me to a 3-bay garage attached to the side of the villa, and I pulled in carefully, grateful to be out of the storm at last. The boom of the thunder startled everyone. It was so loud. The garage was as impressive, with high ceilings, polished floors, and enough space to house several vehicles. There were tools and workbenches and all sorts of equipment. It was fully stocked. I parked the truck and turned off the engine, letting the silence settle over us for a moment. The girls were already unbuckling their seatbelts, eager to get inside and out of the car. I glanced back at Victoria, whose relief and weariness was palpable. She met my gaze, her eyes softening as she nodded toward the back seat. It almost feels strange being here. I bet, I said simply. Listen. Are you okay? Really? She shook her head. Not really. But I will be. Thanks for being there. With that, we got to work. I stepped out of the truck, moving quickly to the back door to help Victoria and the girls out. Lily and Maya scrambled around eagerly, stretching their legs after the long drive. Victoria was more composed, but the exhaustion in her posture as she stepped down from the truck was noticeable. Let's get you all inside, I said, opening the door to the truck's back seat where Samantha lay. She had fallen back to sleep. I would need to carry her inside. Victoria moved to help, but I shook my head gently. I've got her, I said, leaning in to carefully lift Samantha out of the truck. Her body was light in my arms, but the angle made it awkward. Still, I managed to carry her without too much difficulty, and I could feel her starting to stir as I did. Samantha's eyes fluttered open just as we were stepping into the villa. She looked up at me, her gaze still hazy from sleep and confusion. For a moment, she seemed disoriented, then her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized the state she was in, cradled in my arms, her hair tangled and her clothes rumpled. I'm sorry, she murmured, trying to smooth down her hair. I must look awful. You look fine, I replied, keeping my voice gentle. But let's get you somewhere more comfortable. Victoria led the way through the chateau, which was even more impressive from the inside. The ceiling soared above us, and the stone fireplace in the great room cast a warm, inviting glow that immediately took the chill out of the air. Everything from the decor to the artwork screamed taste, class, and most of all money. And a lot of it. We passed through the great room, where the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a glimpse of the storm still raging outside. Despite the weather, the chateau felt like a sanctuary, a place where the chaos of the world couldn't reach us. Victoria guided us toward a hallway that led to a set of stairs, and we ascended to the upper level where the bedrooms were located. Victoria opened the door to one of the rooms that felt lived in. I assumed this was Samantha's actual room in the chateau. I stepped in and carefully laid Samantha down on the large, four-poster bed. The room was as elegant as the rest of the villa, with deep, warm colors and a view that would have been breathtaking if not for the storm. "Thank you, Mr. Knight," Samantha said softly, her voice still tinged with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to be such a burden." I wondered how much you were actually sleeping," I said with a grin. I stepped back as Victoria moved to adjust the blankets around her. "You're not a burden. You've been through a lot. Just rest." As I stepped out of the room, Victoria followed me into the hallway, closing the door behind us. "I will call the doctor from town," she said, her voice low. "I know you wanted to go to a hospital. This is the next best thing to make sure Samantha and James are all right." "That's a good idea. Even if it isn't ideal. Man, I wish we could get them to a hospital. You call, I will get your man to a room. Can you show me where you want him? I will get him situated." Victoria nodded. "I will show you. Don't worry about getting him situated. I have people for that. I will ask some of my maids to help. His room is down this way." Maids. Multiple. How rich was this woman? I looked at my surroundings. Very rich, obviously. Dumb question. Victoria showed me where to set the driver. Did she tell me his name? I cannot remember, and then pointed out a sitting room where she would be making her call. I left her to it and was relieved that I only got lost once on my way back to the garage. I was further encouraged as I got to my truck and saw the man had awakened and was trying to get out on his own power. "Oh, hey there, my friend," I said, grabbing him and holding him upright. "You've been down for several hours." "But we are at Miss Harrington's villa. It's a chateau, lad," James said with a strong British accent. "And it's Lady Harrington, you Yankee." I paused. For a moment I thought he was serious, then I saw the huge smile on his face. The sudden humor after such a serious night was surprising. I laughed. I can tell I was going to like this guy. "All right, you red coat. Let me get you to a room." The man didn't say much. When we got to the room, several hands reached for him. I smiled at the two young women and left. I walked back toward the sitting room and I felt a heavy sigh escape my chest. I suddenly felt drained. The adrenaline that had carried me through the storm, through the rescue, and through the night was beginning to fade, leaving me exhausted. I leaned against the wall in the hallway for a moment, letting my thoughts catch up with me. Lily and Maya, I needed to find them. Now that the excitement was past, I knew they had to be just as wiped out as I was and maybe a little scared. This grand villa, chateau, with all its comforts, was a far cry from the campsite we had been planning to reach. The idea of dragging them back out into the storm to set up camp in the mountains seemed ridiculous now. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to shake off the surreal feeling of the last few hours. This wasn't the time to get caught up in everything that had happened. There were practical matters to attend to. The girls needed a safe place to stay, somewhere we could all get some proper rest and regroup. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense to head into town and find a hotel or an inn. It might not be what we had planned, but it was the safest and smartest option. Plus, if the town was close enough for a doctor to get here, I was confident I could get us there without much incident. Decision made, I pushed off from the wall and made my way back toward the sitting room where Victoria was. As I walked, I noticed more of the villa's details: the polished wood floors, the elegant art pieces, and even more gaudy ones like stuffed animals and massive tapestries. All in all, it was hard not to be impressed by such opulence. When I re-entered the sitting room, Victoria stood by a large fireplace. "Geez, how many fireplaces did this place have?" The firelight cast a warm glow over her, and for a brief moment I hesitated, not wanting to interrupt the peace of the scene. But practicality won out, and I cleared my throat softly to get Victoria's attention. She turned to me, her expression calm but expectant. Victoria, I began, trying to keep my voice steady. I've been thinking. It's probably not a good idea for me to try and get the girls back to our campsite tonight. The storm's still rough, and the roads aren't great. I was thinking it might be better if we head into town and find somewhere to stay. I was surprised by how quickly Victoria shook her head, a determined look settling on her face. No, absolutely not, she said firmly, her tone brooking no argument. I won't hear of you taking the girls back out into that storm. You've all been through enough tonight, and like you said, the roads are still dangerous. I opened my mouth to argue, but the words died in my throat as I took in the resolve in her expression. She was serious in a way that made it clear this wasn't up for debate. Victoria, I don't want to impose, I began, trying to find a way to explain without offending her. The last thing I want is to cause more trouble. The girls and I can manage Dash, but she cut me off with a gentle wave of her hand, her eyes softening slightly. Ethan, you are not imposing. You saved our lives tonight. The least I can do is offer you and your girls a safe place to stay. This villa has more than enough space, and I won't hear another word about it. I smiled. It's a chateau, Lady Harrington. Victoria rolled her eyes, but tried not to grin. It was quite cute. You've obviously been talking to James. Her expression shifted back to something more serious. Ethan, please stay. I would feel bad if you and the girls left. I hesitated, not because I didn't appreciate the offer because I did, but because it felt strange to accept such kindness after everything. I wasn't used to being on the receiving end of any sort of generosity, especially from people like Victoria and Samantha, who seemed worlds apart from the life I knew. She's right, Ethan. There's no need for you to go back out there tonight. Please, stay. The girls can have their own room, and there's plenty of space for everyone. I turned to see who entered. I had to fight to not have my jaw drop. Samantha. Wow. Just wow. Samantha was a total knockout. She had cleaned up and changed. It wasn't even fancy, just simple shorts and a tank top. But damn, just damn. Samantha Harrington was a tall woman, 5 feet 10 inches, maybe 11. Her hair was a dirty blonde and slightly tousled from earlier, though it appeared she tried to do something with it. Still, tousled or not, it framed her face perfectly, and her skin seemed to glow under the soft lighting. Her eyes were sharp and intelligent, and also quite striking with a quiet confidence. Obviously, I didn't notice it before because of the urgency of the situation. Maybe I had just been too distracted or too blind to notice. Either way, I was seeing it now, and it hit me like a punch to the gut. Is everything okay? Samantha asked, her voice pulling me out of my thoughts. I blinked, trying to pull myself back together. Yeah, I mumbled, feeling a bit off kilter. Everything's fine. But everything wasn't fine. Not by a long shot. Because the more I looked, the more I realized that this woman was single-handedly one of the most beautiful creatures I had ever seen, and here I am staring at her like an idiot. Snap out of Ethan. I screamed in my own head. It took me a moment, but I did. I really cannot impose on you two. It wouldn't be appropriate. I am a man you barely know, poppycock. Victoria said. If you're worried about your virtue, Ethan, you can simply lock your door. Ethan, you're not going to leave two damsels in distress, are you? Said Samantha. Your concerns for our comfort are appreciated. We've taken your measure. So please, let me say it again. We want you to stay. Her words were genuine, and I could see the sincerity in her eyes. This wasn't pity, this was genuine concern, something that I wasn't entirely used to from people outside my immediate circle. Victoria stepped forward, placing a hand on my arm, her touch light but grounding. The touch felt like someone zapped me. It was electric. You've done so much for us, she said, her voice warm and firm at the same time. Let us take care of you and your wonderful daughters. It's the least we can do. I looked between the two women, both of them so determined, so insistent that we stay. It was clear that they weren't going to let me leave, and truthfully, the idea of staying here, in this warm, safe place, was more appealing than I wanted to admit. Finally, I let out a sigh, nodding in agreement. "All right," I said, the tension easing out of my shoulders. "We'll stay. But only if you're sure." Victoria smiled, a mix of relief and satisfaction in her expression. "We're sure," she said. "Now, let's get you and the girls settled." Samantha offered me a small, grateful smile. "Thank you, Ethan," she said again, but this time it wasn't just for what I had done, it was for staying, for accepting their help. I returned the smile, feeling a bit of the earlier tension lift. "You're welcome," I replied simply, not wanting to get too caught up in the gratitude. Victoria turned to lead the way, her presence commanding yet comforting. "Come with me," she said, gesturing for me to follow. "There are so many rooms in this place, it's damn near a hotel. The girls can have one of their own, and there's a room for you as well." I followed her down the hallway as the storm still raged outside. We reached the guest wing, where Victoria opened the door to a spacious room with 2 queen 4-poster beds, already made up with soft, inviting linens. "This should be perfect for Lily and Maya," she said, glancing back at me to gauge my reaction. I nodded, impressed by the thoughtfulness. "This is great. They'll love it." "But where did they go?" Victoria looked a bit sheepish when she answered. "I hope it's okay. I had some of my ladies help to find them a bath before bed and to make sure they ate something." While Victoria was on it. Next, she led me to a room just down the hall, which was even more luxurious, with a large bed, the biggest I have ever seen, a private bathroom, and a view of the storm-tossed mountains through the floor-to-ceiling windows, plus another one of those damn fireplaces. It was basically an apartment. "This will be your room," Victoria said, her voice warm. "Please, make yourself at home. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I am just next down the hall," said Samantha. Did I imagine it, or are her cheeks a bit flushed? "If I can help, let me know." I nodded, grateful but still feeling a bit awkward about the whole situation. "Thank you, Victoria. You too, Samantha," I said. "I really appreciate this." Victoria smiled, the kind of smile that made you feel like everything was going to be all right. "You're welcome, Ethan. Now, get some rest. You've earned it." With that, they left me to settle in, closing the door. I stood there for a moment, taking in the quiet of the room, the soft glow of the lamps, and the distant sound of the storm outside. It had been a wild night. I undressed and fell into my bed. I was tired and hungry, but food would have to wait until tomorrow. Outside, the thunder and lightning raged. There was a knock on the door. I was in my boxers and undershirt, but already in the bed. It was glorious. "Mr. Ethan," a sweet voice said. A woman small and mousy walked in. She brought me a plate with a club sandwich, a glass of water, some pain pills, and chips. "Victoria told you to feed me, I said. The woman, cute as a button, nodded and curtsied. She placed the tray next to the bed and then curtsied again. "The phone connects to the staff. If you need anything, just call. You can reach by pushing 0. Shoot. It really is like a hotel." "That's nuts. And what should I call you?" I asked. The woman curtsied one more time. "My name is Gina." "Go night, Mr. Ethan." She left without another word. The food was great. I took the pain pills and settled back. The last thought I had was, I hope the doctor gets here safe. Chapter 7. Dr. Kingsley. The road up to Lady Harrington's chateau was a mess, far worse than I'd anticipated. The rain seemed to get worse every one moment. I was lucky for 2 reasons. 1, I have been dealing with these storms for the better part of his adult life. I know when we can make it. 2, I wasn't the one that was driving. My son, Adrian, joined me. Adrian was gripping the steering wheel so tightly I thought his hands might leave an imprint on it. He was driving slowly, carefully navigating the slippery curves. Easy, Adrian, I said, my voice low but firm. There's no need to rush. Lady Harrington wants us there as a precaution. It doesn't sound urgent, so we can take our time. Last thing we need is to have an accident yourselves. Adrian nodded, his eyes glued to the road. His focus was intense, but I could sense his mind wasn't entirely on the task at hand. I had raised him long enough to know when something else was occupying his thoughts. Or someone. I suppressed a smile, though I found it a little amusing. The moment he found out Samantha Harrington was at Victoria's estate, it was like I was aching a 4-year-old princess lover to join me at Disneyland. Not that I can blame him. Even if she is 6 years older and world famous. Samantha Harrington was a stunning woman. Many a man have lost themselves in the pursuit of a pretty face. Including you old codger. My wife in her youth was a knockout and absolutely lovely in her 60s. She had been way out of my league, and I still convinced or captured her, depending on who you ask, so stranger things have happened. Adrian's voice broke my thoughts. Do you think she's okay? Lady Harrington, I mean. I glanced out of the window at the snow-covered trees that lined the road, casting eerie shadows under the car's headlights. Victoria's is an extreme tough and stubborn woman. I'm sure she'll brush this off like she does everything else. I think the visit is more of a precaution more than anything. We will make sure she's all right. Apparently, the crash was minor and there are no visible injuries. It took us another hour to get to Victoria's home. The chateau came into view, its grand silhouette emerging from the downpour like something out of a Gothic novel. It was a beautiful, imposing estate, with tall spires and manicured grounds backlit by the almost constant crackle of lightning. The driveway was long, and it took us a minute before we finally pulled up to the entrance. The chateau's windows glowed warmly, offering a stark contrast to wind and rain outside. The grandeur of the place always gave me pause. I'd been here before, of course, but castle-like displays always made me smile, and so I took an extra moment to appreciate it. Adrian put the car in park and glanced at me. You ready? I chuckled softly. I should be asking you that. I know where your head's at. He flushed, glancing away. I have no idea what you are talking about. I am the consummate professional. I laughed. 2 things. 1, I am not sure you know what consummate means. 2, you're a consummate idiot. Please try not to fangirl on Samantha. He snorted. I assure you I don't know what you are talking about. Right. You have no idea what I am talking about, I thought, but I let it slide. There was no point in embarrassing him. As we got out of the car, the cold hit me immediately, biting through my coat and stinging my face. We hurried to the entrance, navigating the wind and rain. The front door opened before we could knock, and there she was, Lady Harrington, looking as poised and regal as ever, though there was a faint tiredness around her eyes. She gave me pause. As she always did. At 48, Lady Harrington has raised 2 boys and been on the political, economic, and social scene for years. Time had done nothing to soften her beauty. It made me wonder if she had made a pact with a group of witches. I kept these thoughts to myself. Philip, she greeted me warmly, her voice soft. I'm glad you could make it. Victoria, I said, stepping inside and brushing the snow from my coat. I would have come sooner, but the roads were a nightmare. She smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. I appreciate you coming at all. It's been a day. I nodded, glancing around the grand entryway of the chateau. The place was as impressive as always, with high ceilings, elegant chandeliers, and beautiful artwork lining the walls. It felt warm, inviting, and yet there was a tension in the air, something unspoken but present. Adrian followed behind me, his eyes scanning the room. I saw him subtly glance toward the hallway, no doubt hoping to catch a glimpse of Samantha. Poor boy. How are you feeling? I asked Victoria, my tone turning professional. She waved a hand dismissively. I'm fine. A little shaken, but nothing serious. It's the others I'm worried about. I could see in her eyes that she wasn't telling me the whole story. Victoria was the type to downplay her own injuries, especially when there were others involved. But I had known her long enough to know when to push and when to let things slide. For now, I'd let her have her pride. I'll still need to check on everyone, I said, pulling my medical bag off my shoulder. You know how I am. I won't take fine as an answer. Victoria's smile softened, and she gestured for us to follow her inside. Of course. Come in. Let's get you settled. As we walked through the grand hallway, I couldn't help but notice the subtle signs of stress in the house. It wasn't anything obvious, just a sense of weariness, like the place itself had absorbed the tension of the day's events. The warmth of the chateau did little to ease the feeling, but it was still a welcome respite from the biting cold outside. Adrian fell into step beside me, his eyes darting around, still hoping to catch sight of Samantha. I hid a smile. If only he knew how transparent he was. But for now, there were more pressing matters at hand. As we moved deeper into the chateau, Victoria led us into a sitting room that was warm and cozy despite the tension hanging in the air. A roaring fire crackled in the hearth, casting a soft glow over the room, and plush chairs and sofas surrounded it. It was the kind of room that felt like a sanctuary, a place to retreat from the outside world. Please, sit, Victoria gestured toward one of the chairs. I'll have someone bring tea. I nodded, but my focus was already shifting to her. Before we get comfortable, let's have a look at you, I said, setting my bag down. Adrian, would you mind bringing in the portable EKG, X-ray, and OSAT wand from the car? We'll need it to be sure. Adrian nodded eagerly, a little too eager, and I shot him a look that said to calm down. He hurried off to the car, leaving me with Victoria. I turned back to her, noticing the slight tremble in her hands as she crossed the room. She sat down, carefully, as though her body was betraying her usual grace. Tell me about the accident, Victoria. Don't leave anything out, I said, taking a seat across from her and observing her carefully. I could see a faint bruise forming on her arm, just peeking out from under her sleeve. She exhaled slowly, her composure faltering just for a moment as she recounted the events. It wasn't anything at first. The rain and wind had just started to pick up, but the roads were slick. James, our driver, was doing fine until he wasn't. The rain and wind got worse. It was so awful it's not completely clear to me how James was able to see anything. We came around a corner and the car skidded. We went off the road right in the Sumar River. She paused, her gaze distant, as if reliving the moment. We hit the riverbank and were partially submerged. The front of the car crumpled. The back was mostly submerged, and we were high-centered so bad that we were almost on our side. I leaned in, frowning. Victoria, that's not a minor accident. Depending on how you hit the water, it's like running into a brick wall. You could have been killed. You all could have. I noticed the tremble in her hand increase ever so slightly. Yeah. You're right. And there it was, the slight crack in the armor of an incredibly strong woman. Damn her. I took a breath. Thank you for calling me Victoria and for telling me the truth. But I am cross with you for downplaying the accident on the phone. That time of impact and momentum can cause serious problems. It's not just the visible injuries we need to worry about. I know you worry about listening ears, but no more of that. We have doctor-patient confidentiality. Only honesty for now, okay? Victoria had the class to look a bit guilty. She nodded. Just then, Adrian returned, carrying a couple of small cases with the equipment I'd asked for. He set it down gently, and I began unpacking it, turning my attention back to Victoria. We started going through her history. I already had most of it, just needed to double-check. I did my oral examination and other testing. I made notes in my electronic file. I could feel Adrian's energy shift the moment Samantha entered the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him go rigid, and I suppressed a smirk. Here we go. Samantha walked in wearing casual clothes, shorts, and a tank top, and yet she looked effortlessly stunning. I didn't need to look at Adrian to know his reaction. The boy was practically speechless. Dr. Kingsley, Samantha greeted me, her voice soft but steady but playful. Good to see you. You're as handsome as ever. I rolled my eyes. Samantha Harrington, what did I tell you about teasing this old man? She snorted. You're barely 50 and I think older guys are sexy. I wanted to facepalm. I could almost hear my son's teeth clench. I tried not to sigh. All right, you troublemaker. Just sit there and look pretty. I was just finishing up with Victoria. You're next, so on behalf. She nodded and gave me a funny grin, moving to sit on the couch opposite me. Adrian, poor boy, stood frozen, his eyes darting to me nervously. I shot him a glance, signaling him to sit, and he obeyed quickly, looking a bit flustered. It was then that Samantha noticed Adrian. Adrian. Oh my gosh, is that you? You got much bigger, how are you? I ignored the rest of her words and returned to Victoria's exam. Any pain here? I asked, pressing lightly on her leg. Just a little bruising, she replied. Nothing too bad. My fingers brushed over a bruise forming on her thigh, and I nodded. You've got some bruising on your legs and back, but nothing too severe. It could have been much worse. Any headaches or dizziness? She hesitated. I do have a bit of a headache, and I hit my head pretty hard when we crashed. But I haven't been dizzy. I pressed lightly on the back of her head, feeling for any tenderness or swelling. You've got a bump back here, I said, frowning. I'm not too concerned, but you should be careful over the next few days. You could have a mild concussion. I want you to take it easy. No strenuous activity, and if you feel any dizziness or nausea, you need to rest immediately. She nodded, a flicker of worry crossing her face. I'm just thankful to be alive. I nodded, scribbled some additional notes, and turned. All right, Samantha. You're up here. Come here. Samantha stood up, her movements a little stiff as she made her way toward me. All right, let's take a look, I said. Samantha smiled as she sat down. I'm all right, really, she said softly, but I could see the fatigue behind her eyes. I ran through her history, priors, medications, and a more thorough manner than Victoria, as I saw her pretty regularly compared to Samantha. I started the physical examination. I gently palpated her legs and back. Testing her eyes, checked her ears, nose, and throat. And tested her reflexes. All good so far. The bruising was more noticeable, especially on her thighs and lower back, but nothing alarming so far. You've got a bit more bruising than Victoria, I said, but nothing that suggests internal bleeding. I moved on to her abdomen, carefully pressing in different areas. Any pain here? I asked, monitoring her face for signs of discomfort. Not really, she replied, wincing slightly. It's mostly just sore. I nodded. That's normal after a crash like this. There's a lot of muscle strain that happens when the body tries to brace for impact, even if you don't realize it at the time. I stood up and motioned for Adrian to bring over the portable X-ray machine. I'm going to have you sit still while I get a few scans just to be safe. It'll only take a few minutes, but I want to rule out any fractures or deeper injuries. Adrian hurried over, pushing the equipment into place with more speed than precision. He was flustered, clearly still distracted by Samantha. The X-rays were quick and painless. After a few scans, I reviewed the images on the small monitor attached to the machine. No fractures, nothing serious, I reported. You're both incredibly lucky. Just a lot of bruising and muscle soreness, but no internal injuries that I can see. I want you both to take it easy for the next few days. Stay hydrated, rest, and if anything feels off, headaches, dizziness, confusion, give me a call immediately. Victoria, who had been watching quietly from her chair, looked relieved. Thank you, Doctor. We'll follow your advice. Before I could respond, Adrian, who had been watching the whole exchange with wide eyes, blurted out, I can't believe I wasn't there to help. His voice was full of emotion, his eyes darting between Samantha and me. Samantha smiled warmly, her gaze softening. "You're sweet, Adrian. But we were lucky. We had someone else looking out for us." I raised an eyebrow at that, glancing at her meaningfully. Victoria chuckled. "Well, Doc, you could say that we had our own knight in shining armor show up and rescue us if you can believe it." Samantha spoke next and her face went a bit pink. "Yeah, he pulled us out of the vehicle. It was crazy. He is in bed because of exhaustion." Just then 2 of the most darling girls I had ever seen came in. They couldn't have been more than 12. They walked in a bit unsure of themselves with damp hair and pajamas, looking as if they had just come from a bath. Their faces were a mixture of exhaustion and relief, and it was clear they were still processing everything that had happened. I gave them a warm, grandfatherly smile, beckoning them closer. Well, what do we have here?" "2 brave young ladies, I take it," I said, my voice gentle as I knelt to meet them at eye level. Maya, the older of the 2, gave a shy smile. "Hi, you have a kind smile." "Who are you?" she said softly, her voice carrying the weight. Lily stood beside her, her eyes wide and filled with an innocent sort of awe as she spoke. "Hello. I am Lily and this is Maya. It's nice to meet Maya and Lily. I am Dr. Kinglesey and this is my son Adrian. We are friends of Miss Victoria." "Oh," said Maya. "That's good. It's nice to meet you. We are friends too. But we just met Victoria and Samantha." "Is that so?" I said. "And how did you meet them?" The girls glanced at each other. Lily was the one that responded. "Our dad helped them of the river. It was super scary. The mystery man who saved Victoria and Samantha and their driver had 2 daughters. So the man stops to help 2 strangers out of a dangerous situation. Interesting. Yes, I bet that was scary. How are you 2 doing? Are you okay? How is your dad?" Maya glanced over at Samantha and Victoria before nodding, her voice shaky but proud. "Yeah, it was really bad out there. The rain was so heavy, and the wind, it was like the car was going to tip over. And it was so dark." Lily added, her little hands clenching into fists at her sides as she recalled the night. "We were scared about Aunt Victoria, about Miss Samantha, but Dad made sure we were all okay." I gave them both a soft look of understanding. "That sounds terrifying. But your dad did a wonderful job looking out for everyone, didn't he?" Both girls nodded enthusiastically. Maya's eyes brightened as she spoke again. "Dad was amazing. He got everyone out, even though it was raining so hard, and the car was stuck in the mud. I thought something bad might happen to Aunt Victoria and Miss Samantha, but Dad didn't stop until they were safe." Lily nodded in agreement. "He told us everything was going to be okay, and he just knew what to do." I could hear the pride swelling in their voices, and it warmed my heart to see how much they admired their father. It wasn't every day you came across a man who could inspire that kind of love and respect in his children. "Your dad sounds like quite the hero," I said, giving them both a pat on the shoulder. "You 2 must be very proud of him." Maya and Lily beamed, their faces lighting up despite their obvious fatigue. "We are," Maya said, her voice firm with conviction. "He didn't panic at all. He kept us safe." I smiled softly, feeling the weight of their words settle into the room. "Well," I said, reaching into my pocket and pulling out a couple of lollipops, "I think you both deserve a little something for being so strong today. It's not every day you get through something like that." The girls' eyes lit up as I handed them each a lollipop, and they giggled as they unwrapped the candy, the simple treat a welcome distraction from the gravity of the day. "Thank you, Doctor," Maya said quietly, clutching the lollipop like it was a prized possession. "You're welcome, my dear," I replied. "Now, let me ask one more time. How are you both feeling? Any bumps or bruises?" Lily shook her head, sucking on her lollipop with enthusiasm. "We're okay," she said around the candy. "It was scary, but Dad did everything. Maya nodded in agreement. We didn't really do anything. Dad was the one who saved everyone. It was him. I looked at Samantha, who had been watching the exchange in silence, her expression soft and thoughtful. Then, turning back to the girls, I said, "Well, it sounds like your dad had everything under control. But still, you were there for him. That's important too." Adrian, who had been standing quietly to the side, looked a little uncomfortable. It was clear to me that hearing so much about Ethan was making him uneasy. After a moment of silence, I clapped my hands together lightly, bringing the conversation back. "All right, girls, I'm glad you're doing okay. But you've had a long day, and I think it's time for you both to get some rest." Maya and Lily nodded, their energy finally starting to wane. "Thank you," Maya said, her voice small but grateful. "You're very welcome," I said, patting her gently on the shoulder as they both turned to leave. "And if you feel anything strange, even just a little bump or bruise that doesn't feel right, you let me know, okay?" The girls nodded before heading off down the hall, their giggles fading as they disappeared around the corner. Adrian remained quiet, but I could tell he was still processing everything. "Well," I said, standing up and stretching, "I think that's all for now. We'll need to keep an eye on everyone, but so far, it seems like your family has been incredibly fortunate." Samantha nodded, though her gaze lingered down the hall where the girls had disappeared, a thoughtful look crossing her face. I could tell she was still processing the day's events as well. "Fortunate indeed," she murmured, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions that I couldn't quite place. As I packed up my things, Adrian stayed quiet, but I noticed the way his eyes followed Samantha. He might have been young, but it was clear he cared about her more than he was willing to admit. "All right," I said, breaking the tension. "Let's get everything wrapped up for the evening. You've all been through enough for one day."
Victoria. As the doctor wrapped up his examinations of us, he asked me to lead him to James' room. "It's important that both you get some rest tonight. You're probably going to be sore tomorrow." Samantha sat up straighter, wincing slightly at the soreness in her back but otherwise looking relieved. "Thanks, Doc, I'll definitely keep an eye on things." The good doctor smiled warmly, his eyes soft with concern. "You're welcome, Samantha. Now if you can lead me to James' room so I can examine him." I called a couple of the maids and had them do just that. The maids assured me they would make sure the doctor and his son found their way out when they were done. Dr. Kingsley winked at me as he left. Adrian made to follow but hesitated. His eyes flickered toward Samantha, and it was hard not to notice the way they softened when they landed on her. Poor boy was absolutely smitten. Victoria, with a knowing smile, watched the entire interaction unfold. "Well, Adrian, thank you for bringing your father out here tonight. We know it wasn't an easy drive in this weather." Adrian looked a little flustered by the attention, but he recovered quickly, smiling shyly. "It was no trouble at all. Just glad I could help." I leaned toward Samantha and whispered, "I think Adrian might have a bit of a crush on you." Samantha's eyes widened in surprise, but then she laughed softly. "He has since he was 12. "Poor kid," I teased, "but you should have seen his face when you walked in." Samantha gave me a playful nudge. "Oh, stop it. He's just a kid." I grinned wickedly. "Age is just a number, Samantha." We both chuckled, but it was a light-hearted moment that helped ease the tension of the evening. All at once, the air seemed to settle around us, though there was still an undercurrent of unease lingering from the events of the day. But having been checked out, we felt better. Samantha stretched, wincing a bit. "I think I'm going to turn in soon. It's been a long day." I nodded, agreeing. Yes, rest would do us both some good. But first, let's go check on the girls. We made our way through the dimly lit hallway toward the living room searching for the girls. We heard loud whispering and followed the sound. We found Maya and Lily curled up on the couch, their eyes wide but clearly too agitated to sleep. "Hey, you two," I said softly, sitting down beside them. "Do you want me to show you to your bed? You should probably get some sleep." Maya shook her head. No, your people already did. We were waiting for you, there is too much going on. Lily, who was nestled under a blanket, chimed in.
Yeah,
I keep thinking about the storm and everything. It's hard to relax. Samantha sat down on the other side of them, pulling her knees up to her chest. I get that. It's been a crazy day. We all sat in comfortable silence for a moment before Maya spoke up. Everything's going to be okay, right? Nothing bad is going to happen. I reached out and took her hand, squeezing it gently. Such a strange question. Yes, darling. Everything's going to be fine. Everyone is safe and warm. Everything is going to be okay. Lily snuggled closer to her sister. Can we stay here for a bit? On the couch? I don't really feel like going upstairs quite yet. I exchanged a glance with Samantha, who smiled and nodded. Of course. We'll stay right here. The girls seemed to relax a little at that, their tense shoulders softening as they settled back into the cushions. It was quiet again for a moment before Samantha, ever the big kid at heart, suddenly grinned. You know what we need? Ghost stories, she said with a mischievous glint in her eye. The girls perked up immediately, their eyes lighting with excitement. Ghost stories? Maya asked, sitting up straighter. Samantha nodded, her grin widening. Oh.
yeah,
But not too scary, just enough to make you a little nervous. I laughed, shaking my head. Oh dear, Samantha, you're going to give them nightmares. But the girls were already all in. Tell us one. Please? Lily pleaded, her eyes wide with anticipation. Samantha leaned forward, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. All right, here goes. Once upon a time, there was a creepy old house at the edge of town, where no one ever went, except for the brave. The room seemed to dim just a bit as Samantha wove her tale, her voice dipping low as she described the eerie creaks of the haunted house, the strange shadows that danced in the moonlight, and the mysterious figure that appeared in the window at midnight. Maya and Lily listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide, but there was a comfort in the shared experience of being together. By the time Samantha finished, the girls were nestled back into the couch, their earlier anxiety seemingly forgotten as they fought to stay awake. That was a good one, Maya said sleepily, her head resting on Lily's shoulder. I wasn't even scared, Lily mumbled, though her heavy eyelids betrayed her bravado. Samantha and I exchanged a smile as we watched the girls drift off. Slowly, the weight of the day began to catch up with all of us. The exhaustion was palpable, but it wasn't the kind that felt overwhelming. I stretched out on the other end of the couch, pulling a blanket over myself as the girls settled into sleep. Samantha tucked her feet under her and yawned, her voice soft. I think I'm going to crash right here. I nodded, feeling the pull of sleep myself. Good idea. It's been a long day. We all lay there in the soft glow of the dimmed lights, the quiet breathing of the girls the only sound in the room. Samantha's voice, barely a whisper, floated through the air one last time before sleep claimed us all. Thank you for being here, Aunt Victoria. And with that, we drifted into the peaceful silence of the night, our family imperfect, but together. Samantha. The thunder crashed again, louder this time, shaking the walls and sending a jolt through my chest. I sat up on the couch, my heart racing as I tried to catch my breath. For a second, I didn't know where I was, but then the sound of Lily's soft sobbing pulled me back to reality. Lily? I whispered, my voice thick with sleep. I turned to see her small body trembling under the blanket, her sobs barely audible but enough to make my heart break. Another crack of thunder ripped through the night, and Lily's quiet crying turned into full-on sobs. I didn't hesitate. I scooted over to her, pulling her into my arms. It's okay, sweetie, I murmured, brushing her hair back and trying to soothe her. It's just a storm. It'll pass. But even as I said it, I couldn't deny the intensity of the storm. The rain pounded against the windows, the wind howled like something out of a nightmare, and the flashes of lightning turned the room into a strobe of light and shadows. It was unsettling, even for me, and I couldn't imagine how terrifying it must have been for Lily. Victoria stirred beside me, blinking awake. Lily, darling, what's wrong? She asked softly, sitting up as she realized what was happening. The storm, Lily whimpered, burying her face in my chest. It's too loud. I'm scared. Victoria reached over, her hand gently rubbing Lily's back. It's just a bit of thunder, love. It'll calm down soon. But I could see the fear in her eyes, the kind that only came from feeling completely overwhelmed by something out of your control. And honestly, I felt it too. The storm wasn't just a normal thunderstorm. It was angry, violent, and the darkness outside felt like it was pressing in on us from all sides. Maya sat up then, her eyes wide and tired. We should find Dad, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I exchanged a glance with Victoria, and we both knew she was right. Ethan was a source of comfort for them, and if anyone could calm Lily down, it was him. Let's go, I said softly, pulling Lily up with me. She clung to me, still shaking as we tiptoed out of the room. The storm seemed even louder as we made our way through the house, the rain battering the windows like it wanted to break through. The thunder rolled again, and I flinched, clutching Lily a little tighter as we walked down the hallway. When we reached Ethan's room, I hesitated for a second before gently pushing the door open. The room was dark, but I could just make out the shape of Ethan sprawled across the bed, completely unfazed by the chaos outside. The girls didn't hesitate, they climbed into the bed without a word, and for a moment, I was jealous of how easily they sought comfort in him. I had that type of comfort once. It feels like it was a lifetime ago. But it had only been 3 years. Geez. I shouldn't think about that now. The girls curled up against their dad, their small bodies fitting perfectly into the space beside him. Ethan didn't stir. How he could sleep through this, I had no idea. Should we try and wake him? I whispered to Victoria, unsure of whether we should. But Victoria shook her head. Let's not disturb him. He's had a long day for him too. I nodded, and as the girls nestled in closer, I felt a pang of guilt. We had been so focused on our own issues that we hadn't considered how much Ethan must have been dealing with, saving us from the crash, looking after the girls, being dragged into all this chaos. The room was still too loud as the storm raged outside, and the girls' wide eyes told me they weren't going to fall asleep anytime soon. I looked at Victoria, and she gave me a small smile. Come on, she whispered. Let's join them. I raised an eyebrow, but she just shrugged and climbed into the bed beside Maya. I hesitated for only a second before following her lead, slipping under the covers next to Lily. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and for the first time that night, I felt a small sense of peace. Tell us a story, Maya whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm. Victoria chuckled softly. A story, huh? All right. And so, she began to weave a tale, something about a knight and a dragon, her voice low and soothing. The girls listened intently, their eyes starting to droop as they got lost in the story. Even I found myself relaxing, the tension slowly leaving my body as Victoria's voice washed over us. As the storm raged outside, we lay there together, wrapped in warmth and safety, telling stories until the sounds of thunder and rain faded into the background, and one by one, and despite my full intention to go to my own bed, we all drifted off to sleep.
Ethan. I woke up to the sound of thunder growling through the house, a low rumble that seemed to shake the very walls. The room was dark, save for the occasional flash of lightning that lit up the shadows. I felt warm, too warm, and as I slowly came to, I realized why. I was pinned down. Lily was tucked up against my left side, her small body curled into me, her head resting comfortably on my shoulder. On the other side, Maya was nestled close, her arm draped across my chest, her breath soft and steady. They clearly sought me out for comfort during the storm, as they sometimes did. But that wasn't all. To my right, pressed against my side with an elegant sort of familiarity, was Lady Victoria. Even in sleep, she maintained a certain grace, her head resting just below my shoulder, her hand lightly resting on my arm as if she belonged there. And then there was Samantha, sprawled over my legs, one arm casually slung across my stomach. She was practically lying on top of me, her hair a soft mess against my chest. I blinked, trying to process the scene. My bed, once spacious, was now a crowded mess of limbs and soft breathing. The storm must have driven them all here, seeking warmth and comfort, and somehow, I'd become the center of it all. Lily stirred first, lifting her head to look at me with a sleepy smile. "Morning, Dad," she whispered, clearly suppressing a giggle. "We're all here." Maya snuggled closer, not yet ready to wake fully. "It was too loud last night," she mumbled into my chest, her voice muffled but content. I chuckled softly, careful not to disturb the others. "So, you all decided to join me, huh?" Lily nodded, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Me, Maya, Aunt Victoria, and Samantha fell asleep on the couch. I woke up and got scared. We all came together and then talked until we fell asleep. I glanced down at the elegant Lady Victoria, who was just waking up. She blinked, a bit disoriented at first, before realizing where she was. Her face flushed a delicate shade of pink. "Oh dear," she murmured, her usually composed demeanor faltering. This is rather embarrassing." "Embarrassing?" Samantha's voice chimed in from her position sprawled across my legs. She lifted her head slightly, her cheeks flushing as she realized how close she was. "I think this might be the most ridiculous morning I've ever woken up to." "Ridiculous is one way to put it," Victoria muttered, trying to maintain her composure as she gently pulled herself up from my side, though she didn't move far. "What must Ethan think of us?" I smiled at their banter. "I think the storm brought everyone together," I said, trying to ease their discomfort. "It's good to know that I only need a little thunderstorm to get a woman flocking to me. Now there is a well-kept secret. I should write a book." "So you cracked the code," Samantha quipped, pushing herself up into a sitting position on the bed, though still partially on me. "Aunt Victoria, you're the one always preaching about decorum." "I am just a tacky American." "What's your excuse?" Victoria shot her a look, though there was a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Yes, the situation is unorthodox. But in traditional British fashion, I am going to do what the monarchy does whenever they find themselves in an embarrassing situation." "What's that?" I said. Victoria smiled, leaned over and kissed me on the forehead. "I am going to ignore it." Samantha laughed hard. "I like that plan. Now, we should probably disentangle ourselves before the girls get any ideas." Maya and Lily, who had been silently observing, finally burst into giggles. "Too late!" Lily exclaimed. "We already know what's going on. Clearly, you're both in love with our dad. We are taking applications for new mothers." Victoria's blush deepened, and she shook her head slightly. "Children have such wild imaginations." Samantha, now fully awake, appeared more amused than embarrassed. She gave Victoria a playful nudge. "Wild imaginations? Or maybe they're just good at reading between the lines, Lady Harrington." Victoria sighed, trying to keep a straight face. "You're incorrigible, Samantha." "And you're blushing, Victoria," Samantha teased, though there was warmth in her tone. "Come on, let's make a graceful exit before we completely lose our dignity." They both shifted, carefully moving off the bed, though not without a few more chuckles and whispered comments between them. I watched them, amused by the entire situation and grateful for the unexpected lightness of the moment. As they stood up, Victoria smoothed down her nightgown, her composure returning. "I suppose breakfast is in order," she said, trying to regain her usual grace. "Agreed," Samantha said, casting me a quick smile. "And maybe some strong coffee to help us all wake up." Maya and Lily clambered over me, still giggling. "Dad, did you see the look on their faces?" Lily whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear. I grinned, finally sitting up as well. "I think I got a pretty good view from here." Victoria and Samantha both laughed, the earlier embarrassment fading into a comfortable camaraderie. "Well, we should leave you to get up properly," Victoria said, giving a slight nod. "We'll see you downstairs." With that, they gracefully exited the room, leaving me with my two giggling girls and the sound of the storm still raging outside. The girls and I got out of bed. Oddly enough, I found my bag in my room. Maids, I assume. I also found that most of the food that I brought in the coolers I packed were no longer in those coolers. They packed away in large refrigerators. I figured I would make breakfast. I started to look through the cupboards and was amazed. It was the most complete kitchen I had ever seen. I got to work. I had just finished prepping the final touches for breakfast when my girls came and sat at the kitchen island, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched me work. The sound of sizzling bacon filled the air, blending with the fragrant aroma of fresh coffee and the earthy scent of mushrooms sautéing in butter. I had a dozen or more pancakes on a plate and some home granola and yogurt with fresh fruit. I set a couple of glasses of orange juice in front of my girls. I was in my element, and it felt good. Just as I was about to plate the eggs, the door to the kitchen opened quietly. I glanced up. Samantha stepped into the room. I had to stop myself from dropping my jaw like a cartoon. Samantha had clearly taken some time to freshen up, and the difference was remarkable. I noticed how striking she was last night. It wasn't even a comparison. Gone was the exhausted woman who had stumbled in from the storm. In her place was someone who looked every bit the supermodel she once was. Her long, flowing dirty blonde hair was neatly tied back, catching the morning light as it shimmered with a healthy sheen. Her complexion, which now had a subtle, sun-kissed glow, seemed to brighten the entire room. She looked composed, elegant, and effortlessly beautiful. She was wearing a simple yet stylish outfit, a fitted red blouse that highlighted her graceful figure and a pair of blue jeans pants that accentuated her long, toned legs. Standing tall and poised, she moved with a confidence that was impossible to ignore. It was such a stark contrast that I had a hard time comprehending it. It was hard to reconcile this composed woman with the one I had seen just last night, drenched and disheveled. The most interesting about it was even really fancy. She just wore it really well. Samantha caught my gaze and offered a small, shy smile. "We meet again," she said softly, her voice carrying a warmth that matched her appearance. "Morning." I cleared my throat, trying to focus on the task at hand. "Morning. Breakfast is just about ready. Smells amazing," she said, looking over the spread. "What's on the menu?" "Just a traditional English breakfast," I replied, trying to keep my tone steady as I plated the eggs. "Nothing too fancy. I hope you are hungry." She took a step closer, her eyes scanning the kitchen, clearly impressed. "It looks incredible, Ethan. You really know your way around a kitchen, don't you?" I shrugged, trying to downplay it, but it was hard not to feel a swell of pride. "I've picked up a thing or two over the years. It's just about following the basics, really." Samantha's smile widened as she leaned against the counter, her gaze never leaving me. "You're being modest. This is more than just basic cooking. It's impressive." There was something in her tone that made me pause, a sincerity that caught me off guard. I glanced over at her, and for a brief moment, our eyes met. There was a connection there, something unspoken but undeniable. "Thanks," I said, my voice a little rougher than I intended. "I just enjoy making good food, especially for people I care about." The girls, who had been quietly observing our exchange, suddenly chimed in. "Dad's the best cook," Lily declared proudly. "He makes the best pancakes, too." Maya nodded enthusiastically. "And his scrambled eggs are awesome." Samantha laughed softly, the sound light and genuine. "It sounds like you have some very loyal fans, Ethan." I grinned, feeling the warmth of their praise. "They're not too picky, thankfully," I said, casting a playful glance at the girls, who both giggled. Samantha's gaze softened as she watched the interaction, and she shook her head slightly. "You're full of surprises, Ethan. How did you become so skilled in the kitchen?" "Well," I said, trying to mask my surprise at her compliment, "I've had to fend for myself and the girls for a while now. Cooking just became part of the routine." As I stood at the stove, finishing up the last of the sausages, I heard soft footsteps approaching. Before I could turn around, Victoria entered the kitchen, her presence immediately commanding the room. I turned to speak to her and stopped. Samantha wasn't the only one who had transformed. Her blonde hair fell loose in effortless waves around her shoulders. Similar to Samantha, she wore a sophisticated outfit, a light sweater that highlighted her graceful figure and a pair of tailored pants that spoke of understated luxury. If I didn't know any better, I'd have thought they really had somewhere to be. Then again, what did I know? Maybe they did. The most noticeable about this Victoria was the natural ease in the way she moved, as if she had just stepped out of a portrait. Maybe she was actually a princess. Her blue eyes sparkled with a warmth that caught me off guard. "What's all this, then?" she asked, her voice carrying that refined British lilt. Her eyes widened slightly as she took in the sight of the spread laid out on the kitchen island. Before I could respond, Samantha, who was already seated at the table, gestured toward the food with a smile. "Ethan's making breakfast," she said, her voice light with approval. "And it looks like we're in for a treat." Victoria turned her smile toward me, and for a moment I felt my breath catch in my throat. "Wow, Ethan, how you continue to surprise," she said warmly, her voice laced with genuine appreciation. "This all looks delightful." "Thank you," I replied, suddenly aware of the heat rising in my cheeks. I wasn't used to this kind of attention. I hope it tastes as good as it looks. I began serving the food, trying to keep my focus on the task at hand. But I am a dude. And I found myself stealing glances at both Samantha and Victoria. They both grabbed cups of coffee and dressed them with cream and sugar. They chatted, but I wasn't listening. I was starting to see the similarities too. It was in their face, specifically the space of their eyes and mouths. It wasn't just that. The way they carried themselves, so poised, so composed, that made it hard to believe that just 12 hours ago I had pulled them out of a wreckage. Now it was like any other day. They sat, effortlessly graceful and undeniably beautiful, even in the simple setting of a morning kitchen. The girls eagerly filled their plates, followed by Victoria and Samantha, and soon the kitchen was filled with the sounds of clinking cutlery and contented sighs as everyone dug into the meal. The aroma of freshly cooked bacon, eggs, toast, beans, tomates, and sausage mingled with the scent of strong coffee, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort that seemed to wrap around all of us. I also made pancakes for the girls. Samantha took a bite of the sausage and closed her eyes, savoring the flavor. "This is incredible," she said, her voice filled with genuine appreciation. "This sausage is amazing. I don't think I've ever had a breakfast sausage like this." "It's homemade," said Lily, as she dipped her own sausage in maple syrup. Victoria nodded in agreement, her eyes meeting mine with that same warm sparkle. "It's absolutely delicious, Ethan. Perhaps I should hire you as a cook." Their praise made me happy and gave me a feeling of deep satisfaction. Cooking had always been a passion of mine, a way to bring people together and create moments of joy, and seeing them enjoy it so much made the effort all the more worthwhile. But even as the meal continued and the conversation flowed easily, I found myself occasionally glancing back at Victoria and Samantha. So flipping beautiful it was almost outrageous. I suddenly felt underdressed. Not that it matters. I started to clean the kitchen. We would need to start packing up and getting to the campsite.
Samantha. I stirred slowly, the warmth and comfort of the bed making it difficult to fully wake up. The events of the previous night were still a bit hazy, but as I blinked my eyes open, the soft light of morning filtering into the room, I became aware of the unusual situation I found myself in. My head was resting on something firm yet comfortable, and as I shifted slightly, I realized I was sprawled across someone's legs and chest, Ethan's legs and chest, to be exact. A surge of embarrassment flooded through me as I quickly lifted my head, my cheeks flushing as I realized how close I was to him. When was the last time I shared a man's bed? Especially with 3 other women. Not since college, I think. Oh, that was dirty thought. I was having trouble processing what was happening. How did I end up in Ethan's bed? Honestly, I am not entirely sure. I remember falling asleep on the couch. I remember Lily waking up scared. I remember getting up and laying back down. I remember coming to Ethan's room. Oh damn. I came with these girls and never left. I glanced over at Victoria, who was just beginning to stir as well. She blinked, looking a bit disoriented, before she realized where she was and who she was with. Her reaction was immediate. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, something I had rarely seen in her before. Honestly, I know the feeling. We exchanged some words but was hardly even listening or paying again. What must Ethan think of us? Victoria said. I felt a mix of emotions: embarrassment, amusement, and something I couldn't quite place. I was used to being composed, to maintaining a certain image, but this morning had shattered all of that. I glanced up at Ethan, expecting to see a hint of judgment or maybe a smirk. He is a dude, after all, but instead, I saw only a kind smile. I think the storm brought everyone together, he said softly, his voice warm and reassuring. It's good to know that I only need a little thunderstorm to get a woman flocking to me. Now there is a well-kept secret. I should write a book. His words eased some of the tension, and I laughed softly, though the sound was tinged with a bit of self-consciousness. Oh, please, I quipped, pushing myself up into a sitting position on the bed, still partially leaning on Ethan. Aunt Victoria, you're the one always preaching about decorum. I am just a tacky American. What's your excuse? Victoria shot me a look that was both playful and chiding.
Ah.
Yes, the situation is unorthodox. But in traditional British fashion, I am going to do what the monarchy does whenever they find themselves in an embarrassing situation. What's that? Ethan said. His smile was warm. I liked it. Victoria grinned, leaned over and kissed Ethan on the forehead. I am going to ignore it. I laughed hard. The situation was so ridiculous. I like that plan. Now, we should probably disentangle ourselves before the girls get any ideas. Maya and Lily, who had been lying quietly on either side of Ethan, suddenly burst into giggles, breaking the morning's silence. Too late. Lily exclaimed, her voice filled with glee. Too late. Lily exclaimed. We already know what's going on. Clearly, you're both in love with our dad. We are taking applications for new mothers. Victoria's blush deepened, and she put on a stern look, trying to maintain her usual composure, but the situation was clearly getting the better of her. Children have such wild imaginations, she said, though her voice lacked its usual firmness. I couldn't resist a playful jab, my earlier embarrassment now turning into amusement. Wild imaginations? Or maybe they're just good at reading between the lines, Lady Harrington. Victoria sighed, though the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her amusement. You're incorrigible, Samantha. And you're blushing, Victoria, I teased, though there was no malice in my tone, only warmth and affection. Come on, let's make a graceful exit before we completely lose our dignity. Victoria shook her head, a small, reluctant smile finally breaking through her composed facade. I suppose that would be wise. We carefully extricated ourselves from the tangle of limbs and blankets. I felt a need to glance back at Ethan. He had been the calm center of this storm, both literal and figurative, and I felt a strange sense of gratitude mixed with discomfort. It was a very odd combination of feelings. With one last look at him, I followed Victoria out of the room, the sound of the girls' giggles trailing after us. This morning had been unexpected, to say the least, but somehow, it felt like the beginning of something new, something that, despite the awkwardness and the laughter, I was curious to explore. Once I was safely back in the privacy of my room, I leaned against the door and let out a shaky breath. My heart was still racing. I felt a flush in my cheeks. I didn't know how I was going to face any of them later, but for now, I just needed a moment to collect myself. I walked over to the small table where I had left my phone the night before. It wasn't my regular phone. Only my backup. My normal phone was probably at the bottom of that creek. The screen lit up as I picked it up. My heart sank as I saw the barrage of missed texts from my friends. I had messaged them last night, letting them know briefly what happened and I was okay, but I hadn't given them any details. Now, they were clearly freaking out. Grace, wait. You almost died? Are you okay? What happened? Olivia, why aren't you answering? Should we call someone? Natalie, Samantha Harrington, you tell us what is going on before I come to Silver Ridge and put you over my knee. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I should have known they would worry, especially since I hadn't given them much to go on. I quickly typed out a response, trying to keep it as simple as possible. Me, sorry, guys. It's been a wild night. As I said last night, we got caught in the storm and ended up stranded and in a creek. We're safe now. But it was touch and go for a bit. We are back at the chateau now. We got checked out last night by Dr. Kingsley. Scary stuff. So what I didn't say is there's this guy, Ethan, who saved us. His daughters are here too. I didn't sleep well last night. I am wiped out. Need to shower. I hit send and sat down on the edge of the bed to gather myself. The replies came flying in. Olivia, OMG, Sam. Are you serious? Who is this Ethan guy? Is he hot? Grace, please tell us you're okay. And more about Ethan, this sounds like a rom-com waiting to happen. Natalie, safe? Are you sure? I don't like this. You should go to a hospital. Oh, my friends. I just love them. They were always like this, ready to jump into action at a moment's notice, but I could tell they were also dying for details. Me, I'm okay, promise. Ethan's a really good guy. Tall, rugged, and definitely the strong, silent type. And yes, I would say he has a certain appeal. His daughters are with us too. Maya is 12 and Lily is 11 and absolutely darling. It was wild last night, but everything is okay this morning. Though the storm is still going crazy. And my body is sore as balls. Need some Motrin and yoga. The responses came in rapid fire. Olivia, I knew it. This is totally going to turn into a movie. Grace, please tell us more about him. We're living vicariously through you right now. Natalie, rugged and a certain appeal? What is this night court? What does that even mean? But even more importantly, are you sure you're okay? Do we need to head in your direction? I bit my lip, trying to find the right words to explain what had happened without sounding completely ridiculous. Me, I'm fine, really. It's just been a weird night. We ended up sharing a bed, don't freak out, nothing happened. But I did wake up this morning completely mortified. I am not sure how to face him now. The responses were immediate. Olivia, what? You woke up in bed with him? Tell us everything, I love it, you skank. Grace, this is too good. I need details, Sam. Spare none. Natalie, mortified? But why? He didn't do anything, did he? I snorted at the replies. Leave it to my friends to turn this into something straight out of a romance novel. I typed out a quick response, promising to fill them in later, but for now, I needed to figure out how to face Ethan and everyone else without completely dying of shame. Shame? Really? I was starting to sound like my aunt. What do I have to be shamed of? I didn't do anything wrong. I just slept in the bed of a man I hardly know. With my aunt. And his daughters. I face-bombed. The whole thing sounded ludicrous. As I set my phone down, I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. It was time to take back control. That means for me putting on my game face. It was time to get ready. I glanced around the room, reminding myself that this wasn't just any guest room, it was practically my second home. I had everything I needed to get ready. With a determined sigh, I slid out of bed and padded over to the large closet. The last thing I needed was to give Ethan the impression that I was anything less than perfectly put together, even in a situation like this. I flipped through the clothes, my mind racing as I tried to decide what to wear. I didn't want to overdo it, this was just breakfast, after all, but I also couldn't let him see me as anything other than the woman I was. I finally settled on a fitted red blouse with delicate gold accents that highlighted my eyes, paired with tailored jeans pants that flatter my figure without being too flashy. The blouse had a classic, sophisticated feel, and the pants were just tight enough to remind me and anyone who looked that I was still every bit the supermodel I used to be. I pulled out a pair of low heels, nothing really dressy and quite comfortable, just enough to give me a bit more height without seeming like I was trying too hard. Next, I focused on my hair. The tousled waves from sleep had a kind of natural beauty to them, but I wasn't about to walk out there looking like I haven't brushed my hair. I grabbed the brush and smoothed out the waves, letting them fall softly over my shoulders. A quick glance in the mirror told me I was looking more like myself, polished, poised, and ready to face whatever awkwardness might come my way. I kept the makeup minimal, just enough to highlight my best features without seeming like I was putting in too much effort. A touch of mascara to make my green eyes pop, a light dusting of blush to give me some color, and a swipe of lip gloss to keep my lips looking soft. It was all about balance, enough to show that I cared, but not so much that it looked like I was trying to impress anyone. When I was satisfied with my appearance, I took a deep breath and straightened my shoulders. I could handle this, just like I'd handled everything else in my life. With that, I stepped out of the room and headed for the kitchen. I made my way down the hall and heard the sounds of breakfast being prepared, pans clinking, the sizzle of something on the stove, and the low murmur of voices. The closer I got, the more I could smell the delicious aroma of food wafting through the air. It was warm, inviting, and so different from the usual mornings I spent alone in my apartment. When I entered the kitchen, I paused for a moment to take in the scene. Ethan was at the stove, focused on whatever he was cooking, while Lily and Maya were at the table, chatting animatedly. The sight of them together was nice. Too nice. And suddenly, I was keenly aware of how little I had in common with this cozy, domestic scene. Ethan glanced up as I entered, his gaze lingering on me for a moment longer than usual. I could see the appreciation in his eyes, and that was exactly what I needed. We exchanged greetings and I have Maya and Lily a wink. "Smells amazing," I commented, moving to the table and taking a seat. "What's on the menu?" "Traditional English breakfast," Ethan replied, his focus back on the stove. "Nothing too fancy. Hope you're hungry." I nodded, trying to keep my mind on the food and not on how awkward I felt sitting there, trying to fit into a scene that wasn't mine. The girls continued their conversation, and I found myself half listening, half distracted by the way Ethan moved around the kitchen. He was confident, sure of himself, and there was something undeniably attractive about that. I shook my head, pushing those thoughts aside. This wasn't about attraction. This was about reclaiming my sense of control, of reminding myself who I was. And if that meant making sure Ethan didn't see me as just some damsel in distress, then so be it. But as I sat there, listening to the laughter and the clatter of dishes, I felt myself relax. This felt really nice. I wondered if this is how mothers and wives feel. Victoria. My heart was still pounding as I closed the door behind me, retreating to the privacy of my room. The events of the morning were almost too surreal to process. I couldn't believe I had woken up in Ethan's bed, surrounded by his daughters and Samantha. What on earth had I been thinking? The storm had been terrifying, but I should have handled it better than crawling into bed with strangers. Going in there with Maya and Lily at that time seemed perfectly reasonable. Laying down with them? Why would I do that? I should have woken Ethan and let him handle his daughters. I don't even really know them. I acted way more familiar than I had any right to. How embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, I paced the room, trying to calm down. My thoughts were a mess, and I knew I needed to get a grip. I thought I should probably check messages, even just to distract myself. But as I reached for my phone, the reality of my situation hit me. I didn't have it. It was likely still in the limo, lost amidst the chaos of last night. Frustration bubbled up inside me. I needed my phone. I couldn't function without it. The idea of going into town to get a replacement was daunting, but it had to be done. I needed to stay connected, especially after what had happened. Then I realized my tablet. I had it, and the Wi-Fi was working. Thank goodness. I decided to call Lewis, my ever-reliable assistant. If anyone could help me get my head back on straight, it was him. After a few rings, his familiar face appeared on the screen, a mix of concern and curiosity in his expression. My lady. How your absence has brought gloom to my Victoria, what on earth happened? You look. Well, not yourself, Louis exclaimed, his French accent more pronounced in his surprise. Louis, I'm a mess, I admitted, feeling a bit of relief just hearing his voice. We nearly died last night. His eyes widened. Died? Like dead died? Not like socially dead. Like actually dead. Explain immediately. I quickly filled him in on the storm, the crash, and how Ethan had saved us. I described how we had ended up at the chateau with Ethan, Samantha, and injured James, and his 2 daughters. I explained how I had laid down last night only for the lightning and thunder to get out of control, and how, in my panic, I had somehow ended up in bed with him. The more I talked, the more absurd it all sounded. Victoria, mon Dieu, that sounds terrifying. Louis exclaimed, his usual flair for the dramatic coming through. But you're safe now, yes? Yes, we're safe, I reassured him. But this morning. Louis, I woke up in his bed. It was the most mortifying moment of my life. Louis raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips.
Ah.
So this Ethan is quite the charmer, then? I shook my head, trying to downplay it. No, it's not like that. I hardly know him.
Oh no.
Well, I know how that sounds, but that's not how. And Ethan, is he a charmer? I would exactly say no. He's just. Well, he's very different. But that's not the point. I'm mortified, Louis. It should not have happened. He nodded, his tone softening. Darling, it sounds like you were scared and vulnerable. It's understandable. But now, you need to regroup. You're Lady Victoria Harrington, after all. This is just a minor hiccup. Hopefully, the sex was good, yes. It is about time that you felt pleasure that comes with carnal activity. I face-bombed. I didn't have sex with him, Louis. Samantha was there. Louis smiled. Oh, kinky. His comment made me blush furiously, and I swatted at him through the screen. Louis, stop it. This is serious. We didn't sleep together. Well, okay, we did sleep together, but we only slept. Samantha, his 2 daughters, Lily, Mia, and I all ended up in his bed because of the bloody storm, which is fine for normal people, but I am Lady Harrington. What if the tabloids hear about this? He chuckled, clearly enjoying my discomfort. All right, no need to get your panties in a twist. You are wearing panties, right? Yet I digress. First, tell me what happened. Everything. The crash, the rescue, and how you ended up sleeping with 4 other people. Then you tell me about this young man. I took a deep breath and tried to focus on describing the events, everything including how we ended up in Ethan's bed. Next, I spent some time trying to describe Ethan to Louis. The question was, how do I describe Ethan? I thought about him. He has a rough persona. I think he has a handsome face with a strong jawline and piercing blue eyes, though the hot factor can be difficult to see under the facial hair. There was a kindness in his gaze that contradicted his rough exterior. Soft words of comfort for a stranger that he didn't know. He didn't know me, which I found odd. Honestly, I struggled to put into words the strange mix of emotions he stirred within me. He comes across as complicated, I finally settled on, realizing how inadequate the description sounded. Louis arched an eyebrow. Complicated? Love, that is the queen of all non-explanations. I sighed, feeling the weight of the morning's events pressing down on me. He's just different. He's been through a lot, you can tell. But honestly, I can only give you my impressions because I don't really know him. I know he loves his daughters, and they absolutely adore him. I think it's obvious that he has lived a rough life. That's about all. What little I know is mostly context from his daughters. Louis nodded thoughtfully. A single father and a study in contrasting elements. How intriguing. And how did he react to waking up with you in his bed? He didn't really react, though he appeared quite amused by it, I admitted. Big fat jerk, he could have at least been a bit excited. What was that, Lady Harrington? Nothing. I straightened myself. So, what's the plan now? I took a deep breath, feeling a flicker of determination amidst the embarrassment and confusion. I need a phone replacement. And then? I don't know. I have no idea what Ethan must think of me now, but I cannot have him talking to the press. It's the last thing I need. It's already going to be a mess keeping the accident out of the news. People already think I'm unstable because of Henry's death. We're just sort of getting past it. Lewis nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps you should talk to him, explain yourself. I groaned at the thought. I don't even know where to begin. Well, start with I'm sorry, Lewis suggested with a shrug. Honesty goes a long way. Honesty? Please tell me that you are being cheeky, I said, taking a deep breath. Or is that seriously all you got for me? Lewis grinned. The classics are good for a reason. But in all candor, you need to understand Ethan, and he really needs to understand you. The only way that happens is through honest communication, as difficult as it can be sometimes. So, what will you do? I slapped my face with both of my palms. Not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to make a sound. Then I took a deep breath. I needed to get a grip. I'm going to freshen up, then figure out how to get into town and get a new phone. I can't go without one. Of course not, Lewis agreed. Then, I said resolutely, I will talk to Ethan, and hopefully, we can put this mess behind us. Lewis nodded. You've been through quite the ordeal. Tell me how things go with Tall, Dark, and Roguish. I rolled my eyes. Thank you, Lewis. I'll keep you updated. Please do, he said warmly. And if you need anything, just call. I'm here for you. I ended the call and stared at the tablet for a moment, trying to steady my racing heart. Lewis was right, I needed to pull myself together. First, a bath, a good scrubbing, and washing my hair. Then, I would figure out the rest. I wasn't going to let one terrifying night throw me completely off balance. I was Lady Victoria Harrington, and I could handle this. As soon as I figured out what this was. Taking a deep breath, I headed to the bathroom and drew a bath. The warm water was a balm to my nerves, easing the tension in my shoulders and helping me regain my composure. As I stepped out of the bath, I felt a renewed sense of clarity. I was ready to face whatever the day would bring. I took my time getting ready, knowing that presenting my best self was crucial, especially after the mortifying circumstances of the morning. I selected an outfit that was both sophisticated and understated, something that would remind me of who I was, a woman of poise and grace, no matter the situation. Though probably more formal than necessary, I chose a tailored, cream-colored blouse with delicate lace detailing at the collar and cuffs, paired with a high-waisted, navy blue pencil skirt that accentuated my slender figure. The skirt's fabric hugged my hips just enough to showcase my curves without being too revealing. I finished the look with a pair of classic, nude pumps that added just the right amount of height. As I stood in front of the mirror, I took a moment to assess my appearance. My dark blonde hair, blown out and soft, fell in loose waves over my shoulders. I decided to leave it down, allowing it to frame my face and soften the overall look. My skin, always fair, had a natural glow, enhanced by the light touch of makeup. I had applied just a hint of blush to bring color to my cheeks and a swipe of mascara to highlight my green eyes. I added a pair of simple pearl earrings and a delicate gold bracelet, keeping the accessories minimal yet elegant. The overall effect was one of effortless sophistication, a look that would put me back in control of the situation. Satisfied with my appearance, I took a deep breath and gave myself a final once-over in the mirror. The woman staring back at me was a far cry from the panicked mess I had been just hours earlier. I was Lady Victoria Harrington, after all, and I was determined to live up to that title.
Ethan. After breakfast, the atmosphere in the house seemed to lighten. The awkwardness from earlier, with everyone crowded into my bed, was fading into the background. I watched as the girls ran off to explore, their laughter bouncing off the walls. I focused on clearing the table and tidying up the kitchen, trying to keep my mind from wandering. It wasn't easy, though. Samantha and Victoria were still in the kitchen, lingering as if they had something on their minds. Samantha kept glancing my way, and it was difficult to read her expression. Victoria, on the other hand, appeared to be trying to keep herself busy, but there was a tension in her shoulders that gave her away. "I suppose we should figure out what to do next," Victoria said, breaking the silence. She turned to Samantha, but I could tell she was addressing both of us. "We're a bit stranded without a driver or phone, aren't we?" Samantha nodded, her gaze still focused on me. "Yes, it seems we are. Perhaps we should head into town and see about getting our phones replaced. It appears the rain is letting up. It will be wet, but it's supposed to clear up in the next couple of hours. I have my backup phone, but it's very basic. And, of course, we need to make arrangements to get the car out of the ditch." I looked out the window at the storm still raging outside. It was relentless. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of heading out in this weather again, especially after what happened last night. But I also knew they needed help, and there wasn't anyone else around to give it. "Do you think you could help us, Ethan?" Samantha asked, her voice pulling me from my thoughts. "We're a bit helpless at the moment, and I'd hate to impose, but we could really use a hand getting into town." I set down the dish I was drying and turned to face them. "Sure, I can drive you into town. It's not a problem." I paused, considering the situation. But it might be better to wait until this lets up a bit. The roads are pretty bad, and I'd hate for us to end up in another ditch. Victoria nodded, a hint of relief in her expression. "You're right, of course. We'll just have to wait it out." "Thank you, Ethan." "I really appreciate it," Samantha added, offering me a smile that I couldn't help but return. "No problem," I said, meaning it. "I should finish cleaning this up and maybe take a shower." Victoria smiled, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. "That sounds lovely. I think I'll find Maya and Lily and see what they are up to. Maybe I can keep them out of too much trouble." Samantha laughed softly, a sound that was oddly comforting. "Good luck with that. I think I will join you. What kind of mischief do two young ladies get into?" With that, they each made their way out of the kitchen. I watched them go, feeling a strange mix of emotions. This wasn't exactly how I pictured my week, but somehow, despite the chaos, it felt right. For now, I focused on cleaning up the kitchen.
Maya. The movie room was like nothing I'd ever seen. It wasn't just a home theater, it was a full-fledged cinematic experience. The room was enormous, with high ceilings and deep red velvet drapes framing the massive screen. The plush, oversized seats were arranged in perfect rows, each equipped with reclining options, cup holders, and even small trays for snacks. The walls were lined with dark wood paneling, giving the space an old-world, elegant charm, while the lighting was dim and perfectly adjusted to create an ambience of pure indulgence. "Lily, this is amazing," I whispered, my voice filled with awe. Lily's eyes were just as wide as mine. "It's like our own private movie theater." We wasted no time exploring every corner of the room, testing out the chairs, fiddling with the controls, and marveling at the selection of movies. There were classic films, the latest blockbusters, and even a collection of timeless animations that made both of us squeal with excitement. Victoria and Samantha joined us a few minutes later, both of them looking around with amused smiles. Samantha plopped down on one of the seats with a playful grin. "Well, ladies, what are we watching first?" Maya and Lily exchanged looks. "Aunt Victoria, Samantha, you look really nice. Are you sure you want to watch movies with us?" Victoria and Samantha exchanged a glance. Samantha was the one who answered. "We do seem a bit overdressed for a movie day, don't we?" "Yeah. Not that you don't look really pretty, but maybe we should all put back on our pajamas?" They all agreed, and 15 minutes later, they were all back in the movie room. Victoria grabbed the oversized remote. All right, my little darlings. What shall it be? Action thriller. Lily called out, or horror. Everyone looked at Lily, bewildered. What? She said. It changed my life? Samantha raised an eyebrow. Like, as in the demonic clown, it? Stephen King is a genius, Lily nodded. I snorted. How about something funny? Victoria, who had settled into a chair next to Samantha, nodded in agreement. I could use a good laugh. The movie started, and the room filled with laughter, gasps, and delighted chatter. We had chosen a classic comedy that had everyone in stitches, the perfect way to forget about the storm outside. For a while, we were all just a group of women enjoying each other's company, letting go of the tension from the night before. We got through the first movie and started a second one from Disney with a talking crab and a demigod. Before long, everyone was commenting, talking, and singing along to the songs. The second movie ended, and we decided to do a romantic movie one about sparkling vampires. Lily loves that movie. Team Jacob, for sure. We watched parts 1 and 2 in relative silence, excluding the girly commentary. Partway through the third installment, Samantha turned to me with a curious look in her eye. Maya, this may not be the right time, but I was hoping you might tell me a bit about your dad. I looked up, caught off guard by the question. Sure, what do you want to know? Samantha took a deep breath. She sounded nervous. Honestly, I don't even know where to start. You tell me. What do I need to know about him? I glanced at Lily, who was munching on some popcorn, before answering. Dad's pretty awesome. He and Mom had me when he was super young, so he has worked for like a really long time. He was in the military. He won't tell us what he did there. He had to quit because of an injury. He was gone for a while because of deployment, but I don't remember it very well. I don't really remember it at all, added Lily. I continued. Daddy's had a rough he has had it rough for a while. He's been through a lot, but he's always there for us. He's strong, kind, and really good at, like, everything. Yeah, Lily chimed in. He's the best. He cooks, he takes care of us, and he can fix anything. And he's super tough. The boys and even some of the parents at school are scared of him. Samantha smiled, leaning in slightly. He sounds like a great guy. What's his favorite thing to do? Cooking is up there, I said with a grin. He loves it. He's always trying new recipes and making the best food ever. Wait until you try the PAE. Lily considered it. He also likes the outdoors fishing, hunting but only with a bow. He says hunting with a gun is cheating. What else? He likes old movies and the water. Oh, and old cars, he really likes cars. I laughed at this. Daddy would collect cars if he could. Victoria, who had been quietly listening, hesitated for a moment before asking, what about your mom? I noticed yesterday when I mentioned her, you two quickly changed the subject. Is it okay to ask about her? Lily and I both tensed slightly at the mention of our mom. The thought of her made me angry. I took a deep breath. I knew that Daddy wouldn't want us to talk badly about her. Lily shifted uncomfortably beside me. You can ask. It's just hard, I said softly, trying to keep the mood light. She is with that other guy now, and we don't like him much. He likes to buy us stuff but only to show off. He's a creep. Dad has full custody because apparently, he is important to some people. Or something. I am not sure. We hate going there, said Lily in a soft voice. Victoria nodded, sensing the tension. Can I ask how long your mom and dad have been separated? I thought for a moment. A couple of years now. The first year was really hard. Dad did all sorts of odd jobs after his company closed, and well, after the company shut down. It took a while, but we made it work. Dad will pretty much do anything to make money to take care of us. Mom doesn't work, so her child support isn't much. Dad won't tell me how much. He says it's not kids' business. But I know it's the kind that jingles and not folds. I understand, she said gently. She paused, then added with a curious look, your mom remarried. What about your dad? Does he have a girlfriend? He must have plenty of women interested in him. I noticed Lily's expression fall slightly, her smile fading. No. Daddy doesn't date, she murmured, her voice tinged with sadness. Actually, he's never dated. Samantha and Victoria exchanged a glance, their curiosity evident, but they didn't push further. I could tell they were trying to understand more about Dad, but there were some things we just didn't like talking about. I forced a smile. Like I said, our dad is the best. He gets approached, it happens a lot at our school when he is there. But he always tells us that the only women he needs in his life are us. I waffle. Sometimes it's cute. Sometimes it's annoying. Lily smiled like she was remembering something. There are a lot of single and divorced women that live near us. Dad is always helping people around the neighborhood. It's funny how hard they try to get his attention. But he never acts on any of the attention, I said. I am not sure he even notices it. I know it gets lonely, though. Mom hurt him. Bad. Samantha made a sad face but tried to hide it. That's really sad. Just as the conversation started to take a somber turn, the sound of thunder rumbled outside. The movie continued to play on the screen, but the momentary distraction brought a sense of foreboding to our cozy sanctuary. Lily shivered and instinctively leaned closer to me for comfort. Despite our efforts to maintain a cheerful atmosphere, the topic of our father's personal life lingered in the air like an unwanted guest. Samantha's next question hung unspoken between us, a heavy silence settling over the room. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted our thoughts, causing us all to jump in surprise. The power flickered for a moment before plunging us into darkness. Samantha flicked on her phone light, as did I and Lily. In the dim glow, I could make out Victoria's worried expression. Lily clung to my arm, her nails digging in slightly as the tension in the room mounted. What was that? She whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind outside. I tried to sound reassuring as I patted her hand. It's just the lightning. Victoria and Samantha were by our sides in a moment. Victoria wrapped her arms around me, and Samantha held Lily. It felt really warm. Do not worry, child, said Victoria. The light will be back on in. The light turned back on. Victoria smiled at me. Backup generator. I gave Victoria a squeeze and said, why don't we get back to the dash? I paused. Just then, the rich, mouth-watering aroma of something delicious wafted into the room. My nose twitched, and my eyes widened as I realized what it was. Oh no. Lily sniffed the air, her eyes lighting up. The lasagna. She turned to me, eyes burning with desire. He did, Maya. He actually did. He told me he wasn't going to, but he did. In an instant, both of us were on our feet, scrambling out of the theater room with excitement. We have to get to the kitchen. I called over my shoulder, laughing as I ran. Victoria and Samantha exchanged amused glances before following us out. As we reached the kitchen, the scent of Dad's lasagna was even more intoxicating, filling the entire space with the promise of a meal made with love and expertise. I burst through the door, my eyes zeroing in on the oven. Sure enough, Dad was there, pulling out a tray of golden, bubbling lasagna, his expression one of focused concentration. You made the lasagna, Father, you lied to me. I exclaimed, my voice a mixture of awe and delight. Dad looked up, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. I did. Figured it was the perfect thing for a day like this. Lily clapped her hands together, practically bouncing with excitement. Can we eat it now, Dad? It smells so good. Dad chuckled, setting the tray on the counter to cool. You know the drill. It must settle first. Victoria and Samantha entered the kitchen, drawn by the irresistible aroma. Samantha's eyes widened as she took in the sight of the lasagna, her mouth practically watering. "That looks incredible, Ethan," she said, genuine admiration in her voice. Dad wiped his hands on a towel, looking a bit bashful under the praise. "Thanks. It's a family recipe, something my mom used to make. I've tweaked the recipe over the last couple of years. It's one of my signature dishes now." Victoria, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. "If it tastes half as good as it smells, we're in for a real treat." Lily and I both nodded eagerly, already pulling out plates and silverware in preparation for the meal. The kitchen buzzed with the warm, homey energy of a family coming together, united by the simple joy of sharing food and laughter. As we all sat down to enjoy the lasagna, the storm outside seemed like a distant memory, replaced by the warmth and comfort of good food and even better company.
Samantha. The moment Ethan placed the lasagna on the table, the rich, savory aroma hit me like a tidal wave. I could already tell that this wasn't just any lasagna, it was something extraordinary. My stomach growled in anticipation as he served generous portions onto each of our plates, the golden, bubbly cheese stretching temptingly with every slice. But the lasagna was just the beginning. Next came a beautiful salad, a vibrant mix of greens sprinkled with crumbled goat cheese, thin slices of crisp apple, candied walnuts, and a drizzle of what I could only assume was some kind of homemade vinaigrette. It looked like it belonged in a gourmet restaurant, not a family kitchen. Ethan wasn't done yet. He placed a dish of corn on the table, but it wasn't just plain corn. No, this was something special, grilled to perfection, topped with a sprinkle of spices, a hint of lime, and a dusting of cheese. The garlic bread was the final touch, each piece golden and crispy, with just the right amount of buttery garlic spread that made my mouth water. I stared at the spread in disbelief. "Ethan, this is incredible," I finally managed to say, my voice a bit shaky from the sheer awe of it all. He shrugged modestly, but I could see a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Just thought I'd make something nice for everyone." "Nice?" I echoed, almost in a daze. "This is beyond nice. This is perfection." Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and snapped a few pictures of the meal. The presentation was so beautiful, I couldn't resist sharing it with my friends. As soon as the photos were sent, my phone practically exploded with responses. "Olivia, OMG, where are you?" "Grace, did you hire a private chef?" "Natalie, that food looks amazing. Who made it?" I grinned, like an idiot mind you, and quickly typed back. "Samantha, believe it or not, Ethan. He made all of this." The replies came in almost immediately, filled with shock, disbelief, and a hint of envy. "Olivia, no way. You're joking, right?" "Grace, wait, the guy who saved you last night? He's a chef too." "Natalie."
Yum.
I chuckled at their reactions, realizing I probably sounded just as stunned as they were. But there was no time to dwell on it. Lily and Maya were already digging into their food with enthusiasm, and I didn't want to miss out. I took my first bite of the lasagna, and my taste buds practically exploded. The layers were perfect: tender pasta, rich, flavorful meat sauce, creamy ricotta, and just the right amount of mozzarella on top, all baked to golden, bubbly perfection. It was the kind of lasagna that made you want to close your eyes and savor every bite, which is exactly what I did. "Ethan," I said, my voice muffled by the food, "this is unreal. I can't believe how good this is." Across the table, Victoria was nodding in agreement, her expression one of pure bliss. "It's been a long time since I've had a meal this satisfying," she admitted. "You're really something, Ethan." He blushed slightly, clearly not used to this much praise. "I'm glad you like it. My mother would be very happy to hear the praise." As if the lasagna weren't enough, I reached for the salad next. The combination of the tangy goat cheese, the sweetness of the apple slices, and the crunch of the walnuts was divine. It was refreshing and light, the perfect complement to the richness of the lasagna. Next, I tried the corn dish. The smoky, grilled flavor with a hint of lime was a revelation. I didn't think I could be more impressed, but Ethan had proven me wrong yet again. Every bite was a new experience, a perfect balance of flavors that danced on my tongue. My phone buzzed again, pulling me out of my food-induced trance. Another message from Natalie, are you sure you don't want to bring him back with you? I grinned, shaking my head at their antics. I knew they were half joking, but there was a part of me that couldn't help but agree. Ethan was full of surprises, and this meal was just the latest in a series of the unexpected. As the meal went on, the conversation flowed easily. We laughed, shared stories, and enjoyed every moment. Maya and Lily were hilarious. They had me laughing so hard that I had water coming out my nose. Ethan had a gift for storytelling. He told us a really funny story about his unit during his basic training that had us all on the edge of our seats. This family had so much joy being together, and I felt really fortunate to be included. I watched Ethan. My eyes kept coming back to him. He was laughing and smiling at his girls. Then me. Then Aunt Victoria. I don't even know what he was saying. I was just watching him. The way he moved. His eyes. His cheeks. I settled on his lips. I was watching his lips. They were nice lips. Full and well cared for. Guys with craggy lips are the worst. His looked soft. Supple. Inviting. I took another bite of the heavenly lasagna, and a thought crossed my mind completely uninvited and utterly inappropriate. I should kiss him. Kiss Ethan with a big, fat, thank you for this amazing meal kiss. Right on the lips with maybe just a bit of tongue. Not too crazy. Just enough to get him to pull me in. Get his hands on my hips and butt. Maybe a little squeeze. I nearly choked on my food. What the hell was I thinking? I barely knew the guy, and here I was, fantasizing about planting one on him just because he could cook like a dream. I scolded myself internally, feeling my cheeks heat up. It was the food, it's not like that guy was saving my life or anything. I stopped again. Damn. He had already done that. Stop. This is nuts. You are not going to kiss Ethan. He is not even your type. He was the exact opposite. Still, I couldn't deny the pull I felt toward Ethan. He had saved us from a near disaster, gotten us to safety, and now he was feeding us like royalty. It was more than anyone could have expected, and I wanted to do something to show my appreciation. Something meaningful, something that would convey just how grateful I was. But kissing him? I wasn't that bold, and certainly not reckless enough to cross that line. No, I needed to find another way to thank him, something that didn't involve making a complete fool of myself. I stole a glance at Ethan, who was chatting easily with Victoria about some of the finer points of lasagna making. He was so relaxed, so at ease. It was then that I realized why Ethan seemed different, special. He wasn't trying to impress Victoria or me. He saved us because he was kind. He cooked for us because he enjoyed feeding people. He spoke with affection because he was simply affectionate. Damn this man. The realization intensified my desire to do something for him even more. But what? A gift? A kind word? A BJ? Something more? I bit my lip, trying to figure out what would make him feel as special as he'd made us feel with his brave actions, kind words, and this incredible meal. The idea of kissing him lingered in the back of my mind, tempting me in ways I wasn't prepared to handle. No, I needed to push that thought away, far away. This wasn't the time or place for something so impulsive. I would find another way to show my gratitude, something that didn't involve risking my dignity or our newfound friendship. But as I watched Ethan laugh at something Maya said, the idea of kissing him didn't seem quite as crazy as it had just a moment ago. Honestly, the guy had saved my life. In that light, kissing was the bare minimum. Now that I think about it, maybe I should just take him to bed. Use all his up and down. And side to side. And over under? That could be fun. Holy shit, what is wrong with me? I cannot take this single father to bed after knowing him for one day. I am not that type of girl. I took another bite of the lasagna, not really tasting it, and wondered what would it be like to act on that impulse? Would he be warm? Would he be affectionate? Would he be rough and take me, wrapping me in his arms, and... I stopped. I could very much feel the heat in my face. Are you okay, Samantha? Victoria's voice broke through my thoughts, pulling me back to reality. I blinked, realizing I had been staring at my plate for far too long. Oh, yes, just. Lost in thought, I replied with a smile, hoping no one could deduce the ridiculous path my mind had wandered down. Well, whatever you're thinking about, it must be good, Victoria teased lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I laughed as my face blazed red, trying to brush it off. Just appreciating the meal, that's all. Victoria hummed, clearly not buying it but letting it slide. Ethan glanced over at me, his expression curious but kind. You sure everything is all right, Samantha? Perfect, I said quickly, smiling at him. The food is amazing, Ethan. Truly. I can't thank you enough. He smiled back, and for a moment, I felt that pull again, that crazy urge to do something impulsive and out of character. But I pushed it down, determined to keep my cool. You're welcome, he replied, his voice warm and genuine. I'm just glad you all enjoyed it. We continued eating, the conversation flowing easily around the table. But in the back of my mind, that little thought kept nudging me, reminding me that sometimes, the best way to show your appreciation is with something unexpected. But for now, I would keep those thoughts to myself and focus on the meal and on finding a way to show Ethan just how much this meant to me, without crossing any lines. The kiss and bed fun, I decided, would stay a fantasy. At least for now. I should ask Ethan about his recipe. Victoria. As I savored the last bite of lasagna, a thought floated through my mind, one that was both ridiculous and entirely out of character. I could marry this man if he keeps cooking like this. He would be an amazing lord. I could already tell. I almost laughed out loud at the absurdity of it. I, Victoria Harrington, consider marriage to a man that I barely knew and who was way younger than me because of a meal? The very idea was preposterous. I had been courted by the most refined and sophisticated men in Europe, the US, and even some from Southeast Asia, men who knew how to charm a lady with words and gestures, not with a spatula and a saucepan. And yet, here I was, sitting in my own chateau, contemplating how delightful life might be with a man like Ethan around, simply because he had made the best lasagna I had ever tasted. It was ludicrous, of course. But I couldn't entirely dismiss the notion. There was something about Ethan that was undeniably appealing beyond his culinary skills, that is. He had a calm, steady presence that put me at ease, even in the midst of the chaos we had been through last night. And the way he interacted with his daughters, with such warmth and patience, was a quality I found deeply attractive. Honestly, it made me miss my Henry. And no, I am not considering marriage. It was just a passing thought, a silly musing brought on by a very full stomach and an even fuller heart. After all, it wasn't every day that I was taken care of, that someone else handled the details and made sure everything was perfect. That was usually my role, the one who ensured everyone else was comfortable and happy. And yet, here was this man, this rugged, unassuming man who had stepped in and taken over with such ease and grace. Calm down, Victoria. It's a meal. Rein it in. I glanced over at Ethan as he spoke with Samantha, his face animated as he described the recipe for the lasagna. It was a mirror of the conversation he and I just had. It didn't matter that we had just discussed the fine points of lasagna and cooking. He was still completely absorbed in the conversation, so passionate about something as simple as a dish. Seeing him like that, it was hard not to be charmed. And that was what worried me. Because, if I allowed myself to think about it too much, I might just start to think about life with Ethan. Who does that? Who pictures themselves with someone they only just met? Silly. I am still in mourning over my husband. Maybe I needed to get laid, as Samantha said. Now wouldn't that be a scandal? I took a deep breath, strange thoughts lingering in the back of my mind. A life where I didn't have to be the one in charge all the time, where someone else could take care of things for once, sounded appealing. And if that someone happened to be a man who could cook like this, well, it was just icing on the cake, wasn't it? But no, I couldn't let myself get carried away. It was just the food and a near-death experience talking. That was all. There was no need to pursue rash decisions or entertain any wild notions. Still, even if it was just a fleeting thought, it was a pleasant one. And it made me feel lighter, somehow. Less burdened by everything that had happened in the past year. Victoria, are you all right? Ethan's voice broke through my thoughts, pulling me back to the present. I blinked, realizing I had been lost in my own musings. Oh, yes, quite all right, I replied with a smile. Just appreciating the meal. He smiled back, and there it was again, that warm, steady feeling that I couldn't quite shake. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Enjoyed it? That was an understatement. It was more than just enjoyment, it was a revelation. But I wasn't about to say that out loud. Instead, I simply nodded and smiled, keeping my thoughts to myself. And as the conversation around the table continued, I let myself indulge in the fantasy just a little longer. Because at that moment, it didn't seem so impossible after all. And if a man could cook like this, well, who could blame a woman for letting her thoughts wander? I also giggled at that. Maybe I should simply take Ethan to bed and be done with it. Now that was a wicked thought.
Chapter 11. Ethan. We finished dinner, and the whole thing made me smile. Everyone pitched in to clean the kitchen. I am quite messy when I cook, so it was good to have the help. The atmosphere was light, filled with the occasional laugh or joke as we wiped down counters and put away dishes. The girls were in high spirits, still buzzing from the excitement of the day and the delicious meal. I found myself stealing glances at Victoria and Samantha as we worked, unable to get over just how stunning they both were, even in the PJs they were now wearing. It was hard not to notice how they moved with such grace, even in the simplest of tasks, or how their laughter seemed to fill the room with warmth. But what really caught me off guard was how close they were getting to me, both physically and in conversation. It wasn't anything overt, just little things: Victoria brushing against my arm as she passed by with a dish, Samantha leaning in a bit too close when she pointed out where the silverware went. It had been some time since a woman had been in such close proximity to me, so I knew I was reading into their actions, but dang. They were so pretty. Ethan, take a chill pill. This is not what it seems. Once the kitchen was spotless, Victoria suggested we retreat to the game room to wind down. The girls eagerly agreed, already discussing which movie to watch. But as we made our way toward the game room, Victoria gently placed a hand on Lily and Maya's shoulders, pausing them just before the door. Why don't you two go ahead and start the movie? Samantha and I need to have a quick chat with your dad, she said, her voice smooth and composed. Lily and Maya exchanged glances before nodding and heading into the room. I watched them go, feeling a slight tension in the air as the door closed behind them. When I turned back, Victoria and Samantha were both standing a bit too close, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and something else I couldn't quite place. We wanted to talk to you about this morning, Victoria began, her tone more serious now. Samantha nodded, her eyes downcast for a moment before meeting mine. Yeah, we're both really sorry about, well, ending up in your bed like that. It wasn't intentional. She paused. No, sorry, that's a lie. It was absolutely intentional. It just should not have happened. I blinked, surprised by their apology. There's really no need to apologize, I said, trying to reassure them. I get it. My girls did the same thing, and from what they told me, you two were just helping them get settled. Victoria shook her head slightly, looking a bit flustered. Your girls are children, Ethan. Samantha is a world-famous model, and I am a lady of the British court. We are adults, and we know better. We are sorry we invaded your space like that. It was inappropriate. I smiled at the irony. Here were two of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen, standing in front of me, apologizing for something I couldn't even bring myself to be upset about. Honestly, you're both worrying too much about this, I said, my voice light. You're two of the most beautiful, polite, and kind women I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. You were helping my girls, and even if you weren't, which I know you were, I wouldn't be upset. If sharing my space with you made you feel safe, even for a little while, then I'm honored. You're welcome to jump into my bed anytime. Samantha's eyes widened slightly, and a flush crept up her cheeks. Victoria, for her part, looked both relieved and embarrassed, but there was a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. You're far too kind, Ethan, Victoria said softly, her gaze holding mine. But I suppose that's one of the reasons we feel so comfortable around you. Yeah, Samantha agreed, her voice almost a whisper. You make us feel safe. There was a moment of silence between us, the kind that felt heavy with unspoken thoughts. I didn't know what to say to that, so I put out my arms. They looked at each other and then fell into my chest. I'm a big guy, so it was easy to engulf them both. I heard them let out a sigh. I just held them for a moment until they took a step back. Well, I said finally, clearing my throat to break the tension, I'm just glad I could help. That's what matters. Thank you, Ethan, Victoria said, her voice sincere. For everything. Samantha nodded in agreement, still looking a bit shy. Yeah, thank you. I shrugged, trying to downplay it all again. Just doing what anyone would. Victoria gave me a long, considering look, as if she wanted to say something more but was holding back. Finally, she just smiled and motioned toward the game room. Shall we join the girls? Yeah, let's, I agreed, eager to get back to something a bit less intense. As we walked toward the door, I could feel a subtle shift in the air between us. There was a sense of understanding now, a connection that hadn't been there before. It was hard to describe, but it felt good. Right, even. We entered the game room to find Lily and Maya already curled up on one of the oversized couches, the opening credits of some animated movie playing on the massive screen. They looked up as we walked in, grinning widely. Finally! Lily exclaimed. We thought you were going to miss the best part. Yeah, come on, Dad. Maya added, patting the space next to her on the couch. Sit with us. I smiled and moved to sit between them, grateful for the distraction. As the movie played and the girls leaned against me, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. Victoria and Samantha took seats on either side of the girls, both of them looking more relaxed now. For the rest of the evening, we watched movies, laughed at the funny parts, and just enjoyed being in each other's company. And though I couldn't stop myself from glancing at Victoria and Samantha every now and then, the earlier tension had faded into something warmer, more comfortable. Good. That is how it should be.
Victoria. I woke up to the soft glow of morning light filtering through the heavy curtains of my bedroom. Stretching beneath the luxurious sheets, I realized I was alone. It made me sad. I wasn't in Ethan's bed, and the girls were nowhere to be seen. Why did I feel alone? I heard laughter down the hall. Maya, probably. It made me smile. I replayed the events in my mind, the laughter during the movie, the warmth of the girls snuggled close, and the unexpected comfort I found in Ethan's presence. The storm outside had pushed us all together in a way I hadn't anticipated. Had it only been a single day since I met them? With a sigh, I slipped out of bed and padded over to the nightstand where I'd left my tablet. I needed to check in with Louis. I tapped on the screen, and Louis's familiar face appeared, his perfectly coiffed hair and sharp cheekbones filling the screen. Good morning, Lady Harrington, Louis greeted me with a knowing smile, his French accent adding a touch of flair to his already polished demeanor. I hope you're calling to tell me you wound up in that handsome American's bed again. This time without additional company. My cheeks flushed, and I laughed softly. Louis, you really do have a one-track mind. He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I live for these little dramas, you know that. So, how was your day? Did you or Samantha seduce the young hero? I smiled at the statement, then scowled. Who said I was going to seduce him? Then I stopped, recalling the incredible meal Ethan had prepared. Lewis, no seduction, but there might as well have been. You wouldn't believe it. Ethan cooked us the most amazing dinner: lasagna, salads, corn dishes, garlic bread. It was like something out of a 5-star restaurant. Do you remember that little place we went to in Florence last year? Same feeling, but made with, I don't know, love? Amazing, everything homemade. Lewis raised an eyebrow, impressed. A man who can cook like that. He's sounding more and more like a dream. Is he gay? Maybe I will take a taste. I rolled my eyes. Lewis, focus, I said, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Ethan is very much straight, as far as I know. And no, there was no seduction involved. We just had a nice dinner, and then an evening with him, Samantha and his girls. We watched movies and ate ice cream. It was nice. What? No drama at all? I am very disappointed in you, my lady. I hesitated, the memory of what happened next still fresh in my mind. Well, maybe a bit. After dinner, Samantha and I decided to apologize to him for the awkwardness yesterday morning. We wanted to make sure he didn't feel uncomfortable about us being in his bed. I sighed. I cannot believe those words just came from my mouth. Such a scandal. Lewis leaned in closer to the screen, his interest piqued. And how did that go? I smiled at the thought. It was unexpected. He was so kind, Lewis. He told us we were worrying too much and that he was honored we felt safe enough to be in his space. And then he said something about how we were two of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen, and we could jump into his bed anytime. Lewis's eyes widened, and he let out a low whistle. Oh la la, Victoria. Sate comment and vouter, nsce pa? Alors, comment as tu réagis à ca? Lewis spoke French when he got really excited. To translate, that man knows how to charm, doesn't he? So, how did you respond to that? That's just the thing, she replied, ignoring the fact that Lewis switched languages. He wasn't being charming. He was being him. I don't think he even realized what he said. He was genuine. I let out a breath, recalling the way Samantha and I had ended up hugging him. We hugged him, Lewis. It just felt right at the moment. But he seemed a bit surprised, almost as if he wasn't used to that kind of affection. Lewis shook his head, a soft smile playing on his lips. This was a mountain town, with rugged landscapes and unpredictable weather. With that in mind, I decided to change. I needed something that was still elegant but more suited to the mountains: a comfortable, stylish sweater paired with slim jeans and boots that could handle the terrain. Something that would allow me to blend into the environment while still feeling like myself. As I adjusted my outfit, I felt a sense of purpose settle over me. I wasn't just dressing for the day, I was preparing for the next step in understanding the man who had so unexpectedly come into my life. The man who, along with his girls, was becoming increasingly important to me. Samantha. I woke up slowly, the soft morning light filtering through the curtains. My first thought was how incredibly cozy and warm I felt, but that comfort was quickly overshadowed by the memory of last night, the incredible dinner, the laughter, and, of course, waking up in Ethan's bed the previous morning. I groaned inwardly, feeling a rush of embarrassment all over again. Ethan. Just the thought of him made me feel warm. He was unlike anyone I'd ever met: strapping, masculine, genuine, and with this quiet strength that made me feel safe, which was a feeling I wasn't used to. But that wasn't something I was ready to admit, not to myself and definitely not to my friends. I reached for my phone, which I'd left on the nightstand. As soon as I unlocked it, the group chat with my friends lit up with notifications. The dumb thing glitched like crazy. I would get a new one in Silver Ridge today. I looked at the messages and, of course, they were still buzzing about the video I'd sent them last night: Ethan being the perfect gentleman while looking like a sexy cowboy Terminator. Olivia, so, what happened after that video? We're dying here. Grace.
Yeah.
Sam, don't leave us hanging. Did he whip up breakfast too? Natalie, and what's the plan for today? Is he sticking around now that the storm has tapered off? I frowned. The storm. Damn. Ethan and the girls could leave today now that the storm had passed. I didn't like that. I completely forgot that we don't actually know each other. I started typing, trying to keep it casual. Samantha, okay, don't freak out. As you saw in that video, we all ended up watching a movie in the theater room. Ethan, Aunt Victoria, his daughters, and I all snuggled on the couch. It was freaking adorable. I will send you pictures later. Ethan was really sweet. He stayed for a bit, then left us to finish. It is insane how good dinner was last night. The guy can cook. You guys saw it. He is supposed to make us a dessert today. The girls called the PIE. So that should be fun. The responses came in fast, each more excited than the last. Liv, stop it. Now I'm hungry. Did you guys talk more? What's his story? Why is he single? Oh damn, is he single? Grace, tell me you've got his lasagna recipe and his 411. Does he have socials? Natalie, Sam, you're practically living in a rom-com right now. Tell us more about his girls. How do they act around you? Around him? Your lack of actual facts is irritating. I paused, fingers hovering over the screen. I hadn't really thought about it until now, but Maya and Lily were starting to mean something. Was that a motherly instinct thing? I barely knew them. But I couldn't deny it. They were sweet, funny, and full of life, and it wasn't hard to understand why Ethan adored them. But getting close to them meant getting close to him, and that was dangerous territory. Samantha.
Yeah.
His two girls. Wow, they are amazing, little bottles of freaking sunshine. Stunning too. I'm not going to lie, I'm getting attached. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're just hanging out, you know? I hesitated before sending the next part, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Samantha, but.
Yeah.
He's something special. I hit send, feeling a little more vulnerable than I intended. The truth was, I wasn't totally convinced I liked Ethan. I liked the idea of what he represented: stability, warmth, and that sense of family I hadn't felt in a long time. Liv, I think a deeper investigation is warranted. Grace, and if you need any tips on bonding with the girls, we can talk. My nieces and nephews, you know I'm here for you. Natalie, I cannot wait to meet the guy. Watch out for Roger, he is in Silver Ridge.
Ugh.
Roger. Just the thought of him made my stomach turn. My last relationship had been a disaster, and the last thing I needed was him trying to worm his way back into my life. But that was a problem for another day. Samantha, I will avoid him. The asshat. I doubt he will bother me if Aunt Victoria is with me. And then there is Ethan. I paused. And then there was Ethan. It was funny last night. She and the girls had watched the first Terminator. Not exactly a movie for kids, but apparently it was one of Lily and Maya's favorite. Something about Ethan reminded her of the Terminator. Not that he looked like Arnold, yet there were some similarities. They were about the same height and build, though if Ethan, truly muscular, had remained to be seen. Still, Ethan was like a sexy cowboy Terminator.
Yum.
I shook my head. Get a grip, Sam. What are you, 12? After sending the messages to my friends, I stared at my phone for a moment longer, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. I wasn't sure what today would bring, but I knew I needed to be prepared for anything. With that thought in mind, I decided it was time to get ready. I glanced around the room, taking in the cozy elegance of Victoria's chateau. The mountain air was crisp and cool, and I could hear the faint rustling of leaves outside the window. It was peaceful, serene even, yet it didn't help with the butterflies in my stomach. I padded over to the closet and started rifling through clothes. I had a full wardrobe here. I was at Victoria's place often enough that I practically lived here, so I had everything I needed. Actually, it was a closely guarded secret that I owned half of the property. Aunt Victoria and I went in on it 4 or 5 years ago as a way to manage the money I was receiving. I was one of the top models in the world for several years and had to do something with the cash. It was safe to say that because of my aunt's foresight, I am very wealthy in my own right even without my family money. Anyway, I needed something that struck the right balance, something that said I was casual and comfortable but also put together. I wanted to make an impression, but I didn't want to overdo it. I pulled out a soft, cream-colored sweater. It was cozy enough for the cool mountain air but still chic. I paired it with a pair of well-fitted dark jeans and a pair of ankle boots that gave me just the right amount of height. I quickly discarded the idea of wearing heels. This wasn't the time or place for them. Besides, the thought of tripping over myself in front of Ethan was mortifying. I glanced at myself in the mirror, adjusting my hair, which I had decided to leave in loose waves cascading down my shoulders. I applied a light layer of makeup, keeping the look more on the natural side. I added a small amount of brown shadow to the crease of my lid to make the green in my eyes stand out more. I followed that up with a light layer of mascara and added blush to my cheeks and lips. As I finished, I took a step back, meticulously going over every detail of my appearance: my hair, how it had fallen, my outfit, and my makeup. Was my makeup too much? I found myself lost in thought. Would Ethan like this? Even take a second glance? With a final look in the mirror, I took a deep breath. Okay, Sam, you've got this, I whispered to myself. I grabbed my phone and slipped it into my back pocket, feeling the weight of the messages from my friends still lingering in my mind. They were rooting for me, and that gave me a bit more confidence as I headed for the door. It was time to face the day and whatever it might bring with my best foot forward. After a moment of reconsideration, I decided to swap the jeans and sweater for something that felt a bit more sophisticated. I wanted to strike the perfect balance between casual and put together, something that would feel appropriate for the mountain setting but still show off my sense of style and maybe turn a few heads, maybe even turn Ethan's. I went back to the wardrobe and pulled out a winter dress. It was one of my favorites, a deep burgundy, knitted dress that hugged my curves. The dress was fitted at the waist, flaring out slightly at the hips, and ended just above my knees, offering a tasteful glimpse of my legs. I paired it with a pair of black leggings, providing warmth and comfort without sacrificing style. The dress had a modest neckline, but the way it clung to my figure subtly highlighted my chest. To finish the look, I added a pair of knee-high black boots with a slight heel, which added a good amount of height to further elongate my legs. The boots were practical for the weather but still chic enough to complete the outfit. I added a simple silver necklace to the ensemble, nothing too flashy, just a little something to draw attention to the neckline. I checked myself in the mirror again, pleased with how the outfit came together. The rich burgundy of the dress contrasted beautifully with my dirty blonde hair, and the fitted silhouette made me feel confident and put together. It was the perfect choice, warm enough for the crisp mountain air but still stylish and flattering. It showcased my legs and hinted at my figure without being over the top. With a final spritz of perfume, I grabbed my phone and headed out the door, ready to face whatever the day had in store. I wasn't sure what to expect, but at least I knew I was dressed for it.
Chapter 13. Ethan. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside the window, the storm that had brought us here now a fading memory. The first light of dawn was creeping through the heavy curtains, casting a soft glow across the room. I stretched, feeling that familiar, satisfying ache in my muscles from yesterday's activities. As I sat up, I glanced around, taking in the peaceful stillness that contrasted sharply with the chaos of the night before. This place, Victoria's chateau, as fancy as it was, felt surprisingly comfortable. It wasn't my usual kind of place, but the overall atmosphere was welcoming. Probably had to do with the people. My girls naturally settled in and seemed so at ease. It was not what I would have expected. Still, I had to question what we were still doing here. I forced that thought out of my mind. I pushed the covers aside and stood up, heading over to the large windows to pull the curtains open. The view outside was breathtaking: rolling hills, lush trees, and the faint outline of mountain peaks in the distance. The air was crisp, fresh with the scent of pine and damp earth. The perfect morning after a storm. I had been coming to these mountains since I was 10, and I knew them like the back of my hand. Yet, The beauty and tranquility never ceased to amaze me. It was quite different experiencing the place from a castle that probably cost more than every asset I had ever hoped to have. Maybe I should look it up on Zillow. I shook my head. Stop. You're being dumb. Get moving. I got dressed, pulling on a well-worn flannel shirt and jeans. My mind wandered back to the night before. I was trying to tell Victoria and Samantha that we should probably start packing up, but then the girls had to talk about the PIE. Apparently, Victoria and Samantha are chocolate lovers because they insisted that I make it. So much for getting out of here today. Then again, my girls were having a blast. It had been so long since they connected with a female figure that it was painfully obvious they needed one. The thought of my ex-wife made me glower. I had full custody, but they still had to see their mother. If the court allowed it, I would cut her off completely. I'm told that isn't good for the girls. I'm not so sure. As I buttoned up my shirt, there was a knock at the door, followed by the sound of it creaking open. I turned to see Lily and Maya peeking in, both of them looking excited. "Morning, Dad," Lily said brightly, her voice full of energy. "Good morning, my angels," I replied, smiling at the sight of my girls. "You two are up early." "We couldn't sleep in," Maya chimed in, bouncing on her toes. "We were talking with Auntie Victoria and Samantha, and they said they want to take us into town today." I raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Into Silver Ridge?" Lily nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah. They said they've got some things they need to pick up, and they thought it would be fun to take us along. You know that we've never been there because it's so fancy. Can we go? Please. Please. Please." I hesitated, the thought of venturing into that ritzy town making me a bit uneasy. Silver Ridge wasn't exactly my scene. "Listen, girls," I said slowly, "I am not sure that's a good idea. Wouldn't it be better if we just head to the campsite? We shouldn't impose on Victoria and Samantha any longer." "But Dad, it's Silver Ridge." Lily grinned and put her arms around me. "Come on. We've got to go." Maya followed suit, wrapping her arms around my waist. "Yeah. We actually have an excuse. Besides, Samantha and Victoria will be sad if we don't." I tried not to roll my eyes. I seriously doubted that. "Listen, I will discuss it with them. Go get ready, then. We'll head down to breakfast and talk to Victoria and Samantha." They dashed out of the room, their laughter echoing down the hallway as they disappeared from sight. I took a deep breath, mentally preparing myself for the day ahead. This was a fight I was going to lose. I could already tell. The girls wanted to go, and I had a hard time saying no to them, especially in this circumstance. My life. Seriously. As I finished getting ready, my thoughts drifted to Silver Ridge. The place was known for its luxury, the kind of town where people drove cars that cost more than my house and wore clothes that could probably pay off my truck. The idea of walking around there with Maya and Lily made me feel a little uneasy. Honestly, I am not even sure why. If I had to articulate it, I know how judgmental people could be. The last thing I wanted was for my girls to feel out of place or get any side-eye looks from people that they didn't know. There are a lot of rich people in Silver Ridge. I mean, I doubt people are going to point their finger and laugh. But is it really okay for us to go to a place meant for billionaires? Like I said, I have been coming to these mountains for a long time. There's a reason I haven't been to Silver Ridge. But then I thought about Victoria and Samantha. They seemed so down to earth despite the lives they led. Surely they'd make sure that Maya and Lily didn't feel out of place. I headed downstairs, intending to talk to Victoria and Samantha about heading back to the campsite and praying they might back me on not going to Silver Ridge. Again, I knew that I was going to lose the argument. We had talked about going into town the day before. I promised I would help. My failed realization that the town we were going to was Silver Ridge on me. Damn. The devil is in the details. Victoria and Samantha looked as impeccable as ever, despite the early hour. Victoria was dressed in a stylish yet practical ensemble jeans that fit her perfectly and a soft cashmere sweater that made her look effortlessly elegant. Samantha, on the other hand, had chosen a winter dress that showcased her figure without being too revealing, paired with leggings and boots that made her look both fashionable and ready for the cold. With the early spring weather, they were both dressed perfectly. Was that a woman thing? To know exactly what you need for a given situation. Geez. I cleared my throat, feeling awkward. Morning, ladies, you both look amazing. I feel underdressed. I looked down at my flannel shirt and jeans. The women laughed softly. Listen, I said, I was thinking we've probably overstayed our welcome here. The storm's over, and the girls and I should probably head back to the campsite. I can bake that pie before we go, so you'll have something for later. Victoria turned to me with a raised eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips. Overstayed your welcome? Nonsense, Ethan. We're having a wonderful time with you and the girls. There's no need for you to rush off. Yeah, Samantha chimed in, crossing her arms as she leaned against the counter. Besides, who's going to protect us if another storm rolls in? Or if a bear decides to wander down from the mountains? We need a big, strong man around, don't we, Victoria? Victoria nodded, her expression amused. Absolutely. It wouldn't be safe for us to be here alone. And the girls are having so much fun, it would be a shame to cut the trip short. I felt a wave of uncertainty wash over me. They were being kind, but I didn't want to be a burden. I don't want to cause any discomfort, I said, scratching the back of my head. I'm not exactly cut out for this kind of living. Samantha tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she were trying to figure me out. Ethan, you're not causing any discomfort. We're actually enjoying your company. And the girls are a delight. So, please, don't feel like you have to leave. I hesitated, but their words were genuine, and the thought of taking the girls away from this unexpected adventure didn't sit right with me. Then I heard Lily from down the hall. Daddy, I hear you. If you make us leave, we will go, but you'll get no kisses for a month. I mean it. Maya chimed in. It will be 2 months for me. And you know how much that hurts me to say. I couldn't help but laugh. All right, you two troublemakers, we can stay. I smiled at both women standing in front of me. Thank you, Samantha and Victoria. Those girls have been through a lot, and you make them feel special. It's obvious how special you are. I looked at Samantha and then Victoria. They had a hard time looking me in the eyes for some reason. Okay, we are staying. That's okay, I guess. Now, I had a bigger problem, Silver Ridge. Just thinking about it made me uneasy. I cleared my throat, trying to keep my voice steady as I addressed Victoria and Samantha. Look, Silver Ridge. It's a place for really rich people. I'm not sure it's the best idea for us to go there. I don't want the girls to feel out of place. Victoria looked at me, a mixture of amusement and disbelief on her face. Ethan, do you really think we'd let anyone treat those girls poorly? They're with us, and I assure you, no one would dare say anything. Samantha scoffed, crossing her arms as she leaned against the counter. Ethan, if anyone even thinks about hurting those girls, there's going to be hell to pay. But I think you're overthinking it. Silver Ridge's old town is full locals that go back generations, and while there are places for high money, there are lots of regular people too. Don't you worry about it. Besides, it will be fun to take the girls shopping. There are lots of stores that aren't anywhere else in the world. The girls will love it. I opened my mouth to argue, but the words wouldn't come out. They were both so confident, so sure that it wouldn't be a problem. But I knew how people could be judgmental, snobbish. Hell, look at my ex-wife. I didn't want to put Maya and Lily in a situation like that. Well, okay, but shopping is dash. Maya and Lily entered the room. They looked wicked excited, though to be honest, I couldn't understand why. It was just Silver Ridge, why would they care? Then it hit me. The girls were excited because they were going with Victoria and Samantha somewhere. They were going shopping. But it wasn't about the shopping, it was about Victoria and Samantha. They were missing their mother. The old one that used to give a shit about them. No, that isn't fair. It isn't that Sarah doesn't care for them. It's just she cares about her own happiness more. Well, that wasn't much better. Damn. I sighed, feeling the last of my resistance crumble. It was hard enough to say no to the girls on a regular day. But there was no way I could deny them this experience, even if their mother's substitutes for the day were two of the alluring women I've ever interacted with. All right, I relented, though the decision didn't sit well. We'll go, but just window shopping. Don't you two go bugging Samantha and Victoria about clothes or any other such silliness. Samantha flashed me a victorious smile. Don't worry, Ethan. We'll take care of everything. It'll be fun, and the girls will love it. Victoria nodded in agreement, her eyes twinkling with amusement. And don't worry about Silver Ridge. You'll fit in just fine. Besides, I think you might enjoy it more than you think. We piled into Victoria's brand new Escalade, the kind of vehicle that seemed more suited for royalty than a simple trip into town. I slid into the driver's seat, feeling a bit out of place behind the wheel of such a luxurious machine. Samantha climbed in beside me, her presence filling the cabin with a subtle scent of something expensive and sophisticated. She adjusted her seat, and I couldn't help but notice how natural she seemed in this world of polished leather and gleaming metal. Victoria, I said, adjusting the seat, are you sure you want me to drive this car? It looks really expensive. Victoria nodded. Ethan, it looks really expensive because it is really expensive. It's a specialty vehicle from Cadillac. You have to custom order them. Then perhaps you should drive. Ethan, Victoria put her hand on my mind and squeezed. I don't have a driver's license. Neither does Samantha. I burst out laughing. Fair enough. Maya and Lily scrambled into the back, practically bouncing with excitement. Samantha slid in next to them and pulled out a dice game. All right, ladies, let's see how lucky you are. As I started the engine, the smooth purr of the Escalade surprised me. The power I felt from the turnover was amazing, raw, and strong. I loved it. Victoria smiled at me, her usual poise softened by genuine warmth. So, Princess Victoria, Maya began, her eyes wide with curiosity, I have a few more questions about being a lady. Victoria chuckled, clearly amused by the title they'd given her. Go right ahead, Maya. Maya leaned forward. Do you guys get to play sports in school, or are you like too pretty and delicate to get messy? Victoria and Samantha broke out into laughter. Victoria responded, I will have you know, young lady, that I played first-team polo, cricket, and was one of the best skeet shooters at my prep school. I looked up in the rearview mirror to see how Maya would react. She looked confused. I don't know what any of those things are. You don't have to make up words like that, Princess Victoria. If you are boring, you can just say so. Samantha lost it. She was laughing so hard I thought she might pee herself. Victoria turned in her seat and grabbed Maya's legs, tickling her. You little bugger. I will show you boring. It took a moment of mayhem to calm everyone back down. I glanced at Victoria, catching her eye. She gave me a wink before turning back to the girls, who changed topics and were now asking about royal dinners and castles. We left the estate. The road wound its way through the dense forest, the trees tall and majestic, their leaves shimmering in the morning light. Rain had a transformative quality to it, making the forest especially magically after an intense storm. The calm, the dewy atmosphere, the sense of renewal. It was majestic. The drive to Silver Ridge was nothing short of breathtaking. The mountains loomed large overhead, their peaks dusted with snow. The road followed the contours of the land, curving around hills and dipping into valleys, offering glimpses of distant ridgelines and slumbering meadows. I caught her in the rear view. Samantha rolled down her window slightly, letting in a breeze that tousled her hair. She looked out at the passing scenery, a contented smile playing on her lips. "It's beautiful here," she murmured, more to herself than to anyone else. "Yeah, it is," I agreed, adjusting my eyes back to the road. "This place has a way of making you forget about everything else. It's peaceful." I glanced back to my rearview eye to see Samantha staring at me. We exchanged some witty banter, but I lost track of it as I caught glances of Samantha's eyes. Geez, the woman was just striking. I turned back to the road, determined not to look at Samantha's eyes, and eventually we settled back into silence. We drove in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds being the hum of the engine and the occasional laughter from the back seat. As we climbed higher into the mountains, the views became even more spectacular, with deep valleys and twisting rivers roaring with both winter runoff and rain. Silver Ridge was getting closer, and with it came the sense that we were leaving behind the simplicity of the campsite for something more complex. The town might be high-end, but it was more than just luxury. It was a place where people like Victoria and Samantha felt at home. And for today, at least, they were inviting us into their world. As we continued our drive, the landscape began to shift subtly. The trees grew denser, their trunks thicker and more ancient, as if they had been standing guard over these mountains for centuries. The road widened slightly as we neared Silver Ridge, and the first signs of the town started to appear. We noticed small cabins tucked away in the forest, their chimneys puffing out thin trails of smoke, and the occasional rustic sign pointing to trailheads or scenic overlooks. Bigger homes and bigger estates appeared and passed many a fancy car. I continued to drive. It was then that Samantha began to talk. It was like we were on a guided tour. "I've been coming to the area for years, and I know about Silver Ridge kind of. I know it's rich. I know it's exclusive. What I didn't know was that Silver Ridge was divided into two distinct parts, the Old Town and the Mountain Village." According to Samantha, the Old Town was the heart of the community that had been around since the early 1700s, a place where history met charm. It was nestled in a valley at the base of the mountains, its streets lined with historic buildings that had been carefully preserved over the years. The architecture was a mix of old Victorian houses, quaint shops, and small cafes with outdoor seating. Cobblestone streets wound through the town, leading to a central square where a grand old clock tower stood as a reminder of a bygone era. The Old Town had a timeless quality to it, as if it had been plucked straight from the past and set down in the middle of these rugged mountains. It was the kind of place where you could lose yourself for hours, wandering through bookstores filled with rare editions or sipping coffee at a corner cafe while watching the world go by. But beyond the Old Town, up the mountain, was the Mountain Village, a world entirely different yet seamlessly connected to the town below. The Mountain Village was the modern face of Silver Ridge, a luxurious retreat of interconnected construction built to cater to those seeking both adventure and comfort. The buildings up here were sleek and contemporary, made of glass and stone, with balconies that offered breathtaking views of the surrounding peaks. High-end boutiques, gourmet restaurants, and luxury hotels built with interconnecting bridges and elevated walkways catered to the well-heeled visitors who flocked to the area year-round. Mountain Village was unlike anything in the world. It was as if a medieval castle had a baby with a mall developer and clung to the mountains like fungus. Despite that rather gross description, it was pretty amazing to see. The two parts of the town were connected by a gondola that ran from the Old Town to the Mountain Village. The gondola looked like an experience in itself. As it glided silently over the treetops, it offered passengers a panoramic view of the entire valley, the mountains rising up on all sides like sentinels. In the winter, the gondola was packed with skiers and snowboarders eager to hit the slopes, while in the summer, it carried hikers, mountain bikers, and sightseers up to the trails that crisscrossed the higher elevations. As we neared the town, the girls in the back seat grew even more excited, their voices overlapping as they talked about everything they wanted to see and do. Maya and Lily had never been to Silver Ridge despite visiting the area often, and the idea of exploring a place so different from their usual surroundings had them practically vibrating with anticipation. "We should definitely take the gondola up to the Mountain Village," Samantha suggested, turning to look at me with a grin. "The view is incredible, and the girls will love it." I nodded, still feeling a bit uneasy but trying to push it aside. Sounds like a plan, I agreed, though the thought of spending the day in such a high-end place still made me a little uncomfortable. But seeing how happy it made Maya and Lily, I knew I'd go along with it, no matter how out of place I felt. We drove into Silver Ridge, passing quaint shops and historic buildings of the old town, the cobblestone streets bustling with activity. Tourists wandered in and out of stores, their arms laden with bags from local artisans and high-end retailers alike. The central square was busy, with children playing on the playground equipment around the clock tower and couples strolling hand in hand. The town felt alive, vibrant in a way that made it clear this was more than just a tourist destination, it was a community. Even amidst the luxury, there was a sense of warmth and welcome, a feeling that everyone was here to enjoy the beauty of the mountains and the charm of the town, no matter where they came from. The whole thing totally subverted my expectations. "Old Town first," Victoria suggested from the back seat, her voice filled with excitement. "Do you see that parking structure over there, Ethan? I have a spot on the ground floor." I pulled into the structure, and Victoria pointed out the parking spot. We got out of the car. "Now," Victoria said, clapping her hands together, "there's a little cafe I want to show you all. Best hot chocolate in the state, and I won't hear any arguments." "Hot chocolate? Yum. No argument here." Chapter 15. Ethan. Silver Ridge was every bit as picturesque as I'd imagined, charming old buildings, narrow streets with cobblestones, and the backdrop of snow-capped mountains making it look like something out of a postcard. But as we wandered through the town, I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't belong here. This place was for people who could drop $1,000 on a jacket without thinking twice. My girls didn't even own designer clothes, and I wasn't exactly someone who blended into the background in a place like this. I walked behind Victoria, Samantha, and the girls, trying to stay out of the way while they explored. I wasn't much for shopping, but it was nice to see the girls so excited, especially after everything they'd been through. As we passed by another boutique, I noticed a couple of women glancing my way. At first, I figured it was just because I looked out of place in my flannel and worn jeans, but then one of them smiled and approached me. Blonde. Pretty, and couldn't have been more than 20. "Excuse me," she said, her voice a little hesitant, "could we take a picture with you?" I blinked, caught off guard. Sure, I guess," I replied, still trying to figure out why on earth they'd want a picture with me. The women giggled, and one of them handed her phone to the other, who quickly snapped a photo. They thanked me, their faces lit up with excitement, and walked away, whispering to each other. I stood there, feeling more confused than ever. Why would anyone want a picture with me? I wasn't anyone special. Just a guy who worked with his hands and tried to keep his kids safe. As I turned to keep walking, I noticed Victoria watching me from a few steps away. She raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "You seem to be quite popular," she remarked, her tone light but curious. I shrugged, trying to downplay the weirdness of the situation. "I guess I just look like someone they know," I said, hoping that would be enough to brush it off. The last thing I needed was to draw more attention to myself. She shrugged and continued walking. I tried to put the strange encounter out of my mind, but it stuck with me. Why would those women want a picture with me? I walked through the quaint streets, trying to enjoy the day despite the strange looks and unexpected attention. I was pulled out of my thoughts when I heard Victoria greet someone warmly. "Juliet, darling. It's been far too long." I turned to see Victoria hugging a tall, elegant woman who looked like she belonged in a magazine. She was something to behold, polished, sophisticated, and probably someone who could tell a mile away that I didn't belong here. Victoria introduced me, and I extended my hand, offering a polite smile. "I'm Ethan. Nice to meet you." Juliet shook my hand, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she were trying to place where she'd seen me before. "The pleasure is mine," she said, still looking at me with that same curious expression. "You're quite the hero, I hear." I shifted uncomfortably. "Just doing what anyone would have done." Juliet smiled politely, unconvinced by my modesty. Victoria, however, seemed to pick up on my discomfort and quickly suggested that I follow the girls while she caught up with Juliet. I nodded, grateful for the excuse to escape the scrutiny. I walked out of the shop catching a glimpse of Samantha and the girls inside another store, their faces lit up with excitement as they looked at some jewelry. I made my way toward them, pushing past the encounter with the pretty blonde and Juliet. It's really strange someone would want to take my picture unless they... Then it happened again. Excuse me. I turned to see two different girls, college age, standing next to one another looking nervous. Hey. Hi. Sorry to bother you, but we were hoping we could take a picture with you. The second time in like 30 minutes. Bewildered, I said sure, and we did just that, taking pictures. The girls got a bit touchy, putting their hands around my waist and touching my forearm. It was so weird. When I reached the store, I noticed Samantha standing at the door, waving me over, appearing both pleased and annoyed at the same time. It was quite the expression. There were two women talking to me outside, but I made my way over to her. "What's up?" I asked, stepping inside the small shop. The girls were still staring at the jewelry with wide eyes, clearly taken by the delicate pieces on display. "I wanted to buy these for the girls," Samantha said, holding up a couple of necklaces they had been admiring. "They're on vacation, and I think they deserve something special." I glanced at the price tags, and my stomach tightened. They were beautiful pieces, no doubt, but I couldn't let Samantha spend that kind of money on my girls. "They're beautiful," I said slowly, "but I can't let you spend that much money on them. It wouldn't be right." Samantha looked at me, her expression soft but determined. "It's just a gift, Ethan. It's not a big deal. I want to do something nice for them. Besides, they love these pieces, and I think it would make them really happy." I hesitated, my instincts telling me to politely refuse, but the way she looked at me, the sincerity in her eyes, made it hard to say no. Still, I wasn't comfortable with it. "I appreciate it, Samantha, really, but dash." Before I could finish, she stepped closer to me, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I want to give you all a gift, Ethan. You and the girls. You've been so kind and welcoming, and it would mean a lot to me." And then, before I could process what was happening, she pulled my face to hers and kissed me. I'm a tall guy, so to come face to face with someone is often difficult. Not so here. Samantha is around 5'10" and wearing a slight heel. She had no problem reaching up, grabbing my face, and pulling me in. The kiss was soft, lingering, and completely unexpected. I barely had time to react before she pulled back, her eyes locked on mine, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "Samantha," I started, my voice a mixture of surprise and confusion. "My hero deserved a kiss, and now my girls deserve a necklace," she said with a grin. "Now, let's get these girls their jewelry, okay?" I blinked, still trying to catch up with what had just happened. The girls were staring at us with wide eyes, their earlier disappointment forgotten in the shock of the moment. I glanced at Samantha, who was looking at me with a mix of mischief and sincerity. She wasn't joking. "All right," I said quietly, finally relenting. She beamed at me, and for a moment, I forgot where we were, forgot about the strange day we'd had, and just focused on the way her smile made me feel. And I had no idea how I should feel. We paid for the jewelry, and as we walked out of the shop, the girls chatted excitedly about their new necklaces.
Victoria. As I watched Ethan out of the shop, my thoughts wandered. There was something about him that I found both intriguing and frustrating. He was so strong, and yet he carried himself with a humility that seemed almost out of place in a world full of men who couldn't wait to show off their accomplishments. But there was more to it, something deeper I had difficulty placing my finger on. Juliet, who had been chatting away about the latest gossip in Silver Ridge, suddenly turned her attention back to me. "Victoria, love, are you even listening to me?" she observed, her tone laced with curiosity. "That handsome man of yours must be keeping your thoughts occupied." I raised an eyebrow, giving her a sidelong glance. "Ethan? Don't be ridiculous, Juliet. He's young enough to be my son." Juliet smirked, clearly unconvinced. Age is just a number, darling. Besides, I've seen the way you look at him. There's something there, even if you won't admit it. I opened my mouth to protest, but the words didn't come. I shook my head, trying to brush it off. He's a good man, Juliet. But really, it's not like that. He's just noticeable. Sturdy, charming in his own way. He's a mountain man, after all. Juliet chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Noticeable? That's putting it lightly. He's more than just noticeable, Victoria. He has a presence, one that's hard to ignore. And I cannot help but think I've seen him somewhere before. I nodded, understanding her confusion. You know, I had a similar thought. Like I've seen him before, but I don't know where that would have been. The boy doesn't even have social media, and he is such a big guy with such a distinct look. He'd be hard to ignore in most settings. Juliet's eyes narrowed as she studied me. You like him. And don't tell me you don't. You're allowed, you know. It's not a crime to find someone attractive, even if they are younger. I laughed softly, shaking my head. You're reading too much into it, Juliet. Ethan saved me and Samantha's life. I am grateful, and situations like that create complicated feelings. But I'm not looking to complicate things for him or myself. Juliet tilted her head, clearly not buying my dismissal. Complicated or not, I think you should take him to bed and make him understand what the Lady of House Harrington can do. Juliet. I almost yelled. You are terrible. Juliet just laughed wickedly. Yes, yes. I am terrible. Anyways, I rolled my eyes playfully, trying to steer the conversation away from Ethan. Enough about him. What brings you to Silver Ridge? Juliet's smile faltered for a moment, and she hesitated before answering. John and I are here for the Mansons' ball, of course, which you'd be well aware of if you ever answered your emails. It's this Saturday, and I am here to support Pamela even if I want to punch her. The Mansons' ball. Totally forgot about that. It's a big one too. Geez, too many events to keep track of anyway. I see, I said simply. I had avoided the invitation on this one. Thankfully. Juliet's eyes narrowed. You should know. Robert is here. He's staying at his family's lodge and planning to attend the ball. I felt my heart sink slightly at the mention of Robert's name, though I tried to keep my expression neutral. Not surprising, I said, my voice calm. Is his whole group here? Juliet nodded, her expression sympathetic. Yes, including the Duchess. I just wanted to give you a heads up. He's been asking about you, and knowing Robert, he'll make it a point to find you. Are you prepared for that? I sighed softly, knowing this conversation was inevitable. I expected it, honestly. Robert never did know how to take a hint, but I'm not going to let him ruin my time here. We've been over for a long time, and I'm not looking back. Juliet gave me a supportive smile, but I could see the concern in her eyes. What about the Duchess? I shrugged. I didn't let her control things when we were kids, and I won't let her now. I knew Robert might come sniffing around after Henry died. I wasn't interested in him then. I am not now. I still don't understand the obsession. I can think of a million reasons. Just be careful, Victoria. He's persistent, and you know how he gets when he doesn't get what he wants. I nodded, appreciating her concern. I'll be fine, Juliet. If he tries anything, I'll handle it. I've dealt with Robert before, and I can do it again. She placed a hand on my arm, squeezing gently. You've always been strong, Victoria. Just remember that you don't have to face him alone. You've got people who care about you, people who will stand by your side. Thank you, Juliet, I said softly, grateful for her friendship. I'll keep that in mind. We exchanged hugs and kisses. Juliet, the mischief maker, gave my butt a swat. I yelped and turned to scold her. She gave me another big hug. What kind of 42-year-old has such an amazing ass? Then she was gone, leaving my face burning with embarrassment. I left the store and headed down Silver Ridge's main street. I saw Ethan immediately. 6 feet 3 inches or maybe even 6 feet 4 inches. Man, he is a big boy. As I approached, I noticed he was talking to a couple of attractive young ladies. They were all smiles and giggles, asking for pictures. I sat back and watched for a moment. Ethan was gracious but looked very uncomfortable. I wondered why. My mind wandered until I saw Ethan beckoned inside a delightful little shop by Samantha. I was about to follow when I noticed a display of handcrafted scarves in a nearby window. I lingered for a moment, letting my fingers brush against the soft fabric. I turned my attention back to the shop. There were things happening. I followed, intending to see what Samantha, Lily, and Maya were up to. The shop door was slightly ajar, and as I approached, I could hear bits of their conversation. I wasn't one to eavesdrop, at least, not intentionally, but something about the tone of Samantha's voice made me pause. I want to give you all a gift, Ethan. You and the girls. You've been so kind and welcoming, and it would mean a lot to me. Remember, you're my hero. Hero. It was the correct word. Ethan had saved our lives, me, Samantha, and James. He really was a hero. I stepped closer, careful to stay out of sight. I watched as Samantha stood up to her fullest height, grabbed Ethan gently by the back of his head, leaned in, and kissed him. The kiss was gentle and lingered. It was enough to send a jolt of surprise through me. I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I watched the scene unfold. Ethan's expression was one of pure shock, his hand instinctively coming up to touch his lips as if he couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Samantha, on the other hand, tried to play it off, but I could see the nervous energy in the way she smiled, the way she glanced at the girls to gauge their reaction. The girls, bless their innocent hearts, were wide-eyed with surprise but quickly turned their attention back to the jewelry, albeit with smiles that would have made the Guy Fawkes jealous. The shopkeeper wrapped up the pieces as Samantha made the purchase, and I found myself smiling despite the unexpected turn of events. Ethan was a hero, indeed, not just because of what he had done that night, but because of the way he carried himself, the way he cared for his girls, and the way he made Samantha feel safe enough to let her guard down, even if just for a moment. I took a deep breath, feeling a mix of emotions swirling inside me. There was a pang of jealousy, yes, but also a deep sense of admiration for Ethan. It was probably too early to say this, but Ethan was a good man, a truly good man. Seeing him through Samantha's eyes only reinforced that. As they finished up and began to leave the shop, I stepped back, giving them a moment before I joined them. What an interesting turn of events. Samantha. The moment my lips left Ethan's, a wave of panic surged through me. What the hell did I just do? My heart raced, and I felt the heat rising to my cheeks as I tried to maintain my composure. I kissed him. In public. Without thinking. I was lucky we were inside the shop and not out on the street. If anyone had seen that, the internet would have gone into a frenzy. I may not be as famous as I once was, but I'm still pretty damn well known. What was I thinking? I forced a smile as I handed the card to the shopkeeper, trying to act as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Ethan, still looking slightly dazed, seemed to be processing things in his own quiet way. The girls were buzzing with excitement, whether it was over the jewelry or the fact that I kissed their dad, I wasn't sure. As we left the shop and rejoined Victoria outside, I felt a rush of relief that the moment had passed without incident. But that relief was quickly replaced by gnawing anxiety. Why did I kiss him? It was a thank you kiss, a simple gesture of appreciation for everything he'd done for us. After all, Ethan had been nothing but kind and selfless since we met. Yes, that was it. I was thanking him. And apparently, I'm reverting to the logic of a third grader. I should be embarrassed by my own internal monologue. We walked down the street, the girls chattering happily, but I couldn't focus on their words. My mind was spinning, replaying the kiss over and over, analyzing every second of it. Had Ethan been surprised, or had there been a hint of something else in his eyes? Had I crossed a line, or was it just a harmless moment of spontaneity? The more I thought about it, the more uncertain I became. And then, as if to torture myself further, I pulled out my phone and shot a quick text to the harpies. Samantha, so, I did a thing. I kissed Ethan. Open the floodgates. Olivia, OMG, what? You kissed him? Details, now. Grace, you kissed Mountain Man? Was it good? Please tell me it was good. Natalie, Samantha Harrington, you better spill everything. I sighed, trying to figure out how to explain the situation. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I tried to downplay the whole thing. Samantha, it wasn't a big deal, really. We were in this shop, and the girls were picking out some jewelry. I wanted to buy it for them as a gift, but Ethan was being all noble and handsome and stubborn and kept refusing. So, I just kissed him. And he shut up.
Yeah.
So that happened. Their responses were immediate and, of course, merciless. Olivia, you kissed him. To shut him up? Sam, that is hilarious. Was it good, though? Like, did sparks fly? Were there fireworks? Grace, wait, was it a peck, or was there actual lip action? This is important information. Natalie, I'm with Olivia. You don't just kiss a guy to shut him up unless you really want to kiss him. I groaned, knowing that this was going to be a thing. They were like sharks circling blood in the water. Samantha, it was a quick kiss, I guess. But
Yeah.
maybe I wanted to. I don't know. It just happened. Olivia, oh snap, that's my girl. Hell.
Yeah.
You wanted to. And there's no shame in that. I mean, have you seen the man? Rugged, tall, built like a mountain. Grace, and don't forget, he's a good dad too. That's like catnip for women. No wonder you kissed him. Natalie, you're into him. Just admit it. You've got this hot, single dad all to yourself in the mountains, and you're telling us you kissed him just because? Please. I felt heat rising to my cheeks again. Was I into Ethan? No, I couldn't be. I didn't even know the guy. Not really. Samantha, it's not like that, okay? It was just a thank you kiss and maybe a bit of a distraction. What's the point of having all this money if I can't buy stuff for people I like? The jewelry was a few $100s. He was trying to be all sensible. It was annoying. I smiled and continued. Samantha, I must admit the look on his face was priceless. Anyway, I am not into him. I'm not trying to start something here. Besides, he probably thinks I'm crazy now. Olivia, if he does, it's in a good way. Trust me. Grace, exactly. And even if it was just a thank you kiss, there's nothing wrong with exploring that chemistry a little more. Who knows where it could lead? Natalie, and if he does think you're crazy, he's still hanging around, isn't he? That means something. I frowned at my phone, their words sinking in. Samantha, you guys are impossible. I just kissed him, that's all. Let's not turn this into a big thing, okay? Olivia, oh, it's already a big thing, honey. But we'll let you have your denial. For now. Grace, but seriously, Sam, keep us posted. We're living vicariously through you at this point. Natalie, I think you need to kiss him again. You know, as an experiment, for science. Yes, for science. I laughed. Seriously, my friends are idiots. But their relentless teasing eased some of the tension. Then I clapped my hand over my mouth. I eyed Ethan, who was walking with a contemplative look on his face. What was he thinking? He is so hard to read with facial hair. I bet he is handsome without it. I shook my head. Stop it, Samantha. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and took a deep breath. It was just a kiss. Nothing more. I wasn't getting into another relationship. I had sworn off men. We walked with the crowds as the girls talked excitedly about their jewelry. They kept giving me random hugs, which made me happy. We walked until Victoria suddenly stopped in front of a sleek, modern storefront. The sign above the door read, TechX Wireless, with the familiar logos of various phone brands displayed in the windows. I gave her a knowing smile. Victoria turned to me, and I could already tell what she was thinking. She wanted to buy new phones. Ethan, I noticed that you don't have a phone. Ethan shifted uncomfortably. It's no problem. I must have dropped it when I was in the limo. I have insurance, I'm pretty sure. No harm. I don't really use it when I'm up here anyway. So let me make sure I am understanding you, Victoria said, her voice gentle. You lost your phone while you were trying to save the lives of me, Samantha, and my driver. Ethan shrugged. Well, yes. I guess. Victoria took him by the arm. I will be buying you a new phone. But... Victoria put a finger to his mouth, getting close and entering his personal space. Ethan's hands moved to Victoria's hips without even realizing it. She did not seem to mind. Ethan, I could buy you everything in the world and it wouldn't be enough to thank you for what you did. It appears that acts of generosity make you uncomfortable as you are used to doing things on your own, but I assure you, taking kindness from others is as much for them as it is for you. So please, allow this sweet old lady to do this for you. Consider it an order from the Countess of Espornu. Ethan's eyes softened, and he whispered, Yes, my lady. Victoria grinned. And I will also buy phones for the girls too. Victoria walked into the store. Wait, Ethan said. What? Ethan and the girls, who were wide-eyed by Victoria's behavior, followed. I was shocked. Lady Harrington giving the full court press. Damn, that was both sweet and seductive. How do I learn that skill? I followed Ethan, Victoria, and the girls into the store. I saw Victoria's expression shift slightly. There was a bit of color on her cheeks. But then there was a determined gleam in her eye, one that I knew all too well. She had something in mind. She turned to Ethan. Okay, my knight, which phone should we get you? I think the new iPhone is perfect. Your hands are big, so the large screen is necessary. We should also get you a high storage capacity, so you can take lots of pictures and videos. I mean, your girls are so adorable. You're going to want a lot of those. Yes, yes. This Max model should do. She turned to a young and adorable blonde sales associate who was standing by. To the surprise of everyone but me, the young lady curtsied. Lady Harrington, she said. It's good to see you again. Yes, it is, Emma. How are your parents? They are wonderful, my lady. Thank you for asking. And your brother? How is he doing at university? He is doing well. Thank you for helping him with that internship. Oh, you are welcome, my dear. Let me ask you. Did Louis get you my order? Of course, Emma said. We have the phones for you and Miss Samantha in the back. Perfect. I would also like you to bring one of these iPhones for Ethan here. The usual plans and protection, please. Ethan shook his head. Victoria, that is like an $1,800 phone. I cannot dash. Victoria gave Ethan a stern look. He froze. I could tell he was battling with himself in his head. It's not like Victoria was intimidating or anything. He just didn't want to make a scene and embarrass anyone. I could tell. I can also say from personal experience how stubborn my aunt can be. Ethan dear, Victoria said in a low whisper. He looked at her. The jewelry Samantha bought for your girls was several $100s. We both have more money than we could ever spend. I do not mean to sound flippant about the price. To most people, $1,800 is substantial, and I recognize this fact. But for me, it's a drop in the bucket. So please, just allow me to do this for you. Or do I need to kiss you to distract you from the price? Ethan's face blazed red and then scowled. I could feel my own face heating up. He muttered to himself and gave her a helpless look. You women are going to be the death of me. Victoria did a little fist pump, but then she kept going. I know that I have steamrolled you already, Ethan, and since you're a good man who respects women and doesn't want to cause a scene, you're going to let me have my way. So please, I need you to indulge me one more time. Ethan turned back to Victoria. He appeared resigned. She continued, besides, in this day and age the girls really need phones. Ethan frowned slightly, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. Victoria, I appreciate the thought, but it's really not necessary. Samantha already bought them those beautiful pieces of jewelry. The girls have never really needed phones before, and I don't want them getting too attached to technology. I couldn't help but step in. He was trying to argue from a practical standpoint, which I could respect, but he was missing the point. Ethan, I said, moving closer to join the conversation, technology can be policed. Of course, we don't want them to spend all day scrolling. But the latest phones are amazing safety, tracking, and communication devices. And your girls are getting up there. Having phones is just practical, the good outweighs the bad by far. He looked at me, his frown deepening, but I could tell he was considering it. I continued, think about it this way, this isn't about spoiling them or giving them unnecessary luxuries. Though you should know that I would gladly do that. It's about keeping them safe. You can set boundaries around when and how they use the phones, but at least they'll have them if they need them. Victoria nodded in agreement, placing a reassuring hand on Ethan's arm. Ethan, I understand your concerns, but think of it as a tool, not a luxury. It's about keeping them safe and connected, and you deserve that peace of mind. Ethan's gaze shifted to the girls, who were watching the exchange with hopeful eyes, practically holding their breath. He let out a sigh, clearly outnumbered, and I could see the moment he relented. All right, he finally said, his voice resigned but not unkind, but just for safety. No excessive screen time. The girls' faces lit up, and then they looked at Victoria and me like we were aliens. They almost tackled Victoria. Thank you, they both said. Quite a few people were watching and laughing at the girls' infectious joy. Victoria laughed, and even Ethan was joining in. The girls, after much giggling, broke away from Victoria, righted themselves, and then in unison, gave a proper English curtsy and said, "We are very grateful to you, Lady Harrington." The look on my aunt's face was priceless. Hey, wait a moment. Where the heck was my curtsy? Victoria beamed with pride at the girls' display of gratitude. Her gesture had been well received, and she was pleased to see them happy. However, her attention quickly shifted back to the task at hand as Emma returned with the phone for Ethan, and we began our search for the girls' phones. We walked through the aisles, and it was awesome to watch the girls' eyes light up at the sight of the shiny new devices. They were trying to hide their excitement, probably because they didn't want to seem too eager. It was clear that Ethan had been anti-phone for a long time. He seemed to know that eventually, he was going to have to get it for them, and they already had tablets, so it's not like they were totally disconnected, but Victoria and I had convinced him of the need. A man that actually listened. What a strange occurrence. Ethan and I talked while Victoria and the girls looked for phones. He didn't come right out and say it, but I was under the distinct impression it wasn't the phones he disliked, it was social media. He really didn't like social media. It made me wonder a bit. Oh, and while we were talking, he still couldn't look me in the eye. The few times he did, his cheeks heated up a bit. It was super cute. Victoria and I quickly got to work, chatting with Emma and explaining what they were looking for. Within minutes, the girls had iPhones. I wanted to pay for this one, and my aunt objected. I told her that I insisted, and that I would fight her. She smiled at me and tried not to laugh. Fine, she said. But lunch is on me. Deal, I responded. But I'm getting dinner. Ladies, Ethan started, you don't have to dash. Ethan darling, Victoria said. What did I tell you about money? If you want me to kiss you that badly, simply say so, you don't have to protest so vehemently. Ethan gave us both an exasperated look. Victoria blew him a kiss. Victoria held up one of the phones and started showing the girls some of the features. The girls started taking pictures of Ethan, who rolled his eyes. Then, in a moment I wasn't thinking, I neared Ethan and put my arms around his waist. The girls took several pictures. Victoria moved in next to Ethan, and several more pictures were taken. Ethan didn't seem to know how to react. The girls, Victoria, and I looked at the pictures. "Oh my gosh, those are so cute," I said. "Girls, send me those." "Me too," said Victoria. The girls laughed. Then Maya said, "I think I need to set them up first." We did just that. After paying for the phones and spending some time with Adam, the store tech guy, I handed the girls their new phones and showed them how to navigate the basic functions. "These are yours now," I said with a smile. "You can use them to call or text your dad or us if you ever need anything. I'm going to put mine and Aunt Victoria's numbers in your phone." Maya and Lily looked up at me, their eyes close to tears but their faces glowing with happiness. "Thanks, Samantha." "Thanks, Aunt Victoria." Damn, is this what having children is like? I might actually kidnap these two. Lily grinned, clutching her phone tightly. "And thank you, Dad. We love you." It's time for kisses. I watched as the girls ran to their dad, and he swept them up like they were nothing. Even Maya, who was tall for a 13-year, was tiny compared to him. It just reminded me how damn strong he was. Victoria smiled warmly at them and whispered, "I think I might just kidnap them. Lock them up in my mansion." I giggled. I was just thinking the same thing.
Ethan, Samantha, and Victoria were unlike any women I'd ever met. I've encountered beautiful women before. Sarah, my ex-wife, was stunning in that conventional trophy wife sort of way. But Samantha and Victoria were a different breed. Sure, they were beautiful, breathtaking, even, but it was more than that. They were more than that. Sarah had always been concerned with appearances, always chasing after the next big thing, the next upgrade, the next validation. She was the kind of woman who thrived on being admired, on being the center of attention. But Samantha and Victoria, they didn't seem to need the attention or validation. They had an air of self-assuredness that came from within, a kind of quiet strength that didn't demand attention but naturally drew it. Samantha, with her easy smile and warm demeanor, had a way of making everyone around her feel comfortable. She didn't flaunt her beauty or her status. Instead, she seemed more interested in getting to know people and making genuine connections. There was a kindness in her that was hard to miss, a sincerity that made it easy to forget that she was a world-famous model. She was the kind of woman who could light up a room just by walking into it, not because of how she looked, but because of the energy she brought with her. And then there was Victoria. Lady Harrington. She was every bit the aristocrat with her refined manners and polished elegance, but there was a warmth to her as well, a depth that I hadn't expected. She was quick to smile, quick to laugh, and there was a hint of mischief in her eyes that made her all the more intriguing. Despite her title and her obvious wealth, she didn't come across as distant or unapproachable. In fact, she was incredibly down-to-earth, and the way she interacted with the girls so natural, so caring, only added to her allure. I was hard not to compare them to Sarah. I hated to do it, but it was not even a comparison. Sarah had been beautiful, yes, but her beauty had always felt like a shield, a way to keep the world at arm's length. She had been more concerned with how others saw her than how she actually felt. It had been exhausting, trying to keep up with her expectations, trying to be the man she wanted me to be, even when it meant losing myself in the process. But with Samantha and Victoria, it was different. They didn't expect anything from me, didn't demand that I be someone I wasn't. It was quite refreshing. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts as we walked through Silver Ridge. It was turning out to be a truly beautiful day. The town was bustling with activity. Samantha and Victoria walked ahead with the girls, their laughter and conversation filling the air around us. They took pictures and did silly dances. At one point, Maya literally stood up and started singing. I trailed behind, lost in my thoughts, trying to make sense of the feelings that had been swirling inside me. I watched as Samantha and the girls took their pictures and then looked at them. They repeated the action several times, pointing, giggling, and making suggestions. The girls posed, and then Samantha started clicking on her phone furiously. She suddenly stopped. Samantha said something to the girls, and they shook their heads. Then they all looked at me. Samantha said something else to the girls, got up, and walked to me. Victoria just looked amused. "Ethan," Samantha said, "I know that you aren't big on social media, but I was wondering if it was okay to post their pictures on Instagram with me. If you don't want them there, it's totally okay." I frowned. I don't love Instagram, Facebook, or any of those other platforms. But that wasn't what caught my attention. Samantha had asked me and looked genuinely concerned about my reaction. This woman cares about what I think, at least in regards to this. I was just about to post something with the girls, and I realized that it would be totally inappropriate to do so without your permission. I smiled. "It's fine, Samantha. I'm sure the picture is gorgeous." Samantha turned to the girls. He said yes. Both my girls blew me kisses. "We love you, Daddy." Samantha and the girls went back to pictures. Victoria came to my side. "Have you ever actually said no to them?" I shook my head. Yes and no. It's pretty rare that I say no to them, but it's also pretty rare that they put me in a disagreeable position. They are so worried about how their mother hurt me that it sometimes feels like they are parenting me. I froze. I mentioned my ex-wife. Damn it.
Victoria. As Ethan mentioned his ex-wife, I noticed the subtle change in his demeanor. His relaxed posture stiffened, his eyes darkened slightly, and a shadow of something, confusion, hurt, or perhaps both, passed across his face. There was also something else. Rage. It was fleeting, but unmistakable. The mention of her name clearly still had an impact on him, and not a pleasant one. I felt a surge of anger flare up inside me, completely unexpected and entirely uncharacteristic. What had this woman done to him? Ethan was. Well, he was a gem of a man. Honest, kind, strong, and yet there was a vulnerability in him, a quiet, unspoken pain that lingered just beneath the surface. I didn't know much about his ex, only what little I'd pieced together from brief mentions and the odd comment. But it was enough to make me feel protective of Ethan, a man who clearly didn't deserve whatever torment she had put him through. I wondered what their relationship had been like, what had caused it to unravel so completely. But more than that, I wondered how anyone could walk away from a man like him. We continued our walk through Silver Ridge. I watched Ethan interact with Samantha and the girls, his easy smile returning as they took pictures and laughed together. Despite the brief glimpse of pain I'd seen earlier, Ethan was trying to stay in the moment, to enjoy this time with his daughters and our little group. He was strong, but it was clear that the effort it took for him to keep those old wounds at bay was monumental. It took everything in my power to not run and throw my arms around him. I kept my tone light as I leaned in slightly, keeping pace with Ethan as we walked. "You know, Ethan," I said softly, "it's clear that you're a wonderful father. The way those girls look at you, the way they care for you. It's something truly special." He glanced over at me, his expression softening again. "Thanks, Victoria. I try my best, but I think they're the ones who take care of me more often than not." I smiled. "It's not a bad thing to be cared for, Ethan. Sometimes, it's what we need most, even if we don't realize it." He nodded, but he was uncomfortable with the conversation. The mention of his ex-wife had unsettled him, and I didn't want to push too hard. There was a part of me that desperately wanted to understand, to know more about what had happened between them, and to find some way to help him heal. "Time, Victoria. Give it time."
Ethan. People started to get hungry. Victoria suggested we head to Pine and Vine for lunch, a restaurant she described as the best deal in town. Apparently, the owner of the establishment was a long-term friend of Victoria's from southern Italy. She had been here for 25 years. The exterior of Pine and Vine was inviting, with ivy-covered brick walls and large windows that let in the warm afternoon light. As soon as we stepped inside, the smell of rich Italian cooking hit me: garlic, tomatoes, fresh herbs. It was like walking into someone's kitchen, not a restaurant, and it helped me relax a little. A kind voice greeted us as we entered. The older woman had a round, kind face with deep smile lines and a twinkle in her eye. She wore a brightly patterned apron over a plain black dress, and her silver hair was swept up in a messy bun. Her eyes lit up when she saw Samantha. "Ah, Samantha! My little Bella," she exclaimed, pulling Samantha into a tight hug. "It's been too long. Come, sit down. I have a special table just for you." Samantha laughed, returning the hug with equal warmth. "Nana Maria, it's so good to see you. How's business?" Busy, Nana Maria replied with a wave of her hand, her thick Italian accent making everything she said sound more comforting. "But it's always better when you and your aunt come to visit, Samantha. And who is this handsome man you've brought with you? And what about these beautiful girls?" Before Samantha could respond, Nana Maria was already reaching out to pinch Lily and Maya's cheeks gently, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Ah, such beautiful young ladies. Look at you. Bellasime. You must be the princesses of the family, yes?" Lily and Maya blushed under the attention, clearly charmed by Nana Maria's warmth. They both nodded shyly, and Nana Maria beamed at them as if they were her own granddaughters. I felt a warmth spread through my chest at Nana Maria's words. I managed a modest smile, nodding slightly. I'm the lucky one to have them. Nana Maria patted my arm affectionately, her touch conveying a comforting familiarity. "Ah, such a good father. You take care of them, yes? But today, you let Nana Maria take care of you. Sit, make yourselves at home." Just then, a young man, Nana Maria's grandson, Luca, appeared beside us, his eyes immediately landing on Samantha. "Hey, Sam," he said with a grin that was a little too wide for my liking. "You're looking as stunning as ever." Luca, in his early 30s, had a classic Mediterranean look that made him stand out effortlessly. His dark, wavy hair framed a face with strong, well-defined features, a sharp jawline, straight nose, and a smile that was as charming as it was self-assured. His eyes, a warm shade of hazel, held a spark of mischief, and he had a way of making you feel like you were the only person in the room when he looked at you. Standing at about 5 feet 8 inches with a lean, athletic build, Luca moved with the easy confidence of someone who knew exactly how to make an impression. Dressed casually in a fitted sweater and jeans that hinted at his well-built frame, he exuded a relaxed charm, but there was an edge to his smile, a hint of flirtation that suggested he wasn't afraid to push boundaries. Samantha rolled her eyes playfully but didn't seem bothered by his attention. "Hi, Luca. Still trying your lines, huh?" "Only for you," Luca replied with a wink, completely ignoring me as he focused on her. One always pays attention to the sun, especially after a long night, and that is what your absence is like, Bella, the long night. A flicker of irritation rose in me, but I kept it to myself. It wasn't any of my business how Samantha responded. Still, the slight tightening in my chest at Luca's overt flirtation probably meant something. Nana Maria, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. "Luca, enough with your poetry," she scolded, though there was a hint of affection in her voice. "Leave the poor girl alone. She's here to eat, not to be serenaded." Luca chuckled and threw his hands up in mock surrender. All right, Nana. But you can't blame a guy for trying." Nana Maria shook her head, her expression softening as she looked at Samantha. "You'll have to forgive my grandson. He's got his head in the clouds, always thinking he's some kind of romantic hero. But don't worry, Samantha, I'll make sure he stays out of your hair." Samantha laughed, clearly amused by the exchange. "It's fine, Nana. I'm used to it by now." As we were led to a cozy corner table, Nana Maria continued to fuss over us, making sure Lily and Maya had everything they needed. She brought over freshly baked bread with a small dish of olive oil and balsamic vinegar, ensuring that the girls were comfortable and happy. I watched as Samantha and Victoria interacted with Nana Maria, who was sweet, like the grandma you always wanted. There was something incredibly comforting about her presence, like a warm blanket on a cold day. Samantha, now seated beside me, leaned in slightly and whispered, "Nana Maria is like the grandma everyone wishes they had. She's been running this place for as long as I can remember, and she treats everyone like family." "Handsome boy," Nana Maria said, interrupting Samantha, "I am told you are quite the cook lasagna, I laughed. "Yes, Nana. I make the best lasagna." I watched Nana scowl and then laugh. "Silly boy. I will show you the best lasagna. Then you will have to give your Nana a big kiss, yes? It's a bet, Nana." As we waited for our meals, Samantha slid her chair a little closer to mine. "Here," she said softly, holding out her hand for my phone, "let me help you set up some apps on your new phone. You're going to need a few essentials." I nodded, a bit flustered by how close she was, her perfume filling my senses. "Thanks, I appreciate it," I said, trying to focus on the phone and not on how her knee was brushing against mine under the table or how her shoulder leaned against me. She showed me how to navigate the different features, which she did with both patience and kindness. It was pretty impressive, as I'm kind of an idiot when it comes to this stuff. Every so often, she'd glance up at me with a small smile, and I'd feel that strange pull again, the one that made me want to know more about her. By the time our food arrived, the girls were laughing at something Victoria had said, and even Luca had stopped by our table again, making a show of trying to impress Samantha with some story about his latest adventure. She brushed him off with ease. When Nana Maria placed the lasagna in front of me, she gave me a look that dared me to say it wasn't the best I'd ever had. I took a bite, letting the flavors melt in my mouth. It was damn good, rich, cheesy, with just the right amount of garlic and herbs. But I think I knew the clear winner. "It's pretty good," I said with a grin, "but I think mine's better." Nana Maria laughed, swatting me lightly on the shoulder. "Next time, you'll cook for me, and we'll see whose lasagna is the best." "Deal," I replied, feeling more at ease than I had in days. I stood to my full height and then kneeled down to Nana and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. "Yours was still amazing, Nana." She blushed a deep crimson. "Cheeky boy. Stop embarrassing your Nana, or I will have to take you over my knee." I sat back down. "Yes, ma'am." After we finished the main course, which left me more than satisfied, Nana Maria returned with a tray of desserts that looked like they belonged in an art gallery rather than on a dinner table. Tiramisu, cannoli, and a beautifully plated panna cotta drizzled with caramel sauce sat in front of us, each more tempting than the last. "Try the panna cotta," Nana Maria insisted, setting it directly in front of me. "It's my specialty, made fresh this morning. You won't find anything like it anywhere else in Silver Ridge." I took a bite, the silky smooth texture of the panna cotta melting on my tongue, balanced perfectly with the sweet and slightly bitter caramel. It was incredible. I let out a low hum of appreciation. "This is amazing," I said, meaning every word. Nana Maria beamed at the compliment, her pride evident. "I'm glad you like it, Caro. You'll have to come back and try the rest of my desserts another time." "I would love that, Nana." "Thank you again." And I really meant it. Nana Maria beamed, clearly pleased. "You're welcome anytime, cheeky boy. And don't forget to bring these lovely ladies with you." Just as we were finishing up, Luca made his way back over to our table. This time, his approach was a little less cocky, which I was almost positive was about 90% show. "So, Samantha," Luca began, leaning casually against the back of her chair. "There's this new place in town, the Rusty Spur. It's got a real laid-back vibe, country music, a dance floor, and some of the best drinks in Silver Ridge. You should come by tonight. I'll make sure you have a good time." Samantha looked up, clearly interested but not overly eager. "That sounds like fun," she said, glancing over at me. "Ethan, what do you think? A little country music, some dancing? Could be a good way to unwind." She was trying to make it sound casual, but her tone suggested she really wanted me to come along. The idea of a country bar was appealing. I wasn't much for dancing, but it might be nice to get a drink. Still, when was the last time I went out with someone as attractive as Samantha? Strike that. I've never gone out with someone as attractive as Samantha. I paused, feeling a sudden wave of uncertainty wash over me, but Samantha must have sensed my hesitation. She leaned in close, her warm breath tickling my ear as she whispered, "Come on, Ethan. It should be fun. Besides, you owe me for saving you from Luca's serenading earlier." Her playful tone and the twinkle in her eyes were enough to melt any doubts I had. I smiled at her, unable to resist her infectious enthusiasm, but I don't know if it was appropriate. I would love to, Samantha, but what about Dash? "I will watch the girls," said Victoria. "Apparently she can read me like a book. Not that Maya needs watching after, but if you're worried about them, we will have a junk food and movie night." The girls just grinned. "All right," I said, finally out of excuses, "I'm in. But no promises on the dancing part." Samantha beamed, clearly pleased with my answer. "No pressure on the dancing. We can just enjoy the music and have a good time." Luca's expression faltered just for a moment before he quickly recovered. "Great. I'll see you both there tonight. I'll make sure you're on the guest list." He gave Samantha one last look before heading back toward the kitchen, clearly not thrilled that his attempt to charm her hadn't gone as planned. As he walked away, Samantha leaned in closer to me, her voice dropping to a whisper. "We will explore it together. Promise we'll have fun." I shrugged. "I'm sure we will." Victoria, who had been watching the exchange with a knowing smile, chimed in. "It sounds like a perfect way to end the day." The idea of spending the evening in a country bar, surrounded by good music and good company, was something I could get behind. The Rusty Spurs sounded like the kind of place where I could relax and enjoy myself without worrying about being out of place. Nana brought the check. We paid, and then she gave the girls a broad smile. "Maya, Lily, what beautiful names for such beautiful girls." She leaned down slightly to be at their level, her voice warm and affectionate. "Did you enjoy the food, my dears?" Maya and Lily nodded eagerly. "Yes, it was delicious," Maya said, her eyes wide with excitement. Lily chimed in, "We loved it. Especially the bolognese." Nana straightened up, looking pleased. "I'm so glad to hear that. You two must come back and see me anytime, all right? I'll make sure to have something special just for you." The girls grinned, clearly charmed by Nana. Meanwhile, she turned her attention back to me, her eyes twinkling with warmth and mischief. Before I could react, she pulled me into a tight embrace, surprising me with her strength. "Thank you, cheeky boy, for taking care of Samantha and Victoria. You must come back here with your famous lasagna. I want to try it for myself." I chuckled awkwardly, not used to such enthusiastic affection from strangers. "I'll see what I can do, Nana. I promise." Nana patted my cheek and then turned to Victoria, giving her a similar warm hug. "Victoria, it's always a pleasure to see you here. You've brought a wonderful group this time. It warms my heart to see such a happy family." Victoria returned the embrace. "Thank you, Nana. It's always a joy to visit your restaurant. And you know, Samantha, and I wouldn't miss a chance to introduce these girls to your wonderful food." We left the restaurant as Nana gave each of us a warm farewell. There were also a couple of the waitresses near the kitchen door, peeking out and waving at me. They were young, probably college students, and I wasn't sure why they were so interested. I offered them a polite nod, not really understanding the attention. Victoria, who had been observing the whole interaction with a knowing smile, leaned in slightly as we walked out onto the street. "It seems you've made quite an impression, Ethan. Not just with Nana but with her staff as well." I shrugged, trying to play it off. "I think they're just being friendly." Samantha smirked, clearly enjoying my discomfort. "Friendly, sure. I'm sure they just want to be friends." I wasn't sure how to respond to that, so I stayed silent, letting the moment pass. We walked back the way we came, retracing our steps down the street. Victoria began talking about some of the other dining options in Silver Ridge. You know, Ethan, this was a great meal, but there are some really high-end places in town that we should try. We could get a reservation for tomorrow night if you're up for it. I hesitated, not sure if I really wanted to go to one of those fancy places. I don't know, Victoria. I'm more comfortable in places like Pine and Vine. Samantha nudged me playfully. Come on, Ethan. It's just one night. Besides, it's an experience. You might enjoy it more than you think. Victoria nodded in agreement. Exactly. And you deserve a nice night out after everything. We'll take care of everything. You just show up. I sighed, realizing I wasn't going to win this one. All right, but don't expect me to wear anything too fancy. And I get to make dinner tonight. Samantha laughed. Deal. We'll keep it casual.
Samantha. We made our way back to the car after a leisurely stroll through the streets of Silver Ridge. Maya and Lily were still buzzing with excitement from their visit to Pine and Vine, chattering about everything from the food to Nana Maria's warm welcome. It brought me joy to see how much they seemed to enjoy themselves. As we piled into the Escalade, I spied on Ethan. He looked content, a small smile playing on his lips as he listened to Maya and Lily's animated conversation. He should smile all the time. The drive back to the house was filled with light-hearted banter. Victoria and I tossed around ideas for the evening, maybe indulge in a fancy dinner first and then head out. That probably wouldn't work. It would be hard for them to get to one of the elite dining experiences and get to the Rusty Spur. Besides, we would need to get Ethan and the girls some upscale clothes. I will wait until tomorrow to tell Ethan that. As soon as we got back to the house, Ethan mentioned he needed to head out again. I'm going to check on James and pick up some stuff for dinner, he said, his tone casual, but there was a hint of something deeper in his eyes, maybe a need for some space or just the usual desire to keep everything running smoothly. Okay, I replied, trying not to read too much into it. We'll be here when you get back. He nodded and headed out, leaving me standing in the living room with Victoria and the girls. As soon as the door closed behind him, I felt a flutter of nerves start to build in my stomach. Tonight. I was going to spend the evening with Ethan in a setting that felt much more intimate than anything we'd done so far. And then it hit me, I had no idea what I was going to wear. Okay, I need to figure this out, I muttered to myself as I headed to my room. My friends had always been my go-to when it came to wardrobe crises, so I quickly pulled out my phone and started typing a message. Samantha, guys, I need help. I'm going dancing tonight with Ethan at the new cowboy bar here in town. Fashion emergency. The response was almost immediate. Olivia.
Oh.
Dancing with Ethan? Jealous. Grace, spill the tea, girl. How did this come about? Natalie, and more importantly, what are your intentions with this mountain man? You've seen Footloose. You know that dance leads to sex, right? I quickly typed out the details, telling them about Luca's invitation and how I'd roped Ethan into coming along. But as I tried to describe my intentions, I found myself hesitating. What were my intentions? I pushed those thoughts aside for now and focused on the task at hand, finding the perfect outfit. I needed something that said country but also is sexy. Something that would make me feel confident, but still fit in at a place like the Rusty Spur. I rifled through my closet, pulling out a few options and laying them on the bed. There was a cute sundress with a floral pattern that could work, but it felt too sweet. Then there was the black off-the-shoulder top and denim skirt combo, definitely more on the flirty side, but maybe a little too confining. It was really tight around my legs, and I wanted to be able to move. Finally, my eyes landed on a pair of dark skinny jeans and a fitted plaid shirt. I paired it with a wide leather belt, and for the finishing touch, my favorite pair of brown cowboy boots. Perfect, I whispered to myself, holding the outfit up to the mirror. It was the right mix of country and sexy, with just enough edge to keep it interesting. I quickly put it on and admired the way the jeans hugged my butt and the shirt accentuated my waist. The boots added just the right amount of height, and I couldn't help but feel a little thrill of anticipation. I snapped a quick selfie in the mirror and sent it to the group chat. Samantha, what do you think? The responses came in a flurry. Olivia, damn, girl. You look crazy hot. Grace, it's ridiculous how hot you look. I am.
So?
Jealous. Dancing? Country? A mysterious mountain man? I want to go.
Wink.
Natalie, yeehaw, cowgirl. You are definitely going to turn some heads tonight. I giggled at their reactions, feeling my nerves settle just a little bit. This was going to be fun. It didn't have to be anything more than that. I looked at myself in the mirror one last time. Maybe I should go with something a bit more revealing. Maya and Lily burst into the room just as I was adjusting the fit of my outfit. Their eyes widened with excitement when they saw me, and I could practically feel their energy bubbling over. Wow, you look amazing. Lily exclaimed, her voice filled with awe.
Yeah.
You look like you're ready to rock that dance floor. Maya added, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I smiled, feeling a warm rush of affection for the girls. Thanks, girls. I'm glad you like it. But you know what? I think it needs a little something extra. Maya tilted her head, considering the outfit. Maybe a hat? Like one of those cool, wide-brimmed ones that cowgirls wear. Lily nodded eagerly. Yes. That would totally complete the look. I chuckled at their enthusiasm. You know, I think you're right. A hat would be perfect. The girls immediately started searching through the closet, their excitement contagious. Within moments, they found a stylish, dark brown hat that complemented the outfit perfectly. I tried it on, and the girls' faces lit up. Now you look like a real cowgirl. Maya declared, clapping her hands together. Lily grinned, her eyes shining. You're going to knock everyone's socks off tonight. We spent the next few minutes fussing over the outfit, adjusting the hat, and deciding on the right accessories. The girls were having a blast, offering suggestions and helping me with every little detail. It was fun, almost like a mini fashion show, and I loved how involved they were. As we were finishing up, Maya suddenly asked, "Can we help with your makeup? We've been practicing, and we want to make sure you look perfect." I hesitated for a moment, then smiled. All right, but just a little bit. I don't want to overdo it. The girls giggled with excitement and immediately got to work. They were surprisingly careful and precise, and I was impressed by how much they'd learned. They applied a bit of eyeshadow, some blush, and a touch of lip gloss, just enough to enhance the look without making it too heavy. When they were done, they stepped back to admire their work, their faces beaming with pride. You look gorgeous, Samantha. Lily said, her voice filled with genuine admiration. Maya nodded in agreement. You're going to be the star of the night. I looked at myself in the mirror, and I had to admit, they'd done a fantastic job. I felt confident, sexy, and ready for whatever the night had in store. As the girls continued to admire their handiwork, Lily suddenly blurted out, "So, are you going to kiss Dad again?" I froze, caught off guard by the question. What? I stammered, trying to play it cool, but my cheeks were already heating up. Maya giggled, nudging her sister.
Yeah.
You kissed him in the jewelry shop. Daddy was speechless. It was so cute. I bit my lip, unsure of how to respond. Well, that was just a little thank you kiss, I explained, hoping to downplay the moment. It wasn't a big deal. Lily looked unconvinced. But you like him, right? Maybe you should kiss him again tonight. Maya nodded eagerly. Yes. It could be so romantic. My face flustered, and I could feel it heating up. You two are just too much, I said, shaking my head. But I don't think kissing your dad is on the agenda for tonight. We're just going to have some fun and dance. The girls exchanged knowing looks, clearly not buying my casual dismissal. Well, if you do kiss him, Maya said with a sly grin, just make sure it's a really good one. With lots of tongue. Maya. I exclaimed. Lily giggled. Eh? Yuck. Tongue. That is so gross. I laughed along with them, even though my heart was racing at the thought. All right, you two troublemakers. Let's focus on making sure I look good for this dance. No more talk about kissing, okay? The girls giggled again but nodded in agreement. I took one last look in the mirror. The outfit, the hat, the makeup, it all came together perfectly. I felt a flutter of nervous excitement in my stomach, but it was mixed with anticipation. Tonight was going to be interesting, that was for sure. After the laughter died down and the girls seemed satisfied with the makeup and outfit, I had an idea. Hey, how about we take some pictures before we go? You two did such a great job helping me get ready, we should document it. Lily and Maya's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and they immediately started jumping up and down with excitement. Yes. Let's take pictures. Maya exclaimed, grabbing my phone off the dresser. Lily nodded eagerly, already positioning herself next to me. We need to get some good ones. Can we take a selfie first? I laughed at their enthusiasm. Of course. Come here, let's make sure we get the hat in the shot. We huddled together, the three of us, and I held the phone up, trying to get the best angle. The first few pictures were classic selfies, smiling, laughing, even a few silly faces thrown in for good measure. But soon, the girls got more creative. Let's do one where we're pretending to be supermodels. Lily suggested, striking a dramatic pose.
Yeah.
Like we're on the cover of a magazine. Maya added, copying her sister's pose with a serious expression. I played along, trying my best to channel my old modeling days, though I couldn't help but laugh at the exaggerated expressions on the girls' faces. We took a few more shots, each one more ridiculous and fun than the last. These are going to turn out so good. Lily said, scrolling through the photos with a big smile on her face. Then she frowned. It was so abrupt I didn't know what to say. Maya, should we send some to Mom? I paused, taken aback by the suggestion. I hadn't expected them to want to share these pictures with their mom. The desire to share was telling. Lily, at least, still wanted to connect with their mom, despite everything that had happened. Maya was troubled. It was easy to tell. All right, I agreed, giving them a supportive smile. Pick a couple of your favorites, and we'll send them to her. Lily and Maya quickly selected a few of the photos, choosing ones where we all looked particularly happy. They even added a little message, something simple and sweet, getting ready for a fun night. I watched as they sent the pictures off, feeling a mix of emotions. On one hand, I was glad they still felt connected enough to want to share these moments with their mother. On the other hand, I couldn't help but wonder what Sarah would think when she saw me, with the girls, looking so comfortable together. But I pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on the happiness on the girls' faces. Just as we finished up, my phone buzzed with a series of notifications. I glanced down and saw that the Harpies had texted me. Grace, OMG, Sam, your pics with the girls are blowing up on social media. People are loving them. Olivia, seriously, it's like the cutest thing ever. Who knew you had such a natural mom vibe?
Wink.
Natalie, they're adorable. But you know what that means. Everyone's going to be talking about how you're settling down now. I checked Instagram. It was true the pictures I posted earlier with Lily and Maya had already gotten a lot of attention, but I hadn't expected them to blow up like this. Samantha, what can I say? The girls are just that cute. Grace, so, are you ready for tonight? What's the plan with Mr. Ruggedly handsome? Olivia.
Yeah.
Are you going to make a move, or are we going to be stuck living vicariously through your dance pics? Natalie, also, more pics of you in that outfit, please. We need to see the whole look. For just a moment, I felt a bit of anxiety creeping in. We are just dancing. No big deal. Ethan doesn't have any expectations. Samantha, I'm taking it slow, okay? But I'll definitely keep you all updated. I snapped a few more pictures of my outfit, posing playfully in the mirror with the hat tipped just so, and sent them to the harpies. Olivia, well, hello there Nebraska. Grace, he's not going to know what hit him. Seriously, you look amazing. Natalie, if he doesn't fall head over heels tonight, there's something wrong with him. My phone continued to buzz. Olivia, Sam, you look absolutely stunning. Seriously, that outfit is killer. But you know what would make it even better? I grinned, already anticipating their playful suggestions. Samantha, what do you have in mind, Liv? Grace, you know, just a little something to spice it up. How about popping open a few of those buttons on your shirt? We all know how amazing your rack is. Natalie, totally agree. It adds that effortless, I'm just here to have a good time vibe. I also think you tie the bottom off to expose your midriff. Your stomach, your rank. He won't be able to resist. You'll look even more amazing. These girls were always full of ideas. That seemed a bit bold. Samantha, you think? I don't want to overdo it. Olivia, trust us, Sam. Just a couple of buttons, it'll look perfect. You'll be the hottest one at the bar, guaranteed. Grace, exactly. It's all about the little details. You've got this, girl. Taking a deep breath, I turned to the mirror and carefully undid the top 2 buttons of my shirt. It was a small change, but it made a surprising difference. The outfit still looked classy and put together, but with a touch of playful charm that I had to admit, I liked. I sent another picture to the harpies, showing off the updated look. All right, how's this? Their responses were instant. Natalie, yes. That's it, Sam. You look gorgeous. Olivia.
Fire!
Grace, now go out there and have some fun. And don't forget to tell us all the details later. Samantha, you guys are the best. I'll let you know how it goes. Olivia, and don't forget to take more pictures. We want to see how the night unfolds. Grace, and remember, just be yourself. With that final boost of confidence, I took a deep breath and turned away from the mirror, ready to face the night ahead. The harpies were right, tonight was about having fun. Don't overthink it. Victoria. The family arrived at the house. Samantha and the girls headed to their rooms. Yes, I thought of it as their rooms. While Ethan and I made our way back to the house, I sensed a certain tension in him. The day had been filled with excitement and warmth, but now, as we prepared to check on James, our driver, something seemed to weigh on Ethan's mind. I led the way to the guest room where James was recovering. After the storm and the chaos that followed, I wanted to make sure he was comfortable and well. The good doctor had been calling, and I had Mia, one of the maids, making sure James was taken care of. It was the least I could do, the man has been my driver for 20 years. I knocked softly on the door, and James's voice called out for us to come in. We entered to find James propped up on pillows, looking better than I expected but still clearly recovering. The guest room was warm and inviting, with a tray of untouched food on the nightstand beside him. James, I greeted him with a smile, how are you feeling? James's face brightened when he saw us. Much better, thanks to you all, he said, his voice raspy but full of gratitude. It's good to see your face, my lady. You've been more than kind. And Ethan, I don't know if I said this the other night, but I can't thank you enough. You saved my life out there. Ethan nodded. Right place, right time. I did what anyone would do. Ethan's face took on a bit of color. The boy didn't know how to take a compliment. James chuckled softly. No, you did do more than most would. I've been in a few tough spots before, but nothing like that. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Ethan. I watched as Ethan gave a small, almost self-conscious smile. As we made to leave, Ethan turned to James and said, You're a good man, James. A good James. His tone was light, almost joking, but I noticed a slight edge to his words that piqued my interest. James looked a bit confused by the comment, but he smiled and nodded. Thank you, Ethan. Lady Harrington, my wife plans to come tomorrow. I hope that is acceptable. I was barely listening. Of course, James. I am happy to have Mindy here. Once we were out of the room and heading down the hall, I couldn't help but ask, what did you mean by a good James? Ethan hesitated, and I watched as his internal debate played out on his face. Finally, he sighed, as if resigning himself to the conversation. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It just popped into my head. It's nothing, really, he began, but I could tell there was more to it than that. I stopped walking and turned to face him, my curiosity getting the better of me. Ethan, if something's bothering you, you can talk to me. What's on your mind? He met my gaze, and for a moment, I saw the vulnerability in his eyes, the same vulnerability that I'd glimpsed earlier when he'd mentioned his ex-wife. It's just that my ex-wife left me for a guy named James. A rich guy. The kind of guy who has everything, or at least, everything she wants. I felt a pang of sympathy as he spoke. I knew more than should through conversations with the girls. I also knew there was more to his story than he was letting on. And they're still married? I asked gently. Ethan nodded, his jaw tightening slightly.
Yeah.
They're still married. The guy's got money, but... well, he's nothing special. Short, fat, balding. Older, too. But that's what she wanted, security, I guess. Or maybe just the lifestyle that came with it. I saw the bitterness in his expression, the hurt that he was trying so hard to mask. It was clear that Sarah had left some deep scars on him, and the fact that she had chosen someone like James over him had only added salt to the wound. Ethan, I said softly, reaching out to place a hand on his arm, you're a good man. Anyone can see that. It's her loss, not yours. He looked at me, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of something, appreciation, perhaps, or maybe even relief. But then he nodded, his expression guarded once again. Thanks, Victoria, he said quietly. I appreciate that. After we left James's room, I could see Ethan was itching to get out for a bit. The way his shoulders relaxed just a touch when he mentioned needing to run to the store gave him away. He was a man who found solace in simple tasks, and I suspected he wanted some time to himself after everything. Victoria, he began, his voice casual, would it be all right if I borrowed your car to run to the store? I don't want to unhitch mine just for a quick trip. I raised an eyebrow, a small smile tugging at the corners of my lips. You can use the car, Ethan, but on one condition. He tilted his head, curious. What's that? You let me come with you, I said, leaving no room for argument. I have a couple items to pick up from the grocery store, and besides, I'm curious about what you're planning to make for dinner. He hesitated for a moment, as if weighing whether to argue, but eventually nodded. All right, if you don't mind coming along. As we walked toward the Escalade, I noticed how the tension seemed to ease from his shoulders, even if just a little. I understood the need for space, for moments of quiet after an intense day, but I was also determined not to let him retreat too far. He had a way of holding everything in, and it was clear to me that he needed someone to talk to, even if he didn't realize it. Once we were on the road, I decided to keep the conversation light. So, what exactly do you have in mind for dinner? He glanced over at me, a hint of a smile on his lips. I'm thinking of making homemade pizza. The girls love it, and it's something we can all do together. And I'll make the pie for dessert. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The pie? The girls mentioned this already. They said the pie, with something close to reverence. So this pie, what is it? Ethan chuckled softly, the sound warming the car's interior. It's a triple chocolate coffee pie. The girls are obsessed with it. I usually save it for special occasions, but I think today qualifies. That is very important information, Ethan. I cannot believe I am just now hearing about this. He shrugged, his hand steady on the wheel. Just wait until you talk to the girls about their favorite titled dessert. Last year, Maya and Lily didn't talk to each other for a whole day because of how heated their conversation was about the pie and the cake. It was silly. Oh, and now there is a cake. Well, I look forward to all of these developments. Silence ensued. But it wasn't a bad thing. I found myself enjoying the comfortable silence that settled between us. It wasn't the awkward kind, but rather the sort of silence that comes when two people are simply content in each other's company. We pulled into the grocery store parking lot. He smiled at me as we stopped. I smiled back. It was strange how at ease was around him. It wasn't often that I truly relaxed in someone's company, especially not a man's. But with Ethan, everything just felt natural. It was then I realized a simple fact: I was comfortable, like completely comfortable around Ethan. It reminded me of someone. It reminded me of Henry, my dead husband. That gave me the shivers. We got out of the car, and without even noticing it, I found myself inching closer to Ethan. We walked through the store, grabbed a cart, and started picking out ingredients for the homemade pizza and that intriguing dessert. Conversation picked up and flowed easily, and I caught myself laughing with the occasional snort. It was very unladylike. I asked him about the toppings he preferred, and we discussed the best way to make a pizza crust. It was then I realized something else: I was flirting. I was flirting with this young man 12 years my junior, and I was sure he didn't even notice. In fact, that was the thing about Ethan: he didn't seem to realize the effect he had on people, especially women. We moved through the aisles, and it was impossible not to notice the glances he was getting. A few women, clearly locals, were giving him appreciative looks. One even did a double take when she saw him reach for a jar on the top shelf, his shirt pulling just tight enough to show the strength in his arms. Ethan, of course, was completely oblivious. He focused on the task at hand, checking items off his mental list, not paying any attention to the admiring gazes he was receiving. I found it endearing. This man, so handsome and kind, had no idea how attractive he was. As we rounded the corner to the produce section, I spotted a young woman standing with a group of friends. She was petite, with sleek black hair that framed her face and traditional Asian features. Japanese, maybe? I thought I heard speak a few phrases of Japanese, but that didn't really mean anything. The girl was dressed in designer clothing, a cream-colored blouse that clung to her frame and a pair of tight black jeans. Her friends were giggling and nudging each other as she glanced in our direction. I was amused. Before long, she seemed to gather her courage and made a beeline straight for Ethan. I observed, curious, as she approached him with a confident smile. "Excuse me," she said, her voice light and sweet, "but you look familiar. Do you have Instagram? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Ethan blinked, clearly surprised by the attention. No, I'm not sure what the Grammy is. But I assume it's some sort of social platform. But I don't really do social media." The girl Hannah, as I overheard one of her friends call her, looked momentarily thrown off, but quickly recovered. "Oh, that's a shame. Well, in case you ever want to connect, here's my number." She held out a small piece of paper, her manicured fingers brushing against his as she handed it to him. "Maybe we could grab coffee sometime?" I watched the exchange, a small part of me curious about how Ethan would respond. He looked at the paper, clearly a bit flustered, and then back at her. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind." Hannah's smile widened, clearly pleased with herself. "Great. I'm Hannah, by the way." She put out a hand. Ethan took it. "Ethan. It's nice to meet you, Hannah. That's a pretty name." "Thank you, Ethan. I think I like it even more now. It's nice to meet, and I hope to hear from you." She turned to leave, but gave him a little wave and walked back towards her group, swishing her butt back and forth in her retreat. She was greeted by her friends, were all smiles and whispers as they glanced back at him. Ethan stood there for a moment, still holding the paper, before tucking it into his pocket. He glanced over at me, looking a bit sheepish. That was unexpected. I couldn't help but laugh softly. "You have no idea how many people find you attractive, do you?" He shrugged. It's funny that you say that. Trust me, that is an uncommon occurrence. I don't often get hit on. I cannot remember my last date. Somehow, I find that hard to believe. Well, you should call her, I teased, giving him a playful nudge. You might be surprised by how many people are interested in getting to know you. Ethan just shook his head, clearly not convinced, and we continued with our shopping. As we walked through the store, I played back their interaction in my head. Hannah had clearly been working up her nerve to talk to Ethan, which meant that she had observed us. So she noticed my flirting and either didn't care or didn't understand what I was doing. For some reason, I felt somewhat offended. Don't get me wrong, I am not so overt in my affections. But even with my subtlety, she should have known what I was up to. The fact that she ignored me meant she didn't think I was an obstacle like she could sweep in and just charm Ethan. I narrowed my eyes. Not to toot my own horn, but I was quite the prize back in the day, and I still look pretty damn good if you ask me. Hannah approached Ethan and didn't even acknowledge me. Actually, now that I think about it, it pisses me off. It's not like I am going to do anything about it. But still. We made our way back to the house, the car filled with bags of groceries. By the time I was halfway back, I decided that Hannah's and Ethan's interaction was actually quite amusing. Ethan had been so charmingly oblivious to the attention he was getting that he probably sent the girl into a bit of a tailspin. Young, beautiful, and rich, if her designer clothes proved anything, someone like that wasn't exactly grounded most of the time. Not like Samantha. I decided I would laugh about it. I did wonder if Ethan was going to call her. When we pulled into the driveway, Ethan offered to unload the groceries while I went inside to check on the girls. I agreed, though I couldn't help but watch him for a moment as he started unloading the bags, his strong, capable hands making quick work of it. Just as I was about to head inside, a familiar voice cut through the air, making me tense. Victoria, darling. There you are. I turned to see Robert Montford striding up the driveway, his thin frame moving awkwardly. He was flanked by a few of his family members, his cousins. I recognized them from various events over the years, each one of them as middling and annoying as the next. They all had the same confident, almost arrogant air about them, the kind that came from years of wealth and privilege. Robert, I greeted, keeping my voice polite but distant. What brings you here? Robert's smile was wide, but there was something predatory about it. I heard you were in town and just had to come see you. It's been too long, hasn't it? I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Robert had always been like this, overly familiar, overly confident, and always pushing the boundaries of propriety. He stepped closer, his presence almost suffocating as he reached for my hand, but I subtly pulled back, maintaining a polite distance. Yes, it has been a while, I replied coolly, hoping he would take the hint and back off. But I've been quite busy. Busy, indeed, Robert said, his gaze flicking to Ethan, who was still unloading the car. His eyes narrowed slightly, clearly sizing him up. And who might this be? Ethan Miller, I introduced, stepping closer to Ethan's side. He's been helping us out a lot recently. A true gentleman. Ethan, sensing the tension, straightened up and offered a polite nod. Nice to meet you. Robert's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. A pleasure, I'm sure. He turned his attention back to me, his tone a bit more insistent. Victoria, darling, I am sure you are aware of the Manson ball. I noticed you didn't RSVP. This simply will not do. Lord Danforth is hosting, and you know how influential he is. I'm sure he'll be extending a personal invitation to you. My mother has also wanted to connect with you. As you probably know, my father has passed, and I think she was hoping to consult with you. The unspoken message, it's the kind of event one simply can't turn down. I felt a pang of irritation at Robert's presumption, but I kept my composure. He was right about one thing: Lord Danforth was a powerful figure, the kind of man whose invitation was more of a summons. I couldn't ignore a personal invitation, it would be disastrous socially, if not politically. Robert's mother wasn't much better. The Duchess of Ainsworth held massive political influence in her own right, and through her eldest son, who was a high-ranking figure in the House of Lords, and her son-in-law, who was a U.S. Senator. Damn. This was all that I needed. The idea of going to the ball in my current state, surrounded by people like Robert, was far from appealing, and of course, without my husband. I know this comes as a shock and that you likely lack an escort with the departure of your husband. I wanted to punch him. Everyone could hear the slight sneer in his voice. I am here to rescue you, darling. Please allow me to escort you. That wasn't just a no. That was a hell no. But this was not good. He had planned this. He'd brought his family, so I would have a harder time refusing. Damn him. Still, I wasn't about to let Robert have the upper hand. I offered him a polite smile, one that didn't quite reach my eyes. Thank you for letting me know, Robert, but I am aware of Lord Danforth's expectations. I had already planned on attending. Robert's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Oh. But how? I only just good. I wasn't aware you had already made arrangements. Yes, I replied, glancing at Ethan with a smile that was as much for his benefit as it was to get under Robert's skin. Mr. Miller will be my date. The reaction was immediate. Robert's smile faltered, and the men with him exchanged surprised glances. It was clear they hadn't expected this, and I could see the wheels turning in Robert's mind as he tried to process the information. Your date? Robert repeated, his tone slightly incredulous. Yes, I said, my tone firm. Ethan and I have grown quite close recently, and I thought it would be nice to attend the ball together. Besides, he's proven to be quite the companion. Haven't you, Ethan? Ethan, to his credit, kept his expression neutral, though I could see the confusion in his eyes. He nodded, clearly uncertain of how to respond. Yes. Yes, of course, Lady Harrington. Robert's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile now more forced than genuine. Well, I see. I will simply see you at the ball, Victoria. I hope you have a good time. I could see that he was trying to recover, to regain some sense of control over the situation, but I wasn't about to let him. We will, thank you, Robert. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have some preparations to make. Robert opened his mouth as if to say something more, but he seemed to think better of it. He offered a tight smile and a nod. Of course. I'll see you both at the ball, then. As he and his entourage turned to leave, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The nerve of that man, always assuming he could manipulate situations to his advantage. But this time, I had the upper hand, and it felt good. Ethan looked at me, clearly still trying to make sense of what had just happened. So? We're going to a ball, then? Do I get my very own fairy godmother? I let out a nervous laugh at his bewildered expression. Yes, it seems we are. I hope you don't mind. If I had to suffer a whole night with that windbag, I might as well return myself to the sinking limo. Ethan shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Not at all. But you're going to have to help me figure out what to wear, and, I don't really dance. I grinned, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Don't worry, Ethan. I'll take care of everything.
Ethan. So I was going to a ball with Lady Harrington, and going dancing with Samantha. I had not been on a date since before my ex-wife dumped me. And now suddenly I didn't have one date but two. Though I wasn't sure I could count Samantha's, still my life had become very strange in the last few hours. Wasn't I supposed to be camping? What am I doing? I glanced up from the stove as Samantha walked into the kitchen. She almost made me drop what I was holding. She looked amazing, wearing a pair of dark skinny jeans that hugged her legs, hips, and but perfectly, a fitted plaid shirt that accentuated her figure, left a bit of her stomach exposed, and a wide leather belt that added a touch of rugged charm. Her brown cowboy boots completed the look, making her seem both effortlessly stylish and ready for anything. I smiled as she approached. You look great, Samantha, I said, meaning every word. Samantha's cheeks flushed a light pink, and she quickly glanced down at the counter as if she needed to busy herself with something. Thanks, Ethan, she replied, her voice softer than usual. Just trying to blend in with the country vibe. If she was trying to blend in, she was doing a terrible job. She stood out in the best possible way. But I didn't say that. Instead, I turned back to the pizza dough I was rolling out, trying to ignore the strange flutter in my chest. The girls soon came into the kitchen, their energy filling the space with laughter and excitement. They were clearly having a blast, and it warmed my heart to see them so happy. Lily and Maya were chatting about their day, and they barely took a breath before pulling out their phones to show Victoria all the pictures they had taken. Look, Aunt Victoria, here's one of us with Samantha by the old fountain, Lily said, holding up her phone. And this one is when we tried on our silly hats. Hey, Samantha said. Those were not silly, they were Prada. Maya shook her head. Lily laughed. They had feathers, Sam. They were silly. Victoria leaned in, her eyes lighting up as she scrolled through the pictures. These are wonderful, girls. It looks like you had such a fun day. We did. Maya chimed in. And wait until you see the pictures we posted. Everyone's loving them. I chuckled to myself as I watched them. Social media wasn't my thing, but it clearly brought them a lot of joy. As long as they were happy and safe, I couldn't complain. Still, I needed to make sure that parent lock stuff was working. The internet is a dangerous place. Samantha moved closer to the counter, grabbing a plate to help me with the pizzas. I caught a whiff of her perfume, something floral and sweet, but not overpowering. It made me glance at her again. Her butt was amazing. I was a sucker for a woman with some curves, and Samantha had them in spades. She caught me looking and smiled, her cheeks still tinged with that light blush. I returned the smile and handed her a slice of pizza. I hope you're hungry. She laughed, taking the plate from me. Starving. We all sat down to eat, and the kitchen was soon filled with the sounds of happy chatter and laughter. The girls took pictures of everything, even the pizza, and the joy I felt at how much they were enjoying themselves was indescribable. Victoria joined in the fun, leaning over to take a selfie with the girls, and even I was roped into a few group shots. After we'd polished off the pizzas, I went back to the kitchen to retrieve the main event, the pie. It was something I made only on special occasions, a triple chocolate coffee pie that was rich enough to make your teeth hurt but impossible to resist. The girls' eyes lit up the moment they saw it, and I couldn't help but grin. You really outdid yourself, Dad. Maya exclaimed as I placed the pie in the center of the table. I've been waiting for my whole life, Lily added, practically bouncing in her seat. Samantha leaned in, her eyes wide with curiosity. The pie, huh? What makes it so special? Just wait until you taste it, I said with a wink. It's a secret recipe, so I can't give away all the details, but let's just say it's worth every calorie. The women let out a collective ooh and ah as I sliced into the pie, the rich chocolate filling oozing out with just the right amount of gooiness. I served everyone a slice, and the room fell silent as they took their first bites. This is incredible, Samantha finally said, her voice full of genuine awe. I've never tasted anything like it. Victoria nodded in agreement, her eyes wide with surprise. Ethan, this is absolutely divine. I think you just earned my hand in marriage. I shrugged, feeling a little bashful under their praise. I'm just glad you like it. It's something special I like to make for the girls. As the meal wound down and everyone was thoroughly stuffed with pizza and pie, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. Pulling it out, I glanced at the screen and felt my stomach drop. It was a text from Sarah, and the tone was unmistakably angry. Why are the girls in Silver Ridge? Call me immediately. I stared at the message for a moment, the familiar knot of frustration tightening in my chest. I didn't want to deal with this right now, not when the girls were so happy and things were going so well. I slipped the phone back into my pocket, deciding to ignore it for the time being. Sarah could wait. I wasn't going to let her ruin this moment for us. Everything okay? Samantha asked, noticing the brief change in my expression. I forced a smile and nodded. Yeah, everything's fine. Just some work stuff. Nothing that can't wait. She gave me a sympathetic look but didn't press further, and for that, I was grateful. The last thing I wanted was to bring any negativity into this evening. Let's clean up and get ready for tonight, I said, trying to shake off the lingering tension. The rusty spur awaits. The girls cheered at the mention of the bar, their excitement contagious. As we cleared the table and washed the dishes, I found myself looking forward to the night ahead. A little country music, some good company, it might just be exactly what I needed.
Samantha. As I walked into the kitchen, I caught sight of Ethan standing by the stove, his back to me as he carefully sliced a pizza. When he turned around and saw me, his eyes widened slightly, and a slow, appreciative smile spread across his face. "You look great, Samantha," he said, his voice warm and genuine. I felt my cheeks flush at the compliment, an unexpected rush of warmth spreading through me. I wasn't usually one to get flustered, but there was something about the way Ethan looked at me like he really saw me, not just the model or the public figure, but me, that made it hard to keep my cool. "Thanks, Ethan," I managed to say, hoping my voice didn't betray how flustered I was. "Just trying to fit in with the country vibe." He smiled again, that easy, genuine smile that made my heart flutter. I quickly busied myself with grabbing a plate, trying to distract myself from the way my stomach was doing little flips. Why did he have to be so damn charming without even trying? As the meal progressed, I found myself continuously impressed by Ethan's cooking. The pizza was amazing, the crust perfectly crispy, the toppings just right. But it was the pie that really blew me away. When Ethan brought it out, the girls practically squealed with excitement, and I couldn't help but grin at their enthusiasm. "This is incredible," I said after taking my first bite of the pie. It was rich, decadent, and absolutely delicious. I'd had my fair share of fancy desserts, but this one was something else entirely. I've never tasted anything like it. Victoria, sitting across from me, nodded in agreement. "It's divine, Ethan. I think you might have just earned my hand in marriage." Ethan shrugged, clearly pleased by our reactions. "I'm just glad you like it." Before I realized it, I pulled out my phone and started taking more pictures of the plates of food. The harpies had been blowing up my phone with messages since I'd sent them the earlier pictures, and I knew they'd want to see more. "Samantha, just had the most amazing dinner, and guess what? Ethan made us the pie." Seriously, I might actually ask him to marry me, and damn the consequences. Or maybe I'll just lock him up in my basement. Do any of you know how to DIY a dungeon? Olivia, already considering kidnapping. This is serious. Wait, what? They actually gave it a title? They call it the pie? Grace, is that coffee and chocolate I see? Marry him. Actually, let me marry him. Natalie, I am literally without words. What does this guy do for a job? I laughed to myself and sent them a few more pictures. They responded with heart emojis and more jokes about kidnapping Ethan. I grinned. Like a fool, I might add. The meal wound down. I ate too much. Then I helped clear the table and joined Victoria and the girls in the living room. We were all still buzzing from the food and the fun of the day, and the girls were showing Victoria more pictures from earlier, their laughter filling the room. "Dad is amazing," I heard Lily say as she swiped through the pictures. "He can do anything." Maya nodded enthusiastically.
Yeah,
And the pie was so good. "Did you like it, Aunt Victoria?" Victoria smiled warmly at the girls, clearly enjoying their excitement. "I did, and it was absolutely delicious. Your dad is quite the chef." As they continued chatting, I felt my mind wander. When was the last time I had such a fun day? When I wasn't worried about an event, a cause, a guy. I can't even remember. And then I heard a sound behind me, and I turned to see Ethan walking into the living room. My breath caught in my throat. He was wearing something very similar to what I had on, a fitted plaid shirt that showed off his broad shoulders and chest, dark jeans that hugged his muscular legs just right, and a cowboy hat perched on his head. He trimmed his beard, and his long hair was pulled back, giving him a hearty yet polished look. He looked incredible. Everyone just stared at him. He fidgeted a bit. I bought the hat earlier. He smiled. I think I like it. Victoria and I exchanged a quick glance. Clearly, she was just as speechless as I was. Ethan was attractive, there was no doubt about that, but seeing him like this, all cleaned up and dressed in something that accentuated just how strong and fit he was, it was almost too much to handle. You look amazing, Dad. Lily exclaimed, jumping up from her seat to give him a hug. Maya quickly followed, beaming up at him.
Yeah.
Someone is going to try to wrangle you up. Ethan chuckled, clearly a bit embarrassed by the attention. Seriously, Maya? Wrangle me up? You were stretching on that one. Maya lifted her head indignantly. Father, you lack poetry in your soul. He rolled his eyes. I laughed softly, shaking my head in disbelief. Ethan, you look so good. He gave me a shy smile, adjusting the hat on his head. Well, thank you kindly, Mama. I wasn't sure if I pulled it off. Victoria finally found her voice. Oh, you definitely pulled it off, Ethan. You look like you were made for that outfit. Ethan blushed at the praise. I just hope I don't embarrass you tonight. I'm not much for dancing, remember? Lily piped up, don't worry, Dad. You'll do great. And if not, you can just stand there and look cool. We all laughed at that, and I felt the last of my nervousness melt away. Tonight was going to be fun, and I couldn't wait to see how it all played out. As we got ready to head out, I caught Victoria's eye again. There was a knowing smile on her lips, and I had a feeling she was thinking the same thing I was, that tonight was going to be more interesting than any of us had anticipated.
Chapter 17, Victoria. As soon as Ethan and Samantha left for the Rusty Spur, the house felt quieter. More still. I watched them go, their figures disappearing into the night, and felt a strange pang of envy. It wasn't that I wanted to be in Samantha's place exactly. I was genuinely happy for her, for both of them, in fact. But there was a small part of me that couldn't help but feel left behind, like a forgotten piece of the evening. The girls, Maya and Lily, were still bubbling with excitement from the day, their energy infectious. Still, we tried to slow it down for our movie night. All the sugar and snacks we brought weren't exactly helpful. It was a simple thing, watching a movie with two young girls, but as we settled onto the couch, with Maya on one side of me and Lily on the other, I felt a warmth spread through me that I hadn't experienced in a long time. The girls snuggled up close, pulling the blanket over the three of us as the movie started. Their little heads leaned against my shoulders, and I felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest. It had been years since I'd felt this way. So content, so at peace. Like everything in the world was just as it should be. As the movie played on, I realized I hadn't thought about my late husband much in the last 48 hours. The realization hit with a small jolt, sending a wave of guilt crashing through me. He had been my world for so long, the center of my life. And yet here I was, feeling something akin to happiness, perhaps even joy, with another family in my house and my thoughts drifting toward another man. The realization made my chest tighten, but the warmth from the girls pressed against me softened it, easing the guilt just a bit. They made me smile so much tonight, these two bright, beautiful girls. I couldn't really articulate what was making me so happy. They were just special, and I wasn't immune to their charms. A small, mischievous thought crept into my mind, and I wondered how mad Ethan would be if I just kept them. It was a silly thought, of course, but there was a tiny part of me that loved the idea of having them around all the time. They filled the house with laughter and light, something I hadn't realized I'd been missing so desperately. Just as I was sinking into the comfort of the moment, the glow of Maya's phone caught my eye. She had been quietly checking it throughout the movie, something I hadn't paid much attention to, assuming she was just texting friends. But this time, her face scrunched up in a way that caught my attention. "What is it, darling?" I asked softly, not wanting to startle her. Maya hesitated for a moment, biting her lip before she turned the screen toward me. "It's a message from Mom," she said quietly, the usual brightness in her voice dimming. I took the phone and quickly scanned the message. It wasn't outright abusive, but the tone was unmistakably sharp. laced with a passive-aggressive undercurrent that could cut deeper than any yell. Sarah was questioning who the woman in the pictures was, referring, of course, to me and Samantha, and why Ethan thought it was appropriate to spend time with them. My heart clenched as I read the words. I knew that Sarah had caused a lot of pain in Ethan's life, but seeing it firsthand through this indirect exchange made it all the more real. It was infuriating. I handed the phone back to Maya, trying to keep my expression calm and reassuring. "Don't worry about it, sweetie," I said gently. "Your dad will handle this." Maya nodded, but I saw the worry still lingering in her eyes. Lily, who had been watching us with concern, scooted closer, hugging my arm. "Is everything okay?" she asked, her voice small and uncertain. "Everything's fine," I assured her, pulling both girls into a tight hug. "Let's not think about it, all right? We're here to have fun tonight." They both nodded, and as we turned our attention back to the movie, I felt my focus slipping. This Sarah woman was a piece of work. The tone of the text came across as angry, as if Ethan and the girls were doing something wrong by spending time with me and Samantha. Not to mention she left them. The fact that Ethan had full custody, probably by agreement, didn't seem to matter to her. She was acting like she was the head of this family unit and had somehow been wronged. It made my teeth grind. I resolved myself. I was going to be there to help Ethan, to help the girls. They didn't deserve to be caught in the middle of this. Ethan was a good man, and I was starting to see just how much he'd been through. Maybe I should teach Sarah a lesson. As the movie played on, I found myself holding the girls a little tighter, feeling a fierce protectiveness I hadn't expected. They were Ethan's world, and I wanted to be a part of that. Holy shit. Did I really just think that? I want to be part of their world. The movie ended, and as the credits rolled, I said softly, brushing a strand of hair from Maya's face, "All right, girls. Time to head upstairs, I think." They nodded, but instead of their usual enthusiastic response, they moved slowly, almost reluctantly. I watched them closely as we made our way to my room. It wasn't hard to know what was bothering them. Damn that woman. "Girls," I said, "why don't you come to my room? I will have Mia bring us some hot chocolate and we can talk for a bit." The girls' eyes lit up. "Really?" Lily asked. I nodded. That put a pep in their step. Once we were all settled in my massive California king bed, the girls seemed a little more at ease. They huddled close to me, and I instinctively wrapped an arm around each of them, pulling them into a comforting embrace. "Do you want to talk about what's bothering you?" I asked gently, looking from one to the other. Lily was the first to speak, her voice quiet and hesitant. "Mom sent another text," she began, her eyes downcast. Maya, nestled on my other side, nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring her sister's worry. "She says we shouldn't be here without her." I felt a surge of anger and sadness on their behalf. What kind of mother would react this way to seeing her daughters happy? It was clear that Sarah's behavior was hurting them, and it made me furious. Really furious. "I'm so sorry, girls," I said softly, squeezing them a little tighter. "Your dad loves you both so much, and he's doing his best to give you the kind of love and care you deserve." Lily nodded, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "We know, Aunt Victoria. It's just, she's always like this. Especially when she's angry with Dad. It's like she takes it out on us." Maya, always more sensitive to the emotions around her, added, "Dad doesn't talk about it much, but we can tell it hurts him. We just want to make him happy. But it's hard when she's always making things difficult." I listened carefully, trying to piece together the fragments of their lives that they were revealing to me. It was clear that Sarah had been a thorn in their side for a long time, and Ethan, for all his strength, was carrying a heavy burden because of it. "Your dad is a good man," I said after a moment, my voice gentle but firm. "He's been through a lot, hasn't he?" Lily nodded again, a few tears slipping down her cheeks. "He didn't want to leave us when he went to Afghanistan, but he didn't have a choice. Mom, she changed while he was gone. And when he came back, it was like she didn't care anymore." Maya looked up at me with wide, sad eyes. "She didn't even take care of him when he got hurt. He had to do everything himself. We tried to help, but we were just kids." My heart ached at their words, at the thought of Ethan coming home to such coldness and indifference. It was no wonder he seemed so guarded, so reluctant to let people in. He'd been hurt deeply, not just by the physical injuries he sustained, but by the emotional wounds inflicted by the one person who should have stood by him. I had no idea, I whispered, more to myself than to them. Your father is so strong. I wish I could have been there for him. The girls cuddled closer to me, and I stroked their hair, feeling a deep sense of sadness and anger on their behalf. How could anyone treat Ethan this way? And more importantly, how could Sarah put her own needs above those of her children and the man who had given so much for his family? We're here now, I said softly, trying to reassure them as much as myself. And we'll make sure your dad knows how much he's loved. He deserves to be happy, and so do you. Lily and Maya nodded, and I could see a small flicker of hope in their eyes. As I held them close, I couldn't help but wonder more about Ethan's past, about the struggles he had faced alone, and how I might be able to help him heal those old wounds. I wondered how much trouble I would get into if I hired a SAS officer and had them teach Sarah a lesson, not crippling her or anything, but just beat her a bit. I felt like I would be doing humanity a service. That thought made me smile.
Ethan! We pulled up to the rusty spur, and I immediately realized we were in for a challenge. The parking lot was packed, cars jammed into every available space, and a few even spilled out onto the gravel shoulder of the road. It looked like half the town had decided to come out tonight, and finding a spot was going to be a task. Looks like everyone had the same idea, I muttered, glancing over at Samantha. She was sitting in the passenger seat, looking effortlessly stunning. Her hair was loose and wavy, cascading down her shoulders in a way that seemed almost unfair. I could already feel the eyes that would be on her once we got inside. Don't worry, she replied with a small smile. We'll find something. We circled the lot twice before I finally spotted a car backing out of a space near the entrance. I quickly pulled in, thankful for the stroke of luck. Still, places like Silver Ridge were funny in that we were literally outside a country bar, something you might see in the heart of rural Kansas. But the parking lot was filled with $250,000 Lamborghinis and Ferraris. The SUVs we saw were just as funny G-Wagons and completely decked-out Escalades. I guess you can take the money out of the community, but you can't take the community out of the money. Wait, that didn't make any sense. Earth to Ethan. I shifted and saw Samantha giving me a wry expression. I lost you there for a moment, buddy. Yeah, sorry about that. I turned off the engine and took a deep breath, trying to shake off the odd feeling in my gut. This wasn't my usual scene, and I wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of being surrounded by so many people. But Samantha was excited, and I didn't want to dampen her spirits. As we walked toward the entrance, I noticed the way heads turned, both male and female, as we passed. The men's gazes lingered on Samantha, admiration and curiosity clear in their eyes. The women weren't much different, though their looks were a mix of intrigue and a hint of jealousy. I wasn't sure if it was because of how she looked, or if they realized how famous she was. Any thoughts of being the center of attention died as she walked past them. It was hard to blame them for that. We reached the door where a couple of bouncers were stationed. One of them, a tall, broad-shouldered guy with a friendly smile, nodded at us. Evening, he greeted, his eyes flicking to Samantha before settling on me. Busy night. Are you folks looking for someone? Luca. Pretty sure he said we were on the list, I replied, keeping my tone casual. I pointed at Samantha. Well, I am sure she is on the list. Samantha Harrington. Right on, he said, stepping aside to let us through. Enjoy yourselves. I leaned over to Samantha. He didn't even look at the list. Samantha chuckled. When people look like you, Ethan, they don't care if you're on the list. Me? Is she serious? Look at you, Sam. It has to be about you. Inside the rusty spur was a sea of movement and sound. The wooden floor creaked under the weight of boots and heels, and the twang of country music filled the air, punctuated by bursts of laughter and conversation. The bar ran along one side of the room, busy with people ordering drinks, while the dance floor was alive with couples moving in sync to the rhythm of the music. I glanced at Samantha, who seemed to be taking it all in with a smile. This place is packed, I commented, raising my voice slightly to be heard over the music. It's great, isn't it? She replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Perfect way to end the day. We made our way further inside, weaving through the crowd. That's when I spotted Luca waving us over from a large booth in the corner. He was surrounded by a group of people, both men and women, who all looked to be in their mid to late 20s. The women were dressed to impress, in outfits that ranged from tight jeans and boots to short skirts and crop tops. The guys were more laid back but still put together, with plaid shirts, denim, and cowboy hats. Luca stood up as we approached, a broad grin on his face. "Samantha, you made it," he called out, waving us over. "Come on, we've got a spot for you." As we reached the booth, the group greeted us with friendly smiles and nods. Luca made quick introductions, but I was already starting to forget names. The women in particular seemed more interested in Samantha than in anything else. I wasn't surprised. They probably recognized her from her modeling days, or maybe from social media. "Samantha Harrington," one of the women, a tall blonde with striking blue eyes, said with a touch of awe in her voice. "It's so great to meet you. I followed your career for years. Could we maybe get an autograph?" Samantha laughed softly, clearly used to this kind of attention. "Of course," she said warmly, taking the pen and napkin that the woman offered. She quickly signed her name with a flourish and handed it back with a smile. The other women in the group immediately chimed in, asking for their own autographs. Samantha obliged them all, and I could tell she was enjoying herself. I stood back, feeling a bit out of place, but also admiring the ease with which she handled the attention. "You're quite the celebrity," I murmured to her when she finally finished signing. She shrugged, a playful smile on her lips. "It's a facade, I assure you. I wanted to make sure you understood how desirable I was, like I needed other people to understand that. Geez, woman, look in the freaking mirror." "Well, mission accomplished," she grinned. "Fame is fickle, but it's nice when people are so friendly." Before I could respond, the music shifted to a more upbeat tune, and the dance floor erupted with energy. Samantha nudged me with her elbow. "Come on, Ethan," she said with a grin. "You've got to learn the line dance. It's easy. Just follow my lead." I hesitated, feeling a bit out of my depth. Her encouragement was hard to resist, and before I knew it, Samantha was pulling me onto the dance floor. The crowd parted slightly to make room, and I felt a dozen pairs of eyes on me as I tried to follow her lead. The steps were simple enough: side to side, back and forth, kick chain, and a butt wiggle. That part was easy, but keeping up with the rhythm was a challenge. Luca moved effortlessly, grinning as he called out the steps. I did my best to keep up, but I knew I probably looked like a fish out of water. A dead fish out of water. Some of the other women from the group joined us on the dance floor, their movements ranging from fluid and graceful to downright silly. It was clear they were here for a good time. Samantha moved like a dancer, all tiptoes. She caught my eye and winked, clearly enjoying herself. I smiled back, even as I stumbled over the steps. In my defense, I was very distracted by Samantha's ass. Damn, her assets should be straight up illegal. "Not bad, Ethan," she called out over the music. "You're getting the hang of it." I laughed, feeling a little more confident as I continued to move with the group. It wasn't as bad as I'd feared. In fact, I was starting to enjoy myself. The music, the energy, and the company all combined to create a feeling of lighthearted fun that I hadn't experienced in a long time. Samantha moved into my personal space, her cheeks flushed from the dancing. "You did great, Ethan," she said, her voice full of genuine praise. "I knew you'd get into it." I smiled at her, feeling a warmth spread through my chest that had nothing to do with the exertion. "Thanks, Samantha. I'm glad we came." After the line dance, Samantha and I made our way to the bar to grab a drink. The energy in the Rusty Spur was infectious, and I found myself relaxing more than I had in a long time. Samantha had that effect. Her easygoing nature made everything feel lighter, simpler. We approached the bar, and she glanced over at me with a sly smile. "You know, for a guy your size, you move pretty well on your feet," she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I chuckled, feeling a little self-conscious. "Well, I'm no dancer, but I can manage not to step on anyone's toes." She laughed, and the sound was warm and genuine. "You did better than most. I'd say you're a natural." I didn't know about natural, but that was a story for another day. We reached the bar, and the bartender came over, a friendly smile on his face. "What can I get for you folks?" I glanced at Samantha. "Beer for me, what about you? Maybe a nice glass of white wine?" She rolled her eyes and playfully punched my arm. We are going country tonight. A beer sounds perfect, thank you very much. Something with fruity undertones if they've got it." I grinned, ordering 2 beers from the bartender. As we waited for our drinks, the music shifted again, and a couple of pairs began swing dancing nearby. They moved with a lively rhythm, spinning and twirling each other with effortless grace. Samantha watched them with interest, her head tilted slightly to the side. After a moment, she turned back to me, her expression shifting to something more serious. Ethan, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? And feel free to tell me if I'm being too nosy. I raised an eyebrow, curious and maybe a little wary. Sure, shoot. What do you want to know? Just then, the beer arrived. The waitress gave me a wink. I took a swig of my Coors. She took a sip of her beer, as if gathering her thoughts before speaking. Well, first of all, what do you do for a living? I know you're good with your hands and you're one hell of a cook, but what's your actual job? I smiled at the question, relieved it was something easy to answer. I'm actually sort of in between jobs at the moment. I've been a contractor and carpenter. Back in the day, I ran my own construction business with my brother. We shut it down some time ago, so now I do odd jobs and take care of the mobile park my dad left me. I don't have crazy debt, so I don't need much. Her eyes lit up with interest. It shut down. I'm sorry to hear that. Can I ask why? There it was. Do I answer the question honestly or dodge? I sighed. I've never been a very good liar. Oddly enough, I found myself staring at Samantha's lips. They were so plump and moist, great lips. I remember I kissed. Then I tried not to remember our kiss. I refocused on our conversation. I ran the company with my brother. He passed away, and without him, everything went to shit. Samantha's beautiful face transformed. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you want to talk about it? I am not sure why I did it. And it was too late before I realized what I was doing. I reach up, and I ran my thumb across the corner of Samantha's mouth, surprising her and myself with the contact. Not tonight. Maybe another time when I don't have to yell. She leaned her face into my hand. I will hold you to that. It was a moment. A warm one. Then we both seemed to realize what we were doing and straightened up. I dropped my hand from her face, and Samantha turned from me, wiping her eyes. Samantha righted herself and continued forward in her questioning. So you're a landowner, a super dad, and a great cook. I'm starting to wonder why you're still single. I blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in the conversation. The girls mostly. There are other reasons, but that is probably another one of those conversations not in a noisy bar. She tilted her head, her expression softening. Okay, fair enough, but no girlfriend? Or is there someone I should know about? I shook my head, feeling a little self-conscious. No girlfriend. It's just been me and the girls for a while now. She seemed to consider that for a moment before asking her next question. What about your ex-wife? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but I'm curious. What happened between you two? Before I could respond, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting it to be one of the girls, but instead, I saw a text from Sarah. Sarah, why are you exposing my girls to a bunch of hussies? You know I don't want them around those kinds of people. What the hell do you think you're doing? My jaw clenched as I read the message. Typical Sarah, always quick to criticize and control. I hadn't even told her we were in Silver Ridge. How had she found out? And why did she always have to turn everything into a fight? Samantha must have noticed the change in my expression because she touched my arm gently. Ethan, is everything okay? I slipped the phone back into my pocket, trying to push the anger down. I didn't want to ruin the night by thinking about Sarah and her drama. It's nothing, I said, forcing a smile. Just something I'll have to deal with later. Her eyes searched mine, clearly sensing that something was off, but she didn't press. Instead, she offered me a reassuring smile. Ex-wife? Now that was surprising. Yeah, how'd you know? She shrugged. I've seen similar looks in that mirror when I think about my ex. Do you want to talk about it? I asked. She pushed a lock of hair out of her face. Do you? We watched each other. Not really, I said. Then let's not right now. But if you need to talk about it, I'm here. I nodded, appreciating the gesture. I took a long drink, letting the cool liquid soothe my nerves. Samantha did the same, and for a moment, we stood in comfortable silence, just enjoying the atmosphere. But the text from Sarah lingered in the back of my mind, like a dark cloud threatening to ruin an otherwise perfect evening. I knew she wouldn't let this go. She never did. There would be more messages, more accusations, and more attempts to undermine my relationship with the girls. It was exhausting, and I was tired of it. Samantha must have sensed my frustration because she leaned in a little closer, her shoulder brushing against mine. Do you want to get out of here? She asked softly. We could go somewhere quieter if you'd prefer. I shook my head, not wanting to leave just yet. Despite the text, I was actually enjoying myself. No, I'm good. Let's just keep things light tonight. She smiled, clearly relieved. Okay then, but you still owe me those answers. I gave her a little bow of my head. As you wish, but another time, I promise.
Chapter 18. Samantha. I leaned back against the bar, swirling the last bit of beer in my glass as I listened to Ethan explain his life, his work, and why he didn't have a girlfriend. The more he spoke, the more I realized just how incredible this man was. Strong, kind, patient. He was everything you could want in a partner, and then some. His countenance changed when he mentioned his ex-wife. The look on his face twisted me with anger and disbelief. I didn't know exactly what happened, but I knew she walked away from him. How could anyone walk away from Ethan? Your ex must be a total bitch, I blurted out before I could stop myself. The words just slipped out, fueled by the beer and the frustration I felt on his behalf. I quickly tried to soften the blow, but it was too late. The look on Ethan's face told me he was caught off guard. I shook my head, feeling a mix of anger and sadness for him. I mean, you're an absolute gem of a man. What could have been so important to leave you? It had to be money-related, right? If only she understood that money doesn't buy happiness. Ethan didn't say anything right away, and I could tell he was processing my words. His face softened, though, and he gave me a small, sad smile. Yeah, something like that. Sarah, she had her priorities, and they didn't always align with mine. She wanted a certain lifestyle, and I couldn't give it to her. I frowned, thinking about how ridiculous that was. That's insane. Money isn't everything. I mean, sure, it can make life easier, but it doesn't replace real love, real connection. I hesitated, not wanting to pry too much, but I couldn't help myself. She really didn't see what she had. Ethan shook his head, looking down at his drink. No, I guess she didn't. Or maybe she did, but it just wasn't enough for her. I wasn't enough for her. Well, she was a fool, I said firmly, because you're more than enough. Anyone with half a brain would see that. The tension in his shoulders eased a little at my words, but there was still that lingering sadness in his eyes. I wanted to reach out and hug him, to tell him that he deserved so much better. But I held back. We were still getting to know each other, and he was hurting. I didn't want to make it worse. Instead, I tried to lighten the mood. You know, I'm surprised how much fun I'm having tonight. Usually, I avoid places like this because of the attention I get. But when you're with someone like you, dudes tend to keep their distance. Ethan chuckled at that, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. Is that right? I cannot imagine what people would do if I wasn't here. People cannot keep their eyes off you. I grinned, feeling a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with the beer. Then I guess I am lucky you're here. His eyes twinkled with amusement. I think I should be offended. You're basically saying I'm scaring people off. Pretty much, I teased. But in a good way. You're like my personal bodyguard tonight. He laughed again, and I felt a flutter in my chest. I was really enjoying this being here with him, talking and laughing like this. It felt so easy, so natural. It was like we'd known each other for years. Had it only been 48 hours? The conversation shifted to lighter topics, and I found myself asking him about the girls. So, what's the plan with Maya and Lily? Do they go back to school when you guys get home? Ethan nodded, taking a sip of his beer. Yeah, school starts back up for them. Maya is in 7th grade, and Lily is in 5th. They go to a pretty good school. I smiled, picturing the two girls. What do they like to study? Anything they excel at? I was genuinely curious. If I was going to mother these girls, I needed to know more about that. Holy crap, what did I just think? Mother them? Ethan didn't notice my distress. He just shrugged. Lily is really into art, wants to paint for a living, live abroad in places like Italy and Paris. She has what she calls a hope board with all the places she wants to visit. Oh, that is perfect. I love Rome. I also have a place on the Italian Riviera we could use as a base. The thought of riding on the back of a motorbike with Ethan made my face flush. I also pictured myself with him and the girls walking through Rome, visiting the beaches of Tropea, and exploring the lemon vineyards in Lecce. It was a good thought. Maya wants to go into business. She says she's going to take care of me as soon as she becomes rich. I won't have to work another day in my life because she is going to handle everything. Lily complains that's what she wants too, but they fight about the merit of an artist's salary. It's a common argument in our household. Samantha almost started laughing. She could hear the girls fighting about it. Ethan's eyes while he talked about his girls were priceless. We talked a bit more about them, about their schooling and what they like to do in their free time. It was clear that Ethan was a devoted father, and the way he spoke about them only made me admire him more. "So, what about you?" I asked, shifting the focus. "What's next for you when you get back to reality?" Ethan thought for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. "Well, there's work, of course, and I need to make sure the girls are settled back into their routine. But other than that, I don't really have any big plans. Just taking it one day at a time." I nodded, understanding that completely. "That's a good approach. Life can be unpredictable, so sometimes it's better to just focus on the here and now." "Exactly," he agreed. "And right now, I'm just enjoying this." "Me too," I said softly, meeting his gaze. There was something in the air between us, something unspoken but undeniable. I wasn't sure where it would lead, but for now, I was content to just enjoy the moment. We stood by the bar and had another drink. Then the lively twang of country music faded out, and the opening chords of a slow, familiar tune filled the air. My ears perked up as I recognized the song, "Die a Happy Man" by Thomas Rhett. It was one of those country love songs that had always tugged at my heartstrings, and in that moment, it felt like the perfect soundtrack to the evening. Without even thinking, I reached for Ethan's hand, my excitement getting the better of me. "Come on," I said, tugging him toward the dance floor. Ethan looked at me, a bit bewildered, and then hesitated, his feet planted firmly on the ground. "Samantha, you know I don't dance." I shot him a playful smile, not letting go of his hand with both of mine. His hands were so big. I rubbed the top of his hand with my thumb. "This isn't really dancing, Ethan. It's slow dancing, which is basically just an excuse for you to put your hands on me. And let's be honest, are you really going to pass up that chance?" Ethan's face flushed a deep shade of red, and I laughed softly at his reaction. He was so endearing when he was flustered. Before he could argue further, I led him to the dance floor, weaving through the crowd until we found a spot where the music enveloped us, and the world seemed to slow down. I turned to face him, placing my arms around his neck, and then gently guided his hands to my hips. "Just relax," I whispered, stepping closer until there was barely any space between us. "I am not going anywhere." He let out a nervous chuckle, but his grip on my hips tightened slightly as he pulled me in closer. I rested my head against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat as we swayed together to the music. It was as if the entire bar had melted away, and there was only the two of us, moving in perfect sync. The lyrics of the song wrapped around us like a warm blanket, speaking of a love so deep that nothing else mattered. It was the kind of love that I'd always dreamed of, but never quite found. And as we danced, I wondered if maybe, just maybe, I could have something real. Ethan's body relaxed against mine, and I felt his breath against the top of my head as he exhaled slowly. There was something incredibly intimate about this moment. I tried not to overthink it. I tilted my head up slightly to look at him, and our eyes met. For a moment, I saw something in his gaze. A wolf. I suddenly felt like prey. Like Ethan wanted nothing more than to ravage me. His hands were like steel. He didn't hurt me, but I could feel the desire in his hands to grip me. I was instantly aroused. Damn this man and his layers. The next moment it was gone, and he stepped back a bit. It bothered me when he stepped back. "See?" I whispered, my voice barely audible above the music. "You're a natural." Ethan whispered in my ear. I felt the warmth of his breath on my face. "Only because I've got a good partner." I felt a blush creep up my cheeks at his words, but I didn't look away. Instead, I let myself get lost in his eyes, the warmth of his embrace, and the sweet, soulful melody that carried us through the night. As the song drew to a close, I found myself wishing it would never end. But as the last note faded away, I knew life wasn't like that. Life only continues forward. I should remember that. The night continued with a lively energy that filled the rusty spur, the music alternating between upbeat country tunes and more mellow, intimate songs. After our slow dance, I noticed that both Ethan and I had become the targets of some attention. It wasn't long before other people started approaching us, asking for dances. My mother taught me long ago that it was rude to reject dance requests. But I really didn't want to dance with anyone else. Ethan didn't seem to mind, though, and that bugged me. At first, it wasn't a big deal. A tall, charming guy named Trevor asked me to dance, and I accepted. I glanced over at Ethan as I let Trevor lead me to the dance floor, and I could see that he was also being pulled into a conversation by a group of women who gathered around him like vultures. The idea of him dancing with someone else made my stomach twist a little, but I pushed the feeling down, telling myself it was just a bit of harmless fun. Trevor was a good dancer, confident and smooth, but I found myself struggling to fully enjoy the dance. My attention kept drifting back to Ethan, wondering who he was talking to, whether he was enjoying himself, and if he'd rather be dancing with someone else. I tried to shake it off and focus on the moment, but it was harder than I expected. When the song ended, I thanked Trevor and excused myself, making my way back toward the bar where I'd left Ethan. But before I could reach him, I noticed a petite, bubbly girl approaching him. She was short, barely reaching his chest, and had a wide smile on her face as she asked him to dance. Geez, she looked silly next to him. She was mostly eyes and boobs, which definitely not natural. The boob shank animatedly reached for Ethan, who looked a bit surprised but agreed with a nod, and I watched as he followed her onto the dance floor. I saw Ethan check out her chest. I couldn't exactly blame him, though she was almost spilling out of her top. I was already not a fan of boob shank. I also got asked by another guy who was far less charming than Trevor. He might have told me his name, but I don't remember it now. Boob shank was clearly in awe of Ethan. They danced together through a couple of songs, and I found myself watching them more than I'd like to admit. Each time a new song started, I hoped Ethan would excuse himself, but instead, she kept engaging him and he kept dancing with her, making polite conversation and occasionally flashing that easy smile that seemed to come so naturally to him. He maintained a polite distance from her despite her attempts to get close to him, so that was something. Her attempts bugged me. It wasn't that I was jealous, okay, maybe I was a little jealous, but more than that, I was annoyed. He was attending to me tonight, and the others should just know to leave him to well attend to me. Jealousy is not a natural emotion for me, and I found that I was not a fan. After their dance ended, I noticed Ethan making his way back to the bar, and I decided to do the same. But as I approached, another group of girls intercepted him. These were not locals, causal tourists or workers. These were part of the upper crowd. They were all attractive, dressed to impress with designer labels and dressy outfits, and clearly interested in Ethan. One of them, a striking Asian girl with an air of confidence, stepped forward and addressed him directly. "Ethan?" she asked with a sly smile. "Fancy meeting you here. If I had known you were going dancing, I would have told you to come with us earlier." "Good to see you again, Hannah," Ethan said smoothly. It was a relatively last-minute decision for me and Samantha. Hannah kept talking like she didn't hear Ethan's response. "So, you didn't lose my number, did you? I don't remember seeing a call from you. What gives?" Ethan looked surprised at first, then broke into a laugh, which only served to irritate me further. I picked up my pace, not willing to let this play out without making my presence known. "Well, Hannah," Ethan said with a grin, "it's mandatory to wait 3 days before calling. I'd be breaking all sorts of protocols if I didn't follow the rules." Hannah laughed, but it was clear she wasn't entirely amused. "Oh, please don't tell me you're one of those guys who actually believes in that nonsense." I was right behind Ethan now, close enough to hear every word. Deciding I'd had enough, I stepped forward and slid my arm through his, leaning in slightly as I spoke. "Ethan, there you are. I was wondering where you disappeared to." Ethan turned to look at me, his expression softening when he saw me. "Hey, Samantha, just chatting with some new friends." Hannah's smile faltered slightly as she looked me up and down, her eyes narrowing just a fraction. She was clearly sizing me up, and I could practically see the gears turning in her head as she tried to figure out who I was and why I was so close to Ethan. "Hi, I'm Samantha," I said, offering her a polite smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. Hannah forced a smile in return, but there was no mistaking the annoyance in her voice as she replied, "Nice to meet you. So, how do you two know each other?" I could feel the tension in the air as she waited for Ethan to answer. Before he could say anything, I spoke up. "How do we know each other? Well, Ethan happens to be my knight in shining armor. We're here together tonight after he saved me from a terrible fate." Hannah's forced smile remained plastered. "Well, isn't that nice? Ethan, what do I have to do for you to be my knight in shining armor?" I answered, my voice sounding harsher than I meant. "You'd have to almost die in a limo." I turned and pulled Ethan. "It was nice meeting you, Hannah. Have fun dancing." Hannah's expression soured for a split second before she forced another smile. "Sure, maybe." Once Hannah was out of earshot, I turned to Ethan, trying to keep my tone light even though my heart was pounding. "It's hard to be in demand." Ethan rubbed the back of his neck, looking a little sheepish. I don't know about that. I think people are just being friendly. I shook my head, unable to suppress a small smile. Friendly, sure, but you've got to admit, you've caught the eye of more than a few people tonight. Ethan chuckled softly, his gaze meeting mine with that warm, genuine look that always made my heart skip a beat. Honestly, Samantha, I haven't really noticed anyone else. Wait, what did that mean? Does that mean he only noticed me? Say something more, Ethan. The big idiot didn't say anything else, just kept smiling. I could feel my cheeks heating up, and I quickly looked away, trying to hide the fact that his simple statement had sent a flutter through my chest. Come on, I said, forcing a playful tone to cover up how flustered I felt. Let's get back to the dance floor. Maybe we can find another slow song to dance to. Ethan smiled, a real smile that lit up his face. I'd like that. We made our way back to the dance floor. I felt a surge of possessiveness over Ethan. It, like jealously, was foreign to me, and an emotion one I wasn't entirely sure I liked. Still, I was enjoying this night more than I'd expected, and a big part of that was because of him. The next song that came on was upbeat, so instead of slow dancing, we found ourselves laughing and moving to the rhythm. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt this carefree, this light. The worries that usually weighed on my mind seemed to melt away, replaced by the simple joy of being in the moment. For someone who said he didn't dance, Ethan was a surprisingly good dancer when he put some effort into it. Big jerk, was he just pretending? It was unfair how he was making me feel seemingly without trying. Then I had a naughty thought. I leaned into him, twisting my body and backing up to him, touching him with my butt. I grabbed his hand and guided it to my hip and stomach, having his fingers brush my skin. Then I was moving again. We swayed my hips and moved my butt sensually for a few moments. I turned to see his face, and he was turning red. That's right. That's what you get. After a moment, we got into it and moved effortless with a natural pace. It made it easy for me to lose myself in the music. We danced through a couple more songs, the night blurring into a whirl of music, laughter, and the occasional glance between us that lingered just a little too long. Eventually, the music slowed down again, and I found myself back in Ethan's arms, his hands resting comfortably on my hips as we swayed to the music. This time, there was no hesitation, no awkwardness. He was in the moment finally. I rested my head on his shoulder, letting the warmth of his embrace wash over me. Every so often, Ethan's thumbs would crest my sides. It made me shiver, and I am not sure he even realized he was doing. For a moment, I allowed myself to forget about everything else, about the cameras, the expectations, the complications. Right now, it was just me and Ethan, and that was enough. As the song came to an end, I pulled back slightly to look up at him, our eyes meeting in a way that made my heart race. Thanks for tonight, Ethan, I said softly. I didn't realize how much I needed this. Ethan's expression softened, his eyes full of warmth and something else I couldn't quite place. I'm glad we came, Samantha. I've had a great time too. Before I could say anything else, the moment was interrupted by a loud, obnoxious voice calling out from behind us. Hey, Samantha, when's my turn for a dance? I turned to see a group of guys standing near the bar, one of them grinning at us as he waved. It was one of Luca's friends, the one who had been eyeing us earlier. His tone was joking, but there was an edge to it that I didn't like. Ethan tensed beside me, and I could feel the easygoing mood of the night start to slip away. I wasn't about to let some drunk guy ruin the evening, but I also didn't want things to escalate. Maybe another time? I called back with a forced smile, trying to keep things light. The guy shrugged and turned back to his group, but I could tell the moment had passed. Ethan's arm around me tightened slightly, and I could sense that he was on edge, ready to step in if things got out of hand. Let's get another drink, I suggested, hoping to distract him. I could use one after all that dancing. Ethan nodded, his expression relaxing a bit. Yeah, good idea. As we headed back to the bar, I couldn't help but glance over at Ethan, wondering what was going through his mind. Tonight had been more fun than I'd had in a long time. It was because of Ethan. I like it. I like him. And I wasn't sure if that made me excited or terrified. Maybe a little bit of both. Chapter 19, Samantha. The night at the Rusty Spur wound down, and I couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Ethan and I had danced, laughed, and genuinely enjoyed each other's company, but there was something missing. He was sweet, polite, and considerate. Everything you could want in a man. But as the night wore on, I realized that maybe I wanted more. A little more passion, a little more intensity, a little more aggression. I wasn't asking for him to throw me against a wall and have his way with me. Not that I'd be entirely opposed to it. What the ever-loving crap? Did I seriously just say that? Classy, Samantha. Still, I don't think I've ever met a man that I had a harder time reading. Was he interested in more than just casual flirting? If so, then how about showing a bit more fire, taking charge in a way that made my heart race? But instead, he'd kept his distance, treating me with the kind of respect that was endearing but also, well, frustrating. As we headed towards the exit, I caught myself stealing glances at him, wondering what was going through his mind. Did he even realize how attractive he was? How much he affected me? Or was he just not interested? The thought gnawed at me as we reached the door. Before we could step outside, a woman I hadn't met before approached us. She was probably in her mid-50s, with silver-streaked hair tied back in a messy bun and an apron around her waist. She had a warm, welcoming smile that immediately put me at ease. "Hi there," she said, her voice carrying that unmistakable Southern warmth. "I'm Sally Austin, the owner of this place. I just wanted to come over and introduce myself. I noticed y'all were having a great time out there on the dance floor." I smiled back at her. "Nice to meet you, Sally. I'm Samantha, and this is Ethan." Sally's eyes lit up as she looked at us. "Samantha Harrington, of course you need no introduction, but it's a real pleasure to have you here. Has anyone ever told you that you've got some serious moves out there? And Ethan, you're not too bad yourself." Ethan chuckled. "Thanks, Sally. We were just having some fun." Sally leaned in slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "I don't know if you're aware, Samantha, but having someone like you at the Rusty Spur is a big deal for us. We're a new place, and word spreads fast around here. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind if we uploaded a couple of pictures from tonight to our social media. It'd be a huge help to get the word out, but I completely understand if you'd rather not. I know you usually get paid for stuff like that. I would normally try to go through your agent, but..." "Sure, Sally," I said with a grin. "Go ahead and post the pictures. Just tag me and I'll make sure to share them too." Sally's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Samantha. That means the world to us. Here, this is for you and Ethan. It's a VIP card. Just show this at the door, and there will be no cover charge and 25% off drinks." I laughed, nodding and taking the VIP cards. "We'll definitely take you up on that." As we stepped outside into the cool night air, I couldn't help but feel a little lighter. The night hadn't gone exactly as I'd hoped, but it had been good. Really good. I glanced over at Ethan, who was busy checking his phone, probably making sure everything was okay with the girls. We had almost made it to the car when a commotion caught my attention. I turned to see a group of girls, including Hannah, the one who had flirted with Ethan earlier, getting into a heated argument with another group near the entrance. "Stay out of it, bitch," one of the girls shouted, her voice dripping with anger. I winced as I saw Hannah's face twist in anger. "Screw you. That asshole was hitting on me. I didn't approach him. If you have a problem, talk to him. Keep your man under control." Oh no, it looked like things were about to get ugly and fast. I was about to suggest we keep walking when the situation escalated in the blink of an eye. One of the boyfriends from the other group, a tall guy with a mean look in his eyes, stepped forward and slapped Cammy across the face. The sound echoed in the night, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. "Bitch, you need to learn to watch your mouth." Before I could even react, Ethan was there. He moved so fast, I barely saw it coming. He grabbed the guy by the throat and held him in place. "You don't hit women," Ethan said, his voice low and full of controlled anger. He shoved the guy back with enough force to make the guy stumble. He recovered quickly, and the guy tried to swing at Ethan, but he was too slow. Ethan dodged the punch easily and responded with a quick, powerful jab that sent the guy crashing to the ground. It was over in seconds, but it felt like everything was moving in slow motion. The guy's friends, clearly shocked, hesitated before deciding to rush Ethan together. But Ethan was ready. He took them down one by one, his movements quick and efficient, like he'd done this 100 times before. It was over almost as quickly as it started. The four guys were on the ground, groaning in pain, and Ethan stood over them, calm and collected. Hannah and her friends were staring at him with wide eyes, clearly not sure what to make of what had just happened. Ethan turned back to me, his expression softening as he looked me over. "Are you okay?" I nodded, still trying to process what I'd just seen. "Are you okay? You're the one that was in the fight." He shrugged, wiping a bit of blood from his knuckles. "I'm good. What he did was unacceptable. I will make sure he understands. Hannah stepped forward, her voice shaky but full of gratitude. She reached for Ethan's hand and gave it a squeeze. Who are you? Where did you even come from? Thank you, she said, her eyes wide as she looked at Ethan. Thank you so much. Ethan gave her a nod, his voice calm. Just be careful, okay? And stay away from guys like that. Hannah nodded quickly, still looking a bit shell-shocked. Will you call me if I do? Ethan chuckled, letting out some of the intensity he had just displayed. Just stay out of trouble, okay? Hannah grinned. That wasn't a no. I hate to interrupt, but I don't think I can just let that slide. Another guy approached Ethan. Hannah actually stepped in front of Ethan, and he gently moved her to the side. The newcomer was a big guy, just slightly smaller than Ethan, with a confident stride that suggested he wasn't afraid of much. He had a rough, scruffy beard and the kind of build that made you think twice before messing with him. He stopped a few feet away from Ethan, sizing him up with a curious expression. Not bad, man. You really took care of those guys. Haven't seen moves like that in a while. Ethan shrugged, looking a little uncomfortable with the compliment. Just didn't like the way they were acting, that's all. The guy took up a boxer stance. Hopefully you don't regret getting involved. Ethan did the same, and they watched each other. Then the guy's eyes narrowed as if trying to place Ethan's face. You look familiar. What's your name? Ethan opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, the guy's eyes widened in sudden recognition. He took a step back, his mouth dropping open. No way. No freaking way. Caveman? Are you? You're Ethan, the caveman, Miller. He said it loudly enough that it caught the attention of everyone nearby. The name echoed through the crowd like a ripple in a pond. Caveman! It's the caveman! I cast confused glances at the crowd around us as most of the guys started buzzing like teeny boppers at a boy band concert. The big guy closed in on Ethan and offered a hand. I'm Dan. I freaking love you, dude. I'm sorry about my idiot friends. Dan's words flipped a switch in the crowd. People started pointing, whispering to each other, and within moments, a large group had formed around Ethan. Everyone seemed to want to shake his hand, take pictures with him, and slap him on the back like they'd just found a long-lost friend. Ethan, for his part, looked thoroughly embarrassed. He offered a tight-lipped smile, nodding at people and letting them take pictures. But it was clear he wasn't entirely comfortable with the sudden attention. I stood back, watching in stunned silence as the scene unfolded. What the hell was going on? People were practically lining up to get a picture with him, and the girls from earlier, including Hannah, were now giggling and whispering among themselves, clearly starstruck. Caveman, you're a legend, man, one guy exclaimed as he took a selfie with Ethan. I can't believe I'm actually meeting you. Yeah, dude, I've seen all your events. Another guy added, his excitement barely contained. You're a beast. It took what felt like forever before the crowd finally started to disperse. Each person walking away with a picture or a handshake from the so-called caveman. When we finally managed to make our way back to the car, I couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as we were inside and the doors were closed, I turned to Ethan, my eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell was that, Ethan? Caveman, explain please. Ethan sighed, running a hand through his hair as he slouched back in the driver's seat. He looked exhausted, both physically and emotionally. It's nothing, Samantha. Just, people remember me from some fights I did a while back. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, I echoed, still trying to wrap my head around what had just happened. Ethan, people were freaking out over you. He let out a low chuckle, though there was little humor in it. I guess that's what happens when you beat the crap out of enough people. They give you a nickname, and some folks remember it, but really it's nothing. I haven't fought in a while, and I'm a bit surprised people recognized me. I stared at him, my mind spinning. This whole night had taken such a bizarre turn, and now I was sitting in the car with a man who was apparently some kind of fighting legend. And he'd never mentioned a word of it before. Why didn't you mention it? I asked quietly, genuinely curious. About the fighting, I mean. Ethan shrugged again, avoiding my gaze. My girls hate it, so I just got in the habit of not talking about it. I apologize if that upsets you. I wasn't trying to hide it or anything. I could see the sincerity in his eyes. Layers of this man were layer after layer. Still, the revelation left me with a lot of questions and a strange mix of emotions. Part of me was impressed. Ethan had clearly been through a lot and had come out stronger for it. But another part of me was frustrated. Of course, there was lots I didn't know about him and the girls. I didn't like that at all. We drove back to the house in relative silence, the weight of the evening hanging between us. I glanced over at Ethan a few times, trying to figure out what to say, but the words wouldn't come. There was so much more to him than I'd realized, and I wasn't sure how to process it all. As we pulled up to the house, Ethan turned off the engine and sat quietly for a moment, staring out at the darkened windows. "Thanks for tonight, Samantha," he said softly. "I had a good time, despite everything." I managed a small smile, still feeling a bit off-kilter. "Yeah, me too. It was interesting, to say the least. I was tired by the time we got back to the house. I had a ton to think about, but honestly, I didn't want the night to end." Ethan, being the gentleman, walked me to my room. I opened the door and moved to go inside. I turned my back and was about to say goodnight when... "Samantha." I turned to face him, and without saying anything, Ethan kissed me. Ethan kissed me. The first touch was tentative, a gentle brush of lips that hinted at more. His mouth was warm, soft, and inviting, and as we settled into the kiss, I felt his lips part, inviting me to do the same. Our tongues met, cautious at first, then with a slow, tantalizing sweep that deepened the moment. The gentle press of his tongue was a warm exploration, tasting, learning, as if savoring every second. It was unhurried, almost as if he was mapping out every curve, every corner of my mouth, and the sensation sent a shiver down my spine. I felt my pulse quicken, my breath hitch, and my legs nearly give out as he drew me in further, making me lose myself in the intensity of it all. It was as if every brush, every glide of his tongue ignited something deeper. And when he finally pulled back, I was left dizzy, breathless, and wanting so much more. Ethan stepped back a respectful distance. "A thank you kiss. Thank you, Samantha. I haven't been out with a woman in a long time, and I couldn't have asked for a better companion. You are an amazing person. I hope we will be friends for a long time." Ethan walked back to his room. I stood there dumbfounded, the sensation of Ethan's kiss still tingling on my lips. Then I realized what Ethan said. "Friends? Are you kidding me?" The end of Volume 1.